of my granddaughter. Again, that's Senator Moreno posting on his X feed. Let's hear from Tennessee, Republican line. This is Manny. Hello.
I don't beat my wife,
good morning.
but if I did, I'd hit her twice as hard.
You're on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know you're moving forward, but I wanted to go back. I understand why everyone's concerned about these data centers. These projects can raise a lot of questions no matter who's in office. Data centers are being built in many parts of the country because of the growing demand. The reason I'm calling is because we have one that is being built in Humboldt, Tennessee, which is like 10 minutes from where I live. And the only thing I can recommend is, rather than assuming the worst, is to stay informed, ask good questions, and make sure the local leaders are held accountable. Worrying about it won't change the outcome, but being involved can definitely help shape it.
Are you someone who would advocate for a data center or push back against it? Where do you stand?
Bullshit. I'm anti-data center. I can take the most extreme position and not have to deal with any nuance or consequences. I'm not in power in any way. I can just promise the world, down with data centers. They're destroying our way of life. They're costing us a fortune. They're polluting our water and air. They're stealing our water. They're doubling our electric bills. To hell with data centers. Who needs ChatGPT anyways? Do it the old school way, like your parents did. Google it. Go to the library. Use the Dewey Decimal System and figure it out. I hope that Olympic guy takes Trump to court, wins $5 gajillion. Well, unfortunately for him, Todd Blanche has officially rescinded the anti-weaponization fund, so he will not be able to sue using that. Though there is still like just a generic fund, settlement fund, that the DOJ has that from what I've read, it's basically limitless. Like there's no limit to the amount of money they can dole out. But you have to go through a process. You have to make a case, and they have to prove that settling would be better than going to court and trial, and that your chances of winning are pretty good. So I think that complicates things tremendously compared to Trump's $1.8 billion fund that he'd dole out to anybody with no restrictions. But yes, I agree. I hope Davey sues the hell out of them, and the other people too. The DOJ moved to drop charges against 3 other people today. That main guy had the felony. These other guys had misdemeanors.
Oh, what now?
Leash one, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Leash one, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Leash one, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Leash one, bad butch.
Get it, girl.
Bad leash one, bad butch body.
No memes this month. Jon Ossoff will clean up Washington. Eagle emoji. American flag emoji.
American flag emoji. Yeller picking his horse this month as Jon Ossoff. Wow. You guys are finger on the pulse, I tell you. I really think Ossoff is starting to hit his stride. And it's no surprise that this channel tends to focus on the people rising to the occasion, the people that are in the spotlight now. So you guys are a bit in the vanguard, I think, of this contest. Very interesting. Yeller, thank you, man. $100 is huge. Let's freaking go. Let's get this poll started, man. Ossoff taking a commanding lead in our poll. AOC in second place. Mark Kelly, everyone's favorite astronaut, in third. Hunter, fourth. Kamala in fifth. And no other points on the board. Hopefully this list can grow as we get closer to the 2028 election. I think you're going to see a...
If you go through my years of chat logs, 1000s of chats, I super chat Ossoff 2028 and he will be a good candidate in 2022.
Nice. Mike, always loyal to the Ossoff cause. I appreciate that. He's got a couple issues, though. One, he's Jewish, and we have a rising anti-Semitism problem. Though it's come down from a peak in 2024. I was reading an article about anti-Semitism in New York City. New York City is dealing with a huge anti-Semitism problem. Jews make up about 10% of the population, and they are, and about 50% plus of the hate crimes are against Jewish people. So they have a huge anti-Semitism problem in New York City. And I can't help but, point to the mayor a bit there as fanning the flames.
Never forget Gavin.
People will say, oh, he's just talking about Israel. Yeah, well, it's weird how just talking about Israel leads to Jews who have nothing to do with Israel getting hate crimed. But, let's just ignore that. Leanne, thank you for the $5 super chat. Showing some love to Gavin, another player on the board early in the month now. I still have my Ossoff sign from when we went down to Georgia. Same. I got my Warnock signs too. That was a great experience. A lot of fun. But I do think being Jewish could be problematic for Jonathan. And if Keisha Lance Bottoms doesn't win, I'm afraid it could be very hard to hold on to that seat. A Republican governor, I don't know if they are required to appoint a new senator from the same party. I would assume so. But they could pick somebody that we don't really care for, or they could pick someone that makes the party look bad or something. I don't know. But also, it feels like Ossoff is kind of 1 in a million, and I don't know if there are more Ossoffs that can win down in Georgia. But who knows? Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. The bigger story is that we have some amazing candidates, and we got a deep bench, and it's going to be an awesome primary. And I think everyone's going to be happy in the end, and we're going to kick some ass in 2028, right? That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Mayor Pete emote. Yeah, it takes time. We can't just create it overnight. You know what I mean? Got to think of an idea. I don't even know what to do. I hate to do something about him being gay, but it's kind of a big part of who he is. So we'll figure it out, but it'll probably be a couple days at least. That's not going to happen overnight. All right. Let's see what's going on. We've got Live and Learn. David Pakman isn't going to make it this week. I don't know if that was posted or what, but unfortunately he has to reschedule. Don't know what's up with that. I'm not the one talking to him. But he will not be there tonight. But hopefully we'll have him on soon. Let's see what's going on in the news, though. Let's see if this Jeanine Pirro story is getting some play. Let's see. Meet the Press now. What are they focused on? The Senate race. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Let's take a look at that then. Obviously, we've got a big election tomorrow. Michigan has their primary.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kelly O'Donnell in Washington. The countdown is on to the biggest night left on the midterm primary calendar, with the spotlight squarely on the future of the Democratic Party as it navigates an escalating battle between insurgent progressives and more mainstream moderates. Primary voters head to the polls in a slate of key races tomorrow in battleground House districts across 5 states, governor seats in Kansas and Michigan that Republicans are hoping to flip. And, of course, the night's marquee matchup, the Michigan Senate Democratic primary.
So I don't know what's going on in Virginia, Kansas, or Washington, but in Missouri, there is a rematch between Cori Bush and Wesley Bell. We saw the debate between the two of them. It was very interesting. They both took a much friendlier tone towards Israel, showing that their district isn't on board with the Israel hate, the Israel bashing. It wasn't John Fetterman level of Israel love, but even Cori Bush was towing the line. So I have a feeling she's not going to win, because if that's not the big issue in this race, it's going to be really hard for one of these DSA types to win. Plus, Wesley Bell is pretty smooth and young guy, and I don't think he's got the issues that some of the older, longer term candidates have had when facing a DSA type. They both got a lot of baggage. I'm not sure what baggage you're referring to at Wesley Bell. We looked into the accusations against him, and he addressed that. There are no like personal accusations, like he sexually harassed or assaulted anyone. There is there's an accusation through an anonymous letter that he I believe let somebody go, like one of the attorneys working under him, because the woman claims due to her sex, and it's kind of being mixed up as like sexual harassment or something, but she's claiming she was fired because of her sex, because she's a woman. And he claims it's because she was overcharging some young black guy. So I don't think he actually has any allegations against him, if that's what people are referencing. Wesley Bell's 51? He doesn't look 51, man. Wow, he makes me look old. That's crazy. I hope I look as good as him at 51. He looks fantastic for 51.
That's where establishment-backed Congresswoman Haley Stevens is taking on progressive Abdul El-Sayed in a race that's put a spotlight on Democratic divisions.
Well, I'm going to put this out there. I will not be voting for Abdul El-Sayed in November. I just want to put that out there. I plan on making that statement on Live and Learn. I might post that on Twitter to get some fun free points. I will not be voting for Abdul El-Sayed. I'm just going to put that out there right now. Bold print. I will not be voting for Abdul El-Sayed.
Especially over the issue of U.S. support for Israel and the influence of the pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. Tomorrow also marks the first test this election cycle for the progressive message in a decidedly purple swing state. El-Sayed's backers say Michigan's battleground status doesn't mean he can't win in November. And speaking with my colleague Kristen Welker, Senator Bernie Sanders saying he believes.
But I hope a lot of other people vote for him. That's actually what I think I'm going to write. I will not be voting for Abdul El-Sayed, but I hope a lot of other people do, because I'd like him to win. Isn't that the attitude that so many people had in 2024 with Kamala? I cannot bring myself to vote for her. But boy, I hope other people do, because I am terrified of Trump. Like, so many people thought that they were doing the Lord's work with that statement back in 24. It's quite funny. And they were just like nervously biting their nails, praying that other people would go another route, right? Like, oh, I hope other people do though, but I cannot do that. I cannot do that. But I hope other people do. Anton, thank you for using your Prime on Twitch. Appreciate that.
The progressive message resonates with more than just progressive Democrats.
Part of the exasperation that the American people are feeling, it's not just an economy which is rigged. They're looking at a underlying corrupt campaign finance system. You got billionaires buying elections, government working for the billionaires, and ordinary people saying, we want change. And that is why progressives, democratic socialists are doing so well all over this country. They got an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families. They're prepared to stand up to the oligarchs. It's not just.
I really don't think that's it, man. I think these Bernie types are missing the moment. I don't think people are drawing a line to billionaires. I think that they are blaming Trump and the people around him, but I don't really think people draw a direct line to billionaires as the problem, because none of these candidates are really focusing on anything related to billionaires. They're just saying like Medicare for all, APAC, Israel, like that seems to be much lower on the list, finding a way to do something about the distribution of wealth in this country. And I think that's by design, that it's not really a resonating issue with people.
Why are they labeling DSA as progressives? They are socialists trying to parasitize the Dem Party. What gives? This seems to help only DSA agents to stab.
Parasitize? I haven't heard that one. Is that a real word? I hear you, but I think that these DSA types are progressives. Like, yes, there's some freaks that are card-carrying DSA members that believe in all those things that come with it, but the vast majority of people that are voting for DSA candidates and that are associating themselves with DSA are not socialists. Like, it's impossible that a third of Democrats identify as democratic socialists if they truly know what democratic socialism is, right? And we saw a poll, I believe from Fox News or I don't know, some major org, saying that a third of Democrats identify as democratic socialists. That tells me people have no idea what a democratic socialist is. So I think the language doesn't really matter at this point because everybody's misusing it. Yeller, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Americans are facing a deepening affordability crisis, but at least Trump and company have 250 new Cadillac Escalades. Hell yeah. Trump's doing great. He's made a couple $2 billion in 1 year while the rest of the country struggles. Love it. Oh, well, most of the country. Thanks, Trump. And yes, to answer your question, I don't live in Michigan, so I can't vote for Abdul El-Sayed, but I just want to see if I can piss off 1 million people by saying I'm not going to vote for him, and I hope other people do, though. I can't vote for him. What do you want? I'm just telling people I will not be voting for Abdul El-Sayed. I won't, and a lot of you guys won't be either. We don't live in Michigan. I can't, and I want to see if it pisses people off, infuriates them. That's reckless for you to say that. That's not right. That's not fair. You need to encourage people to vote for him. Where was this energy in 2024? I did my part in 2024. I told people to vote. I was there. Okay. Sure, buddy.
Whether Abdul can win or not beat Haley Stevens, the question is whether or not we live in a democratic society where a candidate fighting for working people can take on tens and tens of millions of dollars of APAC money, special interest money.
Senator Sanders is also backing progressive candidates in key House races that have also become proxy battles for the direction of the party, including Michigan's 7th and 13th districts and Missouri's 1st.
The DSA trend is a fashion choice. Well, yeah, like, think about it. If polls show a third of Democrats identify as democratic socialists, then bashing democratic socialism and DSA people is not going to go over well with a third of Democrats. Is that an unfair statement to make? It's like those people, a third of Democrats, will take offense to you bashing democratic socialism. I think we have to handle that a little more tactfully. We can't just shit on them and say that they're crazies who are trying to destroy us and they're liars. It's like, okay, well, I like what they're saying and I don't think they are that. So that's just going to cause problems. You know what I mean? Gotta be a little more strategic about how we approach this. I feel like it's good to hold up a mirror to the leftists with "you got to earn my vote" talk, but voting MAG over DSA in the Wisconsin prime governor race is insanity. I think you're referencing Mr. Mooten saying he would vote for Republican over Hong. I find that deeply troubling as well. I mean, look at Mamdani. Does anyone think having a Republican in charge in New York City would be better than Mamdani? I don't think so, even if I disagree with him. Even if I think anti-Semitism is out of control and the number one hate crime against the small 10% of the population of Jews in New York City, I still would rather have Mamdani because they're not going to be able to implement their crazy ideas. And I think they have to actually do something of value to inspire more people to join and to move their cause forward. So I'm not concerned about them making democratic socialism acceptable. It seems to already be in some ways to people because they don't even know what it is. And they're just like, well, sounds like it means cheaper health insurance and higher wages and shitting on Trump. So I'm down with that.
Where former Congresswoman and progressive so-called squad member Cori Bush is looking for a comeback. Now,
I don't think Cori Bush is going to win. I don't know who Donovan McKinney is. Michigan 13? Who's he taking on? And then William Lawrence. I don't know who those people are. But Cori Bush, I don't think she's going to win.
Back in Michigan, the presumptive Republican nominee in the Senate race, former Congressman Mike Rogers, is looking ahead to the general election, telling Semaphore he's prepared for either Democratic candidate in November, saying, and we're quoting here, common sense over crazy is going to prevail every time. And then Abdul, referring to El Sayed, just takes it to a new level. And so whoever comes out of this, we're going to win. That's Mike Rogers. And joining me now is our NBC News team on the ground in Michigan. Shaquille Brewster is in Detroit, and Julie Sirkin has the latest from Grand Rapids. So, Shaquille, let me start with you. This is the final day of the Michigan primary campaign. What are we expecting from Abdul El Sayed's closing message?
MAGA and DSA both feast on ignorance of voters.
Yep. I don't disagree with that. How is it possible that 33% of Democrats identify as a democratic socialist? It's not even possible. People don't even know what the democratic socialist movement stands for. I really think we've got a big problem in America, and it's much bigger than politics. But it's people not admitting they don't know what they're talking about. Everybody wants to sound smart. Everybody is terrified of admitting they don't know something because they'll be judged or something. And here we have an example in politics where people want to sound cool and smart by saying they are the newest, hottest thing, a democratic socialist. And nobody wants to ask them, what does that mean? Why are you a democratic socialist? And what does that entail beyond being a Democrat? Because then they'll sound stupid if they ask what that means. And the other person never has to explain it, so they never have to look anything up. And if they are challenged, they'll just say, oh, come on, man. They'll find a way to wiggle out of it. So here we now have a third of Democrats who want to sound cool, have no idea what they're talking about, claiming that they're a part of something. I think it's just an aesthetic, man. I really do. I think there's a lot of rage out there about the system.
But MAGA built power, and so can DSA. That's scary.
I'm not worried about that. MAGA started at the top, dude.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
My vote for Pete will not be silenced just because he won a single month.
Good. Stay with your horse, K-Dog. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Until DSA gets a presidential candidate that is winning the masses over, I'm not worried about DSA taking over the Democratic Party with their 4 members in the House among 220. That's not my concern.
If a lot of pissed off normies join DSA, the cringe vanguardist leadership is going to have a bad time. It's going to be glorious to see them squirm.
Yeah. I think that DSA is kind of wilting under the spotlight that they're under right now, and it's only going to get worse for them as time goes on. I didn't care for this guy trolling in my Twitch chat. You know, people just coming here one day are saying the opposite of me day. I don't care for people that come in and just say the opposite of me for their first couple of chats in my channel. You're obviously a troll, and I wish you the mental health. I'm fighting to get you the mental health care you desperately need.
Ahead of tomorrow.
Well, he's telling voters that he will be the progressive fighter, the progressive candidate in this race. So you'll hear him talk about Medicare for all, for abolishing ICE, ending U.S. military aid to Israel. He's trying to say that he's the outsider in this race, and that will be the...
So all of this stuff, there's no action to be taken in any way. Like, there's no vote on Israel. Like, what is the decoupling that a Democratic senator can do over the next 2 years for Israel? Like, the Congress is already soured on sending aid to Israel and working with them. Like, most people are frowning on our relationship with Israel. So it's not even going to be anything to really weigh in on. Maybe you can push things a little further and saying we should cut off defensive funding, but I think that's a mistake and probably doesn't have enough votes. But that's not like an issue that's going to change anything that's happening in Gaza. So what I'm saying is someone like Abdul will have zero impact on what's going on in Gaza. So the fact that he's running on it as one of his core principles and one of the core elements of his campaign is kind of useless for the people of Michigan, unless you want to feel better morally about our government, which I guess is fine. But I think more people are concerned about their financial situation, and Syed has really tried to tie the Gaza cause to our finances, saying, why are we sending billions of dollars to Israel? We should spend that money here in Michigan. Well, none of the money that we're sending to Israel, if we stop sending it, is going to make its way to improving people's lives in Michigan anyway, because those are two different buckets. We give money to other countries that we support and we ally with, and then we also spend money here domestically. The two buckets have nothing to do with each other. We walk and chew gum at the same time. It sounds great to people, and I think if you're a normie, has no idea how politics works, and you hear that, you go, yeah, and you think it's dollar for dollar. If we send $4 billion less to Israel, that means $4 billion or more for kids in Michigan, right? But that's not going to happen. So I worry that these guys get to Congress and they just spin their wheels on Israel, and the issue slowly dies out, and there's nothing for them to do, and then they have no skills to do anything else. So Medicare for all is the next big thing for Abdul El-Sayed. Okay, what kind of progress is he going to make on Medicare for all? It's like, well, we need to build more people there that support Medicare for all. Okay, so you're talking about like a 10, 20-year plan if we're going at this pace, because you need a lot more people in the Senate on the Democratic side to get Medicare for all. I think that's not a great plan. You're basically putting forward a 20-year plan for Medicare for all. I think we need people that support incremental steps towards Medicare for all. Instead of, hey, you need $1 million for retirement, let's talk about how we get you out of debt first and to your first $10,000, right? Let's not worry about you retiring with $1 million. That's an impossible goal for somebody 20 grand in debt who can't seem to find any room to pay their bills. Let's talk about getting you to zero first, and then we'll take some more steps. So my whole point is that I don't know if these guys are going to do anything. And I feel kind of bad that it's almost like MAGA in a sense, where when Trump won in 2024, I was like, we're just going to tread water for 4 years and accomplish nothing and get nowhere. And I kind of feel the same way with these candidates like Abdul and the DSA people. They're just going to waste time, basically. Now, Abdul may surprise me. I think he can win. I think he can be a fine senator. Everybody has the potential to do that. But I haven't really heard any ideas from him on what can be done to improve people's lives in any way. Whereas Haley Stevens has a track record as being a member of Congress for years. She also flipped a red seat blue, though the incumbent wasn't running. Still, the seat changed from red to blue. So I just find her more capable, and but she's plagued by the AIPAC spending, which is like, it's like, if you think about AIPAC, maybe AIPAC did her a disservice by spending those tens of millions of dollars because it gave the talking point to her opponent. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, but I'd rather have a Democrat in that position than a Republican any day of the week. Even if they're useless and they accomplish nothing, they're one more seat towards us having the majority. And then the people that can actually accomplish something, like Chuck Schumer, Chris Murphy, people like that, will have power to get shit done. I think people just want to know our government officials are not financed by AIPAC. Boy, that is such a sad waste of reason to go out and vote and support a candidate, because if AIPAC disappeared tomorrow, nothing would change about anyone's lives in any way. It would not put any food in anyone's mouths. It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't even change anything in the Middle East. It changed nothing. And so if people are truly coming out because they want to feel morally better about their government because of the money sent to Israel and Israel's actions, I find that a bit sad, because that's not going to improve anyone's lives. And what about all the other PACs? Blue Cross, Blue Shield, the real estate PACs, the unions. I mean, there are some heavy hitters. It's not just AIPAC at the top, like a sun, and then there's a couple of planets that are 1,000 times smaller. I mean, there's PACs bigger than AIPAC out there that are giving money, and nobody ever talks about them. Nobody even knows who they are. Like the beverage industry PAC is huge. Nobody ever cares or talks about them. Yeah, pharma as well. Nobody talks about this stuff. It's just like, let's deal with Israel. Okay.
Message that we'll hear at a rally that he'll have later tonight, and then he'll kick off a canvas launch trying to get those last-minute voters into the polls for Election Day tomorrow. But, Kelly, I'll tell you, I had a conversation with this campaign manager earlier today, and
also, something I want to bring up on Live and Learn is, if you believe the polls that show Abdul El-Sayed ahead, and you're free to do so, then you've got to believe the same polls that show him losing to Mike Rogers. And so how do you deal with that? What do those people say? I'm not saying you should vote for someone due to electability. I always found that argument to be kind of weird. You vote for the person you think would do the best job and that you like. You don't vote for the person you think can win. I think that's asking a lot of people to
My concern with POCs
ignore
is
that.
solely about them getting legislation passed that harm people. We don't generally do that on the Democratic side, so for me it's about taking a tool away from Republicans.
But what tool are we taking away from the Republicans? We're just tying our own arm behind our back while the Republicans punch us in the face with both arms. What progress will be made to restrict PAC money? We're just electing people who are social media stars who don't need to take PAC money and can refuse it, like AOC or El-Sayed. So they're good at social media and getting grassroots donors, but are they good at their job? Are they going to make any impact on getting rid of PAC funding? Like, what is he proposing to get PAC money out of elections? I haven't seen anything.
We are Charlie.
I love how Pete is working on House and Senate seats that were overlooked.
Hell yeah, Pete going everywhere. Roku with the $20 super chat. And look at this, Pete Buttigieg climbing the ladder in the early days. John Ossoff starting to pull away from the pack, but Pete and AOC in second and third. Wow. Always interesting to see the scramble at the beginning of the month. Very, very fascinating.
One thing she told me that was striking, she said, quote, Abdul is the front runner in this race. They feel very confident about the momentum that they're coming into Election Day with. But she also noted the spending that he has been facing, saying that that's a historic amount of spending that they would have to overcome if he's successful. She said anything can happen when you talk about the ads that have been put up against him. I was watching television last night and I did not see any ads supporting him, but I saw a lot of ads supporting Stevens. So that will be something that they're focused on, but this campaign feels very confident that his message of being the outsider, of having campaign finance reform, that will resonate with Michigan voters when they head to the polls tomorrow, Kelly.
Can Abdul even win? Yes, he's behind like a point or two on Mike Rogers, and I have a feeling that that's going to get even tougher for him because Mike Rogers is like generic Republican. So he's kind of avoiding all the worst things about Trump, and he doesn't have any scandal among himself. So he's kind of like Tom Tiffany in Wisconsin's governor's race, the Republican challenger. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows anything about him. So he's just kind of like floating through the campaign. And I think as, you know, as the cannons turn from the El Sayed Stevens fight to, let's say, El Sayed versus Rogers, he's going to come under a lot of scrutiny, and they're going to run some really nasty ads. And I think El Sayed does not benefit from that. I think I don't think there's a lot of room for El Sayed to grow his base going into the general. I don't know exactly how to word that, but I think you'll have more moderate Republicans and independents more reluctant to vote for him as opposed to someone like Stevens. So where is El Sayed going to get more votes from as he gets closer to November? If anything, I think he might energize more people for the Republicans because people are very animalistic in some of their reactions to generic Democrat versus generic Republican. And there's a bit of baggage with Mr. El Sayed due to, you know, by his choice. It's not scandal, but associating with DSA, associating with Hassan Piker. He's also been a bit nasty towards the Democratic leadership in the state. So they're not going to be as passionate about supporting him like Gretchen Whitmer, the popular governor, or Dana Nessel, or Gary Peters, the outgoing senator. These are all people that have endorsed his opponent, and he has not been gracious about that at all. He has not been forward-thinking with his reaction to that. Most people, if they feel they're going to win the primary and they want to get those people support, which is definitely needed for the general, then they would kind of have a muted response and say, well, I think it's unfortunate that they endorse my opponent, but I will continue to work to win them over. And I think once I win the primary, they will see why I'm the better pick. And I'm excited. I will gladly welcome anyone into my coalition. Like, he hasn't said stuff like that. He's just kind of grumbling about, we still got potholes that need to be filled 8 years later in reference to Gretchen Whitmer. I think he's going to turn off some people with that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure he's going to do well under the spotlight as time goes on. He already is kind of gruff in his response to some very easy questions. Like, why did you talk about defunding the police in 2020? Well, that's not a tough question. I don't know what it is with some of these people. Like Francesca Hong in Wisconsin is similar in that it just can't engage with a simple question. Like, it's not that hard to have a good answer for why did you post about defunding the police in 2020? I mean, Tallarico's done a brilliant job of dealing with his cringy posts from the past, and they haven't come up since. You haven't heard a peep about it because he just knocked it out of the park. He came up with a response that totally neutered the attack, and all the attention has been shifted to his opponent.
What you talked about there, Shaq, reminds me, whenever any of us are on the road, we really get a taste of what voters in a district or a state are getting with all of the attention with advertising. And you can see when it's lopsided like this. You've also been paying attention to another major race in the state, and that's the one to replace the term-limited Governor Gretchen Whitmer. She's a Democrat, of course. You spoke with one of the Republican candidates in that contest, Congressman John James. What is he telling you?
Yeah, Kelly, this is really interesting because John James, he has the support of President Trump. He has his endorsement, but he is also being heavily outspent by his challenger in that race, Perry Johnson, a businessman who's trying to take the more conservative lane in that campaign. Listen to a little bit of our conversation, starting with the influence and the power of the Trump endorsement in a Republican primary here in Michigan.
DSA are not liberal. They are blue MAGA. I understand your position, Nug Knight. But when a third of the Democratic Party identifies as Democratic Socialists, you have to be more nuanced in your response. So you're saying DSA, the organization, and the hardcore members, yes, but people have no idea what democratic socialism is, and yet they want to identify with it because they see these younger fighters demanding more and saying everyone sucks. So I think we have to be really careful in our attacks here because you're like telling people not to like the edgy band that they're into, saying that it's devil worshiping lyrics and they're just corrupting your mind with the pot. So gotta be careful here how we deal with this. Don't want to be seen as the out of touch curmudgeon who's screaming at people to keep it quiet at 8 p.m. You know what I mean?
The president understands how important Michigan is, which is the reason why he trusts me to help make Michigan great again.
For those who might not have supported President Trump, might not support Republicans, what do you say to them, and what are those distinctions that you draw with the president for the general election fight that you may have?
In the state of Michigan, people want to know two things. Are you a good leader, and am I for you? Well, yes, I am for you. I have the leadership to actually deliver in tough environments and circumstances, and my opponents have not had the occasion to develop the skill set to even begin to credibly talk about how they deliver on their promises.
In his last two statewide elections, Congressman James lost those battles, but by closer than expected margins. His main message to folks is that he believes he's the best chance of Republicans flipping Michigan's governor's seat if he wins the primary tomorrow.
It makes it so interesting in Michigan because over time you do see both parties having their moment. And so Republicans might be thinking this is their year. Thank you, Shaq. Julie, I want to turn to you, and you've been following the Haley Stevens campaign. Talk a little bit about her closing message as voters prepare to head to the polls.
Haley, Congresswoman Stevens is going to tell voters she's their Midwestern gal. She's going to be at a brewery about 5 minutes from where I am in downtown Grand Rapids. She represents the suburbs of Detroit. She's in her fourth term in Congress. So voters here know a little bit about her, the fact that she's a little bit more centrist than El Sayed. She's prioritized auto manufacturing, a big industry here in this state. She talks about affordability, pitches her message as somebody who is very anti-Trump. I got a chance to talk to a couple of voters here, and I have to tell you, Kelly, even though schools out, the universities that are typically here are not in session, the young voters were very excited to talk to me about El Sayed, and I think that's where Stevens is going to have the most issues with, getting voters excited, getting Democrats excited to vote for an establishment candidate that does support Israel, that does take AIPAC money. We haven't seen that kind of candidate have a lot of success recently, Kelly, so that'll be really interesting to watch here.
Yeah, that's why I think El Sayed's going to win, because he's got the excitement. He's got the action. Just is what it is, man. Don't know if that 100% will translate to him doing better, but you know, what's there to be excited about with Haley Stevens? I think she's endearing with her sick it to him, and her endorsements are huge from the governor and the AG and the outgoing senator and all that. But the energy and the excitement's with Abdul because he's promising the world. He's telling people we can do way better, and I will do this, and he's tapping into that rage about Israel, and that's tough for establishment Democrat. I hate the word establishment Democrat. It's I think it should be respected and appreciated. You know, these are people who've delivered a lot, and people say, what have they done? Well, just look at what happened under Biden. I could go over the list, but I don't feel like I need to for the 10 millionth time. But, you know, it's easy to go out there and promise people the world. That's what Trump did in 2024. He said he'd cut your energy bill in half in 12 months. He'd end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. Your grocery store bills would come plummeting down once he won. And I feel like it's similar with these populist types where they're just saying, you know, we're going to get Medicare for all. We're going to end our relationship with Israel. And none of that's going to happen. They've made it a slur. Yeah, I really think we need to push back on this. I brought that up to Destiny when I talked to him on Saturday. I don't think we should just nod along and not push back when people attack the establishment Dems. It's not a great defense that we can put up, though, but I'd rather we find a different way to describe them ourselves as a first step than just continuing with this term that has a negative connotation in most people's eyes, the establishment, you know. College kids tend to vote less than the older folks. Yeah, I mean, it's true. But this is a primary, and this is when the activists come out, and it's like, who can engage people the best is who's going to win. Again, I'll be fine with El Sayed as a senator. I just don't think he's going to do anything. And he seems like a bit of an egomaniac. What time is it? 3:45? Okay, I got a few minutes. I did look up the poll of El Sayed losing to Rogers. You know, all the polls show El Sayed winning. There's a lot of internal polls that have him winning by double digits. So I'm a bit skeptical of that. But there was also a legit poll done by local news orgs about 2 weeks ago that showed Stevens +7. So who knows what to think. But there is another poll that came out today that shows Stevens winning against Rogers by 2 and El Sayed losing by 3. So looking forward to November, if it was a matchup with Haley Stevens versus the Republican Mike Rogers, she wins by 2. In that same poll, Mike Rogers wins over El Sayed by 3. And so my point is, if you believe these polls that show El Sayed is winning, then you have to also believe the polls that show him losing currently to Mike Rogers. And I don't know, I'd be curious to hear the argument why people think his odds are going to improve if we get closer to November. I could imagine people would say, well, Stevens will endorse him, and others that are currently behind Stevens and maybe fear-mongering and saying negative things about him will change their tune to some degree, and that will lead to his him improving. I don't know. I feel like a slice of Stevens supporters are gonna either sit this one out or go to Mike Rogers. Maybe he moderates. That's a possibility. I haven't heard anybody say that but me, which is odd. But I do think that El Sayed will moderate with his rhetoric as we get closer to November. In some ways that may surprise people. He may say that he does support a two-state solution. He may say he does think Israel has a right to exist. I don't know. He may. Let's see how desperate he gets and what he decides he needs to say to win people over. I mean, some people may be shocked by some of the things that come out of his campaign between now and November if he does win the primary. People will do anything to win power, man.
And one of the things that's infusing this race that carries over around the country is this question about, is this really stark progressive message going to play in a state like Michigan? And are there more establishment Democrats that are opening up the possibility of an El Sayed victory? What are you sensing?
I've been so curious and excited to get on the ground here in Michigan, Kelly, especially after covering the primaries in New York City, because we saw progressives really have a great night in New York, but everybody was saying, well, that's New York City. Will that translate to the rest of the country
Maybe we could
now?
call ourselves the policy Dems? It does seem like establishment Dems have more of a plan for their ideas than DSA types.
I think you're heading in the right direction as hinting at we're actually solving problems. But yeah, I don't know. Anything seems better than establishment. Establishment, I don't know why we accept that term. It's not helping our case.
Now we're in the Midwest, we're in Michigan, and from the conversations that I've had, the conversations that Shaq told you about, certainly seems like voters are more excited about El Sayed. He's a physician, he doesn't have that political background. But when it comes to Stevens, she's made her career by running as somebody positioning herself against the president, who she's really came to power in Congress during the term of, in his first term. So certainly Stevens has a high mountain to climb here, but voters here care about issues like being loud, being bold, being that progressive message, not being afraid to take on the establishment. And Stevens tonight has to make her final pitch here for voters to choose her, for Rogers to go up against her in November and certainly have that chance then. Kelly?
Well, and it's so interesting to hear the Republican in the race talk about being the outsider when he served in Congress for a number of years. So the dynamics are really interesting to watch. We're so glad to have you there on the ground to get a sense of it. Do you get any more of a palpable feeling about voters worried about just the primary, or are they thinking about November too?
They're definitely thinking about November, too. And this isn't the only race, right? I actually had a really interesting conversation, Kelly, with somebody who I asked, you're a Democrat, right? And they said, no, I'm a progressive. And they don't always say that they define themselves.
Ak is the socialist we need.
Ak. IO with the $20 super chat. AOC solidifying that second place slot right there. Pete coming for her, but it's a slugfest between AOC and John right now. Well played. The socialist we need. It's just crazy, man. People have no idea what any of these terms mean, and we have to accept that. That's the one thing I've learned in politics is you can't be mad about what the American people know and believe, because you can't change that. It's pointless, you know? So you got to work with it. You got to deal with it. You got to find a way to make it okay and make do with it.
With the Democratic Party, I asked if they would definitely support Haley Stevens if she were to beat El Sayed tomorrow, even though El Sayed is their preferred choice. And they said, I don't know. We have to see what kind of candidate she is as it gets closer to November, if she's willing to take on that more progressive route. So this is really not a traditional race by any means. I've been getting that sense as I've traveled around the country, certainly in a place like Michigan. That's going to be notable to watch, not only in the Senate race, but some key House races as well.
So interesting to get that anecdotal sense from talking to real people there, and we'll see how it all pieces together when we start to see results. Thank you, Julie. Glad you're there for us. And of course, the internal tug of war between the Democratic Party's establishment and progressive wing is also playing out in several other key primaries tomorrow night, including in the Kansas governor's race, which Democrats are defending this November. And it won't be easy. President Trump carried Kansas by more than 15 points in 2024. Two state senators, Ethan Corson and Cindy Holscher, as well as Mayor Kurt Skoog of Overland Park, are vying for the Democratic nomination. The term-limited Governor Laura Kelly, has thrown her support behind Corson, while Holscher is winning over more progressive, anti-establishment voters. And joining me now is Kansas State Senator Cindy Holscher. We're so glad that you could be with us. We want to hear from you today. Thank you for making time in the midst of the campaign. So as we kick this off,
thank you so much for having me.
Good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. So the governor's race is currently rated lean Republican in November by the Cook Political Report. They're tracking all those dynamics. There are far more Republican voters than Democrats in the state. So why do you think you are the best candidate to represent the party, the Democratic Party, in November?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I will tell you this, every race I've had here in Kansas as a red state, I have won in red districts, 4 elections, in fact. And that has required me not only to get Democrats on board with my message, but independents as well as Republicans. So I have a lot of experience in terms of building those coalitions and building that support base that I've needed to win races. And Kansas is still a red state, so that's a very important skill set to bring to this race. And like I said, that's what I've done in 4 races in the past.
Well, we don't have time to watch this interview, nor do I think there's much to glean from it. I think the Missouri race between Cori Bush and Wesley Bell is the other exciting one. I don't know what's going on with other Michigan races. Haven't heard a peep. I do have the podcast starting here in about 5 minutes, so let me put C-SPAN on, get some more water, fill my water cup, and use the restroom and be right back.
And on it.
I am actually pushing for it.
Why would you say that, particularly if you've done the research and looked into this issue?
Because it's really going to benefit the people. We do want to stay ahead and focused on growth and development. We have to be innovative. We have to have results. It's the only way that we're going to be able to grow, not only as a country, but also in communities. It'll bring us together if we work together.
When you hear then the arguments of the environmental concerns or the energy concerns, how do you respond to that?
People throw cigarette butts on the streets. People trash. There's so many things that we do already that data centers aren't going to. It's not going to matter.
Okay, that's Manny there in Tennessee. Let's hear from Kathy in Maryland, Republican line. Your top news story of the day. Hello.
Hello.
You're
How
on.
are
Go
you
ahead.
today?
Fine, thank you.
Yes. Great. I would just like to say, come November, please, everyone remember what the Democrats did to us during COVID. They locked us down. They wanted us to lose our jobs if we didn't take the vaccine. They got rid of the military members that refused to take the vaccine. So I just would like everybody to remember that.
Why do you think it's important to remember, particularly in light of the elections?
Just because if the Democrats get back in, what would they do to us next time?
Can you elaborate on that?
Family members died, and we weren't allowed to be with them. My mother and father both passed away, and they had to do that alone because I was not allowed to be there. And the Democrats and Dr. Fauci, don't even get me started on him.
Okay, that's Kathy there in Maryland giving us her top story when it comes to the COVID vaccine. One of the viewers watching this morning on Facebook posted on an exchange that took place on the Sunday shows yesterday. This is from Todd Kreveling saying the absolute incompetence show put on by RFK Jr. this weekend. It's impossible to believe that MAGA feels this kind of arrogance is good for public health. So much incompetence in this administration, which flows down from the top. And he just put sad.
Sad. Who's posting on Facebook in 2026, man? All right, I'm going to turn off my alerts. And join the pod. All right, let's see. Let me hide this for a moment. Can't hear them. Yeah, good one. So please let people know you're not going to be able to hear them until the podcast starts, okay? I know you can't hear them, but that's because they're not live and I am. Waiting for the host to join. I'm the first one here. Wait. There's nobody there yet. Hopefully I'm in the right room. Looks like it. I know you guys can't see anything or hear anything. Pac-Man will not be on today's show, FYI. Yeah, I can hear you. That's cool. Your little sister let you stream from her room. That looks cool. People can see this on my stream, FYI. You can't hear anything, though. No, they can't hear you. What up, bro? Oh, you were talking while that was going on, Soy Pill? Ah. Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Bro, did you turn the lights on in your room, Hutch? What happened, bro? Wow. Okay. Look at our fancy intro, guys.
Welcome to Live and Learn, the only show where Pisco provides assets and then doesn't show up. Oh, there he is.
Right.
Yeah, we can hear you, Pisco. What's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
How's it in the alley where Spider-Man saved Mary Jane? What are you doing there?
Hi. Gohan kudasai. That's all I know.
Have you saved the princess in Bowser's castle yet, bro?
I've saved them from these MAGA liberal fucks who want to vote in. Wait, are we live?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Holy shit. All right, now.
We're live, baby.
We're live. How you guys doing?
Good. I'm a little conflicted on this Michigan Senate race.
You're conflicted.
You're conflicted.
I'm a little bit conflicted, yeah.
What are you conflicted about, Hutch? Tell us what's in your soul. Inside you, there are two wolves. Explain wolf number one and wolf number two.
There's a gay wolf and a gayer wolf.
Well, listen, I like El Sayed. I like his policies, but he endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024, and she literally did a genocide. And so I don't know if I'm supposed to. I don't know why you're laughing. It's not funny. It might be funny to you. It's not funny to me. I take it seriously, and so I don't know. It's just that's asking.
I'm three steps ahead in this ironic conversation. Don't worry.
Well,
what irony? I don't know what you're talking about. It's a tough call. Like if he can't draw the line,
it's gonna be the whole fucking episode.
Well, if he can't draw the line there, Pisco, how can I trust him in the Senate? It's like I feel like that's.
Well, wait, didn't you vote for Kamala Harris, Dutch?
Huh?
You voted for Kamala Harris, right?
I have no comment on that.
Well, I'll go even further than you, Hutch. I'm ready to tell people I will not be voting for El Sayed in November. I just won't do it.
Well, you know what? It's funny, IRI, because like the Democratic Party, they feel like they're entitled to your vote because like the Republican Party is bad.
I hope a lot of other people do because I want to see him win. So I hope a lot of other people vote for him and he wins. But I will not be voting for El Sayed.
This is what I'm hearing, Hutch. I'm hearing spite-driven positions against people who I also hate for not voting for Kamala in 2024. But why should we act like them?
It's not spite. He's creating leverage. That's the smart thing to do if you're a voter, right?
Well, I
disagree.
I don't live in Michigan, so I can't vote there. So not really any leverage there. But I'm just letting people know I can't. I will not vote for him, but I hope other people do.
That was nice. All right. I thought you were doing part of the meta performance. You were being sincere. You were being sincere in a way.
Oh, that's
sorry,
true.
Guys. Yeah.
True. I didn't even think about that. It's true.
Yeah.
I will not be voting for El Sayed if he's in the general election. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Are we trolling? This is a troll, right? I think we should do blue no matter who.
You want us,
including people who supported genociders like Kamala Harris, like Genocide Joe.
No, I mean obviously it's a troll, but we should troll. We should troll. I mean, I think it's morally correct to troll in this spot.
Why?
Well, I mean, very few often times in life do you get an opportunity to use someone's exact rhetoric and then have them be like furious with you. And there's no way I'm going to resist that. I mean,
it's a teachable
I'm
moment.
all for calling these guys hypocrites and telling them like, hey, you don't even believe in vote blue no matter who. So shut up. You don't get to hold that over our head.
But hold on a second.
We're better than them. And we get to actually say, yeah, it's good when we do it in both cases that we should vote blue for the person who's going to beat the MAGA person, right?
Well, but Hutch and I are saying it in jest, but there are people out there right now saying with their chest, if Stevens is the candidate, I will not be voting for her.
Yeah, and fuck those people, right? These people are not serious people.
But that saying fuck those people isn't going to accomplish anything. But maybe showing them how infuriating it is to hear that when it's coming from the other side might actually make them go, you know what? I don't like this. Kind of like little kids where you could scold little kids, but if you show them and have them experience that they don't like that, then they may be less inclined to do that in the future.
Yeah, sure. Go do it. But the problem is, I think that a lot of people are sincere. And I say this like also pretty annoyed, also really fucking having done this conversation now for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days and having some basis to say this. There are people who are saying that the lesser of two evils in the Wisconsin governor's race is Tom Tiffany, the MAGA Republican. Tom Tiffany, who said he would overthrow the 2020 election. He would vote not to certify Joe Biden as a victor. Tom Tiffany, who is one of the most insane Trump sycophants. And that is not a joke. And so the irony, I'm sure it might have some effect on a lefty or something who's inclined to hear that, but I'm not so sure that everyone is being ironic.
Well, Pisco, I mean, those are just streamers, right? So how much could their opinion really change much? Like if they endorsed El Sayed.
Oh, I'm sure it won't matter. Yeah, I'm
just
sure.
I'm being ironic again because they said the same thing about him.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I
don't think it'll matter, but
who are you? So are you talking about Desney and Moot and who else? Who else was saying
no,
this?
I'm talking about Mooten, Wick, and everybody in my replies and Josiah's replies. But specifically, I asked of Mooten, I said, would you vote? I mean, I used the word, would you vote? And his answer was, yeah, in this context, yes. Wick, I don't think said vote, but he would say he wants Tom Tiffany to win in that context. And I just think that that's crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is a traitor. This is a piece of shit. This is I think that the Wisconsin governor's mansion is too important, given what we've seen with Wisconsin gerrymanders, with attempts to try to fuck with the election results from Trump specifically. You want to say that we want to be competitive in like 10 more elections. We got to get to those elections first, folks.
Could you steel man the argument? I'm just curious.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, I know it. It's something like we need to, the DSA is going to hurt our party brand. It's going to make Democrats like unable to win in competitive places. And that therefore it makes sense if you think that like Republicans are a threat to kill it in its crib now. And so we should vote for the MAGA Republican in Wisconsin and lose this race for the promise of having more electoral advantage in the future.
Which, by the way, is the Hassan argument against Kamala, which I think is fucking stupid. And if you're using that now and saying, well, look, if you get a moderate lib in, you'll disaffect voters. And that's what led to MAGA. It was Biden. It was Obama. And so we can't vote for her because that will just make MAGA worse. Right? Like, that's not how this works. We're talking about mitigating the worst parts of MAGA right fucking now. And the idea that this is like, oh, well, you know, maybe the DSA will hurt us. And then like 4 years, 5 years down the line, the Democratic Party brand won't be so good. Hey, they're fucking cutting healthcare today. They're gutting USAID today. They're being fascist today. They're cracking down on free speech today. Do we give a shit about that? Or are we like doing these weird hypotheticals about how this is going to affect us maybe 5 years from now? Like, this is pissing me off, honestly.
I know we said we weren't going to do dono callouts, but I got one from Benjamin Gilbert of PV. He said, PV is supporting libs in the general. We just announced our Senate plans, which includes Peltola in Alaska, Brown in Ohio, and likely Vindman in Florida if he beats Angie Nixon. Also lefties darlings like Abdul Troy and Tallarico. Now, I was familiar with the fact that PV has done like actual canvassing, advocacy, that kind of stuff for lib candidates. You know, whatever issues I've had with PV, that's not really been the issue.
Yeah, didn't they canvass for Ossoff and Warnock and all these other whatever you want to say? I just think that like people who and I'm seeing individuals saying like I'm not doing the Steelman correctly. Go look at my exchange with Wick. Wick says it's like a game of chess, don't you know? I'm sacrificing my bishop to like protect my to win the game. And so tell me why. I mean, there's kind of two strands of it, and it's unclear what someone is invoking at any given time. There's the strand of imminent illiberal takeover of the party and turn to Stalinism. There's that strand of it. And then there's a strand of they're going to make us so fucking unpopular we'll never win another election. And I just think that both things are just not justifiable bases to vote for a traitorous MAGA Republican who tried to steal the 2020 election in one of the most pivotal swing states in anticipation of the 2028 presidential election, which is the election that most matters. It's what you have to be focused on.
Yeah, like I'm open. If people were saying like, oh man, like DAC is crazy, I would vote for John Kasich over her. Okay, yeah, he's not a MAGA Republican. He's probably more moderate. He doesn't want to destroy liberal democracy with this org that's saying, you know, destroy the Western civilization. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about MAGA Republicans. That's like where vote blue no matter who came from. It wasn't vote for the Dem every single time. This is politics. If you don't like the DSA people, primary them.
Do you think the left will ever have that? You think the left will ever be like that? You think the left will ever give you that great? Like,
no, they won't. Who the fuck cares? Like, they're deeply unserious and they don't have these principles. Yeah.
You think we call that shit out. It's fucking cucked. And I'll say it right now. It was cucked for Kyle Kalinske not to endorse in every single one of these elections between Trump from 2016 onward. It was cucked for Crystal Ball to not publicly do it. It was fucking cucked for Hassan not to be vocal about it, regardless of whether he actually did vote or not. It was cucked for all of these people, including and especially left-wing commentators. And I'm going to be consistent. If you want to go back on vote blue no matter who, and again, that is just a proxy for have a really, really high bar. I wouldn't vote for Hitler if he were a Democratic nominee. Yes, you're right. There are some lines. This person Hong does not cross the Hitler line for me, okay? And compared to a fascist, it makes me think, honestly, that some of the Republicans were right in one sense, that many of you weren't serious when you were calling Trump a fascist threat. That's what it makes me think.
Do you think it's kind of like, so I've obviously, go ahead, Guy. Sound like you're.
Oh, well, I just can say this is too serious of a position to give to a Republican Wisconsin governor. I mean, this is a swing state that plays a pivotal role in presidential elections. I think I'll take Hong any day over Tom Tiffany. I mean, that's a lot different than a congressional seat, one of 435 congressional seats. So I don't know why people are drawing the line there. Also, Hong has distanced herself from the national DSA platform, saying she doesn't support some of the crazier things.
I mean, listen, I wish she would just lie more. I don't know. Did you see her Fox News appearance?
Yes.
It was bad. It was really, really, really bad.
Very robotic.
Yeah, she's not a charismatic person. I agree.
It's not her charisma that's the problem. You know, I can tolerate charisma-less politicians. That's fine, but it was. I don't know. When I watched that, I legitimately asked myself, like, is this woman a plant? Like, is she actually here to like fuck the Democratic Party? Because I don't know how else to explain some of her answers, given that she's running for governor in a state that was ground zero for the 2020 riots, which have been used as a cudgel against the Democratic Party. I mean, still to this day, 6 years later. And so that did not inspire confidence in the general. I mean, I agree, Pisco, with what you're saying. I think on both ends, I think the analysis is wrong. The idea that there's an actual threat of an actual socialist takeover in the Democratic Party, I find just really laughable. And then on the other side of things, I disagree with the idea that any damage that Hong does to the party brand would somehow be more than the damage that Tom Tiffany would do, or any Republican as governor
based
in Wisconsin. But I am reminded of the whole like Epstein fucking versus Hitler hypotheticals we did back in the day, segregationist thing, and the argument that I heard from a lot of people was like, well, if you elect a segregationist, it'll make the party look bad. So some people are capable of that kind of analysis.
I will grant that there are moments in which that might overtake the value of the given position. Maybe there is some line somewhere, and a segregationist would account, or a rapist would account, or a Epstein, a reformed, revived zombie Epstein would also account, or Hitler would account. Like, all of this is fair game, to put aside like the policies or whatever, but it's just not before us. And if you think it is before us, then you're going to have to be like, well, there's this different line between the governor and the Senate. I would vote for Hong if she were a senator. But like, as IRI was suggesting, if the Senate is important enough for you to vote for Hong if she were the candidate for senator, then you should be just as assuaged, I think, by the governorship in Wisconsin. I would almost argue that it's a toss-up between which is more important. I don't know about you guys. I mean, like, this is a key swing state. It could affect other races too, right? Because if you have unified control in Wisconsin, you could have another gerrymander. And we know what they've done with Wisconsin, both on the state gerrymander side and on the congressional gerrymander side. I mean, it has been one of the biggest disasters ever. That's why, by the way, Elon Musk was spending so much money and so much time in Wisconsin to win the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. It's just such an obvious trolley problem. And yeah, I don't really have the stomach for people who are having this traitorous opinion that we should promote Tom Tiffany as a means to some, vague and unsubstantiated end.
Right, because that, to be clear, is literally going farther than the shitty dumbass Hassan opinion, which is like, oh, I don't know, I'm not telling you what to do. You're literally saying vote for Republicans, which is like,
Hassan never did that.
Worse. But Guy, who was the politician that AOC and all the others came out against? She was a Democrat, and she was so anti-Semitic that was where Democrats drew the line and said, we're no, absolutely vote against this person.
That was a race in Texas, Galinda or something.
Yeah. Right. And it's like, there are limits to vote blue no matter who, obviously, right? If this person is coming out and is explicitly saying like neo-Nazi rhetoric, as bad as MAGA is, right now, that's worse than MAGA. That is like, oh, you are like the Nick Fuenteses. Like, they're not there yet. They're getting there, but they're not there yet. So obviously, it's still a trolley problem. It's not just if they have a D, but like, you have to be able to make that calculus in your brain. But sorry, go ahead, Guy.
Well, I would challenge people. What do you think is more harmful? Election denialism fueled by a Republican governor in Wisconsin in 2028, undermining the election results, sowing doubt, helping Trump sow doubt, or a DSA governor who gets nowhere near accomplishing the most extreme stuff they want to do because they don't have the backup to do it, nor do they have the resolve, and they're already backing off their more extreme positions. I would argue the threat to our democracy by undermining the election results in 2028 is a much bigger concern right now.
Now, hang on a minute. I just got to ask the question. Is it Hong's job to court the moderates here?
Yes.
Like, is it her job to
job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get those votes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
Okay.
By the way, I want to wait. You guys, you got to call out in the chat. I want one. Slinks8 says, "quote Okay, but he literally said he would not promote. He said he would prefer." And Pisco tried to push him to say promote. Okay, you can say he didn't say endorse, but he said it would be his preference, and he said he would vote. I asked him specifically, I think it's at 38:20. Someone can get the timestamp. I put in one of the comments. He said he would vote. So don't talk to me about clickbait this.
Is this Wick or Moot?
This is Mootin. This is Mootin. Wick never said it. But at a certain point, like, this distinction is meaningless to me. Oh, I prefer, but I wouldn't vote. I prefer, but I wouldn't endorse. Just fuck out of here. This is not a close call.
Well, he's not voting for the Republican.
No, he said that.
He said he would.
When you hopped on the stream with them. I watched it like an hour ago. He said, like, I would say vote for the Republican or don't vote.
Did Moot say that? I don't even remember.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And listen, it was a good conversation. Listen, I got less frustrated at that conversation. It is frustrating because there's a big delay with the internet. I don't know if it's good right now, but he was forthright, right? And he was like answering all the questions. And I thought that was like refreshing and very good and very cool. And I think it was a way better conversation than some of the other conversations I've had with people in like the Twitter spaces where they're just like dodging, dipping, and diving. He just bit every bullet. I mean, he had the jaws of titanium steel, and like it was. But like that makes it a more pleasant conversation. I don't have to like be pushing that hard. And he was very forthright, and I do appreciate that for Moot. And it was a pleasant conversation. But don't bite those bullets. Those are crazy bullets.
Guys, real quick, should we let Wick on? He's got a little bit of time before the show.
Do.
Get him involved.
All right. Okay. I sent him a link.
I just want to give hold on. I just want to give people a heads up in my chat. We decided not to read donations on the pod because it was too distracting. So
yeah,
I
there's
appreciate
too many. You guys gave too much money. You should not give us any money, in fact.
If you guys want to donate and do super chats in my chat, that's awesome. But we're not going to read it out. And I just want people to know that.
Oh, is he not here yet?
He is not here yet. I gave him the link.
Listen, I hear you, Pisco. I hear you. At the same time, I feel like it's cuckoldry, a form of cuckoldry, to like go after libs defending people who never believed in blue no matter who. Like I'm not going to do that. I just
Who's
simply
defending them. What are you talking about?
I simply refuse.
What do you mean defending them? Like we're trying to defend the fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweeping for Kamala?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even see your post, so I don't know the extent of the commentary that you've given on this. But so I didn't have you in mind. I wasn't like throwing shade or anything like that.
Oh, there's the Wig class himself, the head honcho.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Josiah DM'd me or super chatted me and was like, "Hey, DM Soy Pill to get on Lib and Learn."
Get Josiah in here too, man. Josiah, I know you're watching. Get in here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Me and Josiah had a little back and forth this morning.
Pull up a chair. You know you want to. Get in here. You can't resist. Watch. He'll join. Mark my words.
Don't worry. As we talk, I'm sure he will want to have a few things to say.
Well, before we argue, Wick, do you want to promote your Liberal Action Network? What does that do? I don't know if I want to pay money to do Liberal Action. I just want to go places and canvas.
We're not asking for money.
Okay.
We're not asking for funds or anything like that. Right now, the Liberal Action Network, it's very new. It's something that has been cooking up for a while, but they just released it on my birthday, which was a few days ago.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And it basically is liberal streamer NATO, like we talked about. It is for real. It's for people.
An attack on one is an attack on all. Article 5.
It's a defensive alliance, right? Where people who have consistently been coming at our throats, right? We can communicate together, work together, because again, alone we get isolated, we get separated, we feel like it's hopeless, like there's no one around that shares our values. But it's a place and a system where we can just support each other and promote liberalism in the
brigade
broader
lefties and snark on them. Yes. Listen, I'm all for it. Look, you guys go off on your Liberal Action Network, and I think that like that's all cool and base, and we should defend ourselves against bad faith attacks and shit from lefties and stuff like that. And if Josh Shapiro becomes the nominee and there's like this bullshit about the murder shit, I'm going to be adding the Vanguard at some point. I want to have a debate with them because I've been hearing them go a little crazy. That's all cool, whatever. What the fuck does it have to do with this conversation?
Oh no!
Like, people asked me, and I told them.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, that's on me. That's on me. I
I don't listen to political talks either. To be clear,
we're not talking about your fucking book right now. All
right. Also, we had to
ahead.
push the Pac-Man conversation. Heads up.
Oh yeah, we rescheduled. Pac-Man's a very busy man.
Wait, go ahead.
Wick, are you in the camp that would vote Republican? I'm not trying to put any evil on you. I honestly have no idea why you're up here. No offense. I'm happy to have you up here, but I don't know what position do you have that has brought you to this table?
So I think that if I were to be in Wisconsin and Hong were to win the nomination, I think that I would not vote. I would choose the couch.
So does that mean
But you would prefer the Republican, as you said in the tweet exchange?
Well, hold on. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have Hong as a nominee.
I know, but given the general, you did say now when IRI is asking you, you don't want to disappoint your dad, and IRI has this very fatherly presence about him.
Oh,
I really does. And I look up to him. I think everyone should look up to him. And you're hiding your power level. You said in our Twitter reply that your preference is that the MAGA Republican Tom Tiffany in a matchup with Francesca Hong.
I think it's better for the Democratic Party. Yes, I think it's better.
Why not say it with your chest? Why be like, my preference is this entire thing never happened in the first place?
Because when you say it's my preference, you act as it signals that it's my first choice. It's not. We are in a situation, however, where I don't get my first choice. I don't get my preference. And since we are in a situation where Hong has, I think that Hong threatens liberalism in many of the same ways that MAGA does. And I find it more insidious than MAGA because there are people who would never defend MAGA who will defend Hong. And that's why I think she's a greater threat. Now, look, I think that when it comes down to it, Hong's not going to win the general. I think that's what the evidence
suggests. That's like just doing a prediction. We're not asking you for your Nate Silver take, bro. We're asking you for your outlook in terms of who you want to win, not what you expect
Again, I think it's better for the Democratic Party if she loses. Yes.
I don't think we need to speculate too much. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a DSA governor, but we've had DSA mayors, I think, right? And we've had, people. They've had some prominence in local politics. They've done decently well at the state level in some cases. And what was the worst that happened? They did some stupid policies that they ended up rolling back a couple years later. So when you say Hong represents just as much of a threat to liberal democracy as MAGA, that seems kind of crazy to me, Wick, a little bit, because MAGA, as a political movement, a majority of them think that 2020 was stolen, and they straight up literally tried to steal an election.
El Said's been playing with, and El Said isn't DSA, but and I will vote for El Said if he wins. I want to make that clear because the Senate's just more important. But I think that El Said's been playing with electoral election denialism too, saying that if he loses, it's because of AIPAC. And
no, I agree. That stuff is cringe. But that's not even in the same universe as what Trump did in 2020.
My argument here is that if Hong were to win in the general, it would make it harder to defeat MAGA in the future. And let me lay this out for you. We know that Hong is underperforming, and most of the DSA candidates are underperforming the environment right now, right? So we're in a D+8, D+7 environment. They are either underwater and probably not going to win, or they have taken winnable races and made them either a toss-up or likely red, likely Republican. If she wins, what's going to happen in the primary is people are going to want to go towards, or be more likely to go towards her style of politics and campaign with the same people that she's been campaigning with, right? That I do feel are an existential threat to the
But I would grant you that, Wick, and I would still say that that's not that's a less bad outcome than having a Republican governor.
And how is that different from the Hassan camp saying the exact same thing about Kamala? Like, hey, yeah, obviously trolley problems, she's not as bad, but if you elect her, then we're going to get more liberalism, we're going to get more do-nothing Democrats. They're not going to push the party line, and MAGA is going to take over because it's going to disaffect voters, and people will say, well, they're not delivering. Like, this is the exact same argument that I said is total bullshit from him, and that's how, like, part of the reason we get millions of people dead from U.S. aid cuts. That's how we get all our institutions covered.
The difference is they're being shown a pizza and saying, oh, I can't eat pizza, it's poisonous, okay? And then I'm being shown a plate of cyanide and saying, I can't eat that, it's
You're doing
poisonous.
the Nina Turner thing.
We're making the same argument, but the facts of the matter are not the same.
You're doing
Obviously,
the Nina Turner shit
I'm
sandwich
correct and
thing.
they are incorrect. But
so that's
at
the only
end of
argument
day-
is I'm right and they're wrong. Like, you don't have like polling to show this will happen down the line.
I just pointed to what's happening with El Said and Hong, right? Hong has taken a winnable race and made it so we are going to have much harder time winning that. Can we acknowledge that reality?
Well, the polls
100% yes.
Yeah,
yes.
the polls,
Yes.
the polls say that. Yeah.
Yes. So if we don't want that to happen in the future, we don't want this constant taking winnable races if we just have generic Democrat or someone just fucking moderate and then making them much harder to win.
This is an argument.
If I may finish.
Yeah, but isn't that like this is why we shouldn't elect her in the primary? Like, I don't want to vote for her in the primary.
Yes, this is a primary argument, not a general argument.
No, it's a general argument too. If she wins the primary, it's much. If she wins a primary, and then so by some miracle she wins the general, what's going to happen is there's going to be more people. We knew we could get him.
I'm not saying anything though. I'm not saying anything though. I'm just gonna sit here and show you that I am conquering. That I'm conquering my fucking addiction, and I can be here, and I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not gonna say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but look, Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck in these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you saying,
you actually baited me here to have me an intervention. Wick doesn't actually believe a goddamn thing he just said. It was all to provoke me to get here.
True. No, you know what? You got me.
Get Moon in here.
I will say, look, I will say I missed dinner before.
Hold on. Fuck is Mootin.
It's very unfair right now. You guys are going to need more guys, okay? It's very unfair for you.
We need four more.
You're going to need more guys.
Wick, I'm curious. What is your reaction to my argument I made a few minutes ago about the governor of Wisconsin will play a role in the certification of the 2020 election results and could undermine public trust and our democracy? Isn't that worse than any damage DSA could do to our party through Hong as governor?
Yeah, specifically the candidate had said, I want to subvert the election and certify Trump, knowing that he did not win, basically.
That obviously is a risk, and it's something worth keeping in mind when everyone has to make this choice for their own. I don't mean to downplay that.
You're saying it's not as important.
Yes, because I think the other threat is much more dire than that.
Stealing the election is worse than someone not even committing to doing the craziest thing on their platform.
I don't think it'll work.
We don't think prison abolition will work?
So the Ben Shapiro, the guardrails will hold, so we're good. We can just keep electing these people who are going to try to subvert the entire democratic process.
This problem, MAGA is waning right now. Their influence is waning. They are being beaten on every front. In polls. In special elections, we see us flipping seats from red to blue consistently.
So stop keeping the pressure up on him and vote for them even? Is that what the argument is?
I can't finish the argument, right?
You're triggering me. This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought MAGA was a fucking existential fascist threat, and they're like, they're on their way out. The guy's talking about running for a third fucking term.
What is Trump's approval rating right now?
It's really bad. You just crossed like 30
I think it's the fifth lowest ever, right?
Yeah, but Wick, who cares? Who cares if he doesn't fucking win the election if he tries to fucking steal it?
That is a problem and a threat. But
that's a risk I'm gonna take.
A little one that I'm willing to take to just make sure Hong doesn't win.
Hong, look, if So say they try, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but say they try another false slate of electors scheme, right? Where they have and they get the swing states that go blue, inshallah, in 2028, right? They put out a false slate of electors, say it was stolen, and they send it to the Congress. And J.D. Vance is a spineless cuck and will just do whatever Trump says.
You don't have to
Mike
say because they've all said they would do this, by the way. J.D. Vance said, I would have certified for Trump. So, okay.
Yes. And then when he does say, okay, we're going to accept these false slate of electors, what happens? It goes to the House, doesn't it? Is that what happens?
I don't think anybody knows.
You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched Dev's video on this.
There are many different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yeah, so
and then
it
it's
would
out
be
of 50.
important.
But it's not just that. Hang on. So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. Remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
Wait,
because there's multiple levels.
Wick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Wick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After he's like, well,
that's one avenue.
We can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it, right? That's as I understand.
That's one.
No, wait. No, Pisco, don't let him finish. Let him finish.
Is that correct? Am I correct in this?
You're kind of correct.
Kind of correct. How am I wrong?
So finish your thought. Finish your thought. Don't let's let him do the punchline.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. If we are going to want in 2028 to maximize our chance of stopping that, the thing we need to do is ensure we win the House. Would that be logical? Correct?
Yes, but here's the problem. Winning the House is not enough. Do you know why?
Well,
who was Speaker of the House on January 6th?
In general.
No. Who was Speaker of the House on January 6th, 2021?
The Speaker of the House in 2021, I don't remember.
It was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Fair enough.
Simply having a majority in the House doesn't protect you because it's about the state delegations. And guess which party has more state delegations than the other party? The Republicans.
State delegations, that would be Republicans, correct?
Correct. So if it were to go to the House and the House were the ultimate arbiter of who would win at the election, it would be Republicans, even with a Democratic majority.
Hold on. How would that work, though?
It's 50. So it's 50 states, and every member votes within their delegation, and the majority is the vote for the state. That's the fucked up system we have.
So
even if it wasn't, by the way, like, this is where I thought you were going, Josiah. Like, the governor is going to affect any kind of gerrymander that's going to occur. The governor could literally have an effect on the House of Representatives just based on, like, the thing about it.
Hold on. No, not for 2028, sir. Because
says who?
Time. Again, who's currently governor in Wisconsin?
Right now, it's Evers.
Evers, right? Evers, as I understand it, is an election denier, is he?
No, but if Tiffany wins, Tiffany would be seated for the remainder of between January 2027
28 is what matters.
Yeah, until January 3rd, 2028. And remember, the new House is seated before the election is certified on January 6th. So
I don't believe that's true, actually.
Wait, can I jump in? I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. What is happening is we have two options in primaries. We have DSA people and we have the not DSA people. And in the places where DSA people are winning, we're now saying the only way to cut the cancer out, to make sure they don't win, is to vote for MAGA Republicans or not vote. Not hey, what happened in this primary that made us get rat fucked so hard we didn't win and beat these people that apparently have this so unelectable platform that they shouldn't be winning, but they still are. The voters are picking these people. So liberals, if we want these people out who have crazier ideas, we need better fucking candidates. And the idea that the solution to cutting DSA out of the tent is let's elect MAGA is fucking insane to me, regardless of whether or not you think the guardrails are going to hold. Like, this whole conversation is like, we're so past the, hey, why don't we run better politicians? Why don't we actually make sure that we can address voters the way that they
should
feel being heard? Well, we're
why
not.
Are you getting mad at Wick right now and not?
Because he's saying basically,
well,
like, the only way to do this is,
and not mad at Hong for courting his vote.
He's also.
I'm not mad at Hong. I want Hong to get as many voters as she can.
Well,
I'm mad at Wick for saying
it's her job to earn the votes.
If Wick's, no, it's fine. He could do it. I mean, like, look, I get it because these are dumb arguments from the left, and if you repeat them, it's like, yeah, I understand these dumb arguments. But the point is, if Hong is unable to court Wick because Wick's position is, Hong, you're so bad, I want a MAGA instead of you, and I think MAGA is better down the line, what the fuck is she going to say to him?
I just want to say for the record, I was correct. They are seated on January 3rd, 3 days before January 2nd. I was right. I'm always right. Don't question me on Senate procedure shit.
But again, the gerrymander won't come into effect. There's just not enough time to gerrymander in.
There's 2 years. Wick, what are you talking about?
Okay, when's the next House election? 2028?
2028, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the 2026 midterms here in November, and then the next House races are during the presidential election in 2028.
In 2028, yes.
They definitely could gerrymander in those 2 years for sure. I'm not sure how much of an impact the gerrymandering would have.
I don't see that as going to be that's not going to be salient. It's not going to be able to be outcome determinative on this. What will be outcome determinative, and what we know will happen, is that if Hong wins the general election, right, and we have to fight for all these primaries where we take winnable seats and we make them much harder to win, we're going to have to need more resources. We're going to have to need more time, effort.
Well, but here's the thing. Wait. I would grant you all of that. I agree. Yes. I think if she, is the general candidate, and if she wins, it's going to make Democrats' jobs harder. It's impossible to quantify. Is that really going to be specific to that region of the country? Is it even going to affect a race like Alaska? I don't know. But the angle that I want to hit you with now is like, why wouldn't we just anticipate that the same thing that happened during Trump 1.0 is going to happen this time, which is to say, like, the DSA is going to have they're going to have good nights, which relative to them is 4 people in the Congress or whatever. And they'll probably have another good night in 2028. But when we look at the trends right now with Trump's approval rating, and it is abysmal, and no one has ever, as far as I understand, nobody comes back from that kind of polling. They just continue to go down. And so what I think is the most likely outcome here, Wick, is the same thing that happened last time, which is the next time we have a Dem trifecta, the DSA is going to burn out, and they're going to plateau, and then they're going to decline because they have no pitch when a Democrat's in office. Then then their shit is unpopular. Hence Bowman and Cory Bush losing their primaries.
You would grant me that the DSA is currently on this cycle expanding its seats. It's expanding its reach. It's not a lot.
Yeah, this is like saying they doubled from 2%,
but it is
to 4%.
Getting worse, right?
I just listen. Do you see them? Do you see them realistically?
Is that not true? What I just said?
But but it's like saying it's going from 1% to 2%, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's easy to nip in the bud now. I don't want it to get to 20% or 25%.
No, I do not. Listen to me.
It's not easy to nip in the bud. You're saying the solution is elect MAGA. That's not an easy solution.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk real quick. It actually doesn't, we're not nipping anything in the bud. You understand that when Republicans are in office, the DSA does better, right?
Well, that's why they try to get Republicans elected. Yeah.
Demonstrably the case. They elect more DSA people. They're more successful when Republicans are in office at the state level and the federal level. So if you acknowledge that, I don't understand how you could abide a Republican governor.
One seat, one governorship. Again, we know in 2026 that we are going to, in at least every metric I see, we're taking the House. We're getting 230 seats. We might even take the Senate. That's up in the air, and it's going to be harder. But those things are destined to happen, right? What's going to happen if Hong wins? Huh?
I mean, destined to happen. The betting markets right now have a 15% chance of Dems losing the House. Now, you can say it's likely, and we would agree it's likely.
Okay, most likely.
But don't count your
Very
chickens
likely.
before they hatch. And this beast is not done yet. And we don't want to hand them a crucial swing state governorship.
What we don't want to do is hand DSA this kind of victory that they can use to galvanize and get worse. And so it's not just during the Republican years where they get stronger, but it becomes something that happens in other years as well.
They will
Again,
burn
this is
out.
I think you guys are
out.
I think you guys are really underselling the threat here of these people. Right? They are illiberal. They are going to make it harder to beat MAGA. They're going to make it harder to elect liberal Democrats. This is something that they say they will do, right? You got Mike from PA, you got Kyle Kulinski, you got Emma Vigeland, all saying that they are enemies to the Democratic Party, right? That they are, I believe Mike PA said he was going to depress Democratic turnout until we bent the knee to the left or whatever.
But all that's what you're saying now. We hate those people for saying that, and you're saying, yeah, and maybe we should vote for MAGA.
No.
The best way to beat MAGA is to elect MAGA, you fool.
I have advocated to sit out and not support.
So you disagree with Mooten when Mooten says vote?
Did Mooten say to vote for the
Yes, he sure did.
Republican?
Yes, he
yeah,
sure
I think
did.
he's wrong for that. I
But
would
even then,
how
this is I fucking call Hassan out for this shit. I fucking hate that a guy with 2 to 3 million fucking followers and all this money, like look at what he's doing now for these candidates that finally align with him. It's like, hey, why the fuck didn't you do that when it mattered to beat Trump? And you're essentially saying the same thing as he is and saying, well, down the line, my calculus is that 3 years later, this will make it easier to win. And I don't see that right now. I see, hey, this is a governor who might not certify the election. Right?
My enemy is not just MAGA. One of the things that is frustrating me is you use MAGA as this blank check to cede every single vote to the left that we can. And it's a problem, right? It cannot be that because MAGA is running, then we have no lines on our side, that we never draw something in the sand and say, this is
we said that
much.
earlier before you were here.
There
was a candidate in Texas
has
that was
passed this line for me, right? It's not just MAGA that is my enemy.
Why?
It's authoritarianism.
Why is
it's
Hong so
illiberalism.
bad to you? Why is Hong so bad in particular?
Well,
did you see who she was campaigning? Well, first of all, did you see who was campaigning with? Like I think yesterday, maybe today.
Yes.
This person praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40 million people.
Yeah.
This person is playing with great replacement theory, right? Lying about what the New York Times says, claiming that Israel is invading Muslims to Spain.
You're talking about
crazy
Hassan.
shit,
She's
right?
She's campaigning with Hassan. That's what you're saying.
Wants America to be destroyed as it is. He wants to abolish private property. He wants to what's the other he's a terrorist supporter.
You don't even need to do guilt by association with her, though. Like you can just listen to her stated positions.
Yeah, well, she has it's all of the above.
She holds positions that are broadly toxic to the entire party. And Wick is right that if she wins the general and is the governor of that state, the Fox News and the right-wing media machine are going to have a fucking field day with her, and it is going to drag down the party. It's 100% guaranteed. There's just the positions that she was pushing on Fox News are so unbelievably toxic to the Democratic Party. We know this to be true.
Yeah, and so, even the things that she's disavowed. You remember? Do you guys remember Project 2025? Right when they wrote Project 2025
I forgot about that.
And then Trump was like, "Oh, I don't even know what this is." Right? I disavow it. Project 2025. I've never heard of it. And then when they got elected, they just started implementing 2025. I think about that a lot when it comes to the DSA and DSA candidates going on and saying, I've never heard about that. I disavow that shit.
And that's why it's Lord of the Flies in Mamdanieville, right? I mean, that's why we have no private property in Mamdanieville.
Mamdani is a mayor. His power is limited, and he's letting in people like
governor,
DAC
and the governor
who are
can't
going
abolish
to do
the
shit
police
like that once
or
they get
prisons,
enough power. I don't know.
I wish you would.
Like, why would I ever vote someone who's like, hey, Wick, I'm going to, like, my stated policy position is we want to kill you. We're going to murder you. But don't worry.
You hate it.
We can't do it now. It's kind of silly to even be mad at me with it now. We don't have enough power to murder you. We don't have the strength or anything like that. So don't worry about it. That's our stated policy position, to murder you.
Is that her stated policy position? She wants to murder you?
I'm illustrating a point. I don't think they're actually trying to murder me. right? But I'm saying if
using it as a
someone is saying that we want to abolish the Senate, we want to abolish
And if someone is saying that they want to steal the 2020 election,
yes, that's bad. That's why I'm not voting for them either.
Yeah, but which one's worse?
Yeah, but sitting out an election, you risk the worst one, Tom Tiffany, winning.
I don't
you
know
give your
if that's
tacit
worse.
approval saying,
Well, wait, okay, no, take a stance right now. You don't know which is worse. One's worse. They're not equally bad. Do you think MAGA is worse?
They are
or do you
worse
think
in
Hong is
different
worse?
ways, and it depends.
No.
Do you feel
one is worse? One's
No.
going to be worse. You have to decide for yourself right now. Is MAGA
which
worse
is getting worse?
than the
Burned
DSA
to death
candidate?
or shot? Depends where you get shot.
Yeah, if you
right?
make a metaphor that's completely disanalogous, you can just completely deflect from the question.
Yeah,
But
you
I'm
can't-
upset
no,
with you
you're
right
saying
now.
one
You
is
can't just sit out
absolutely
like a little
worse.
bitch. I've had this fucking energy from the
disagree.
left for 2024, and now you're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Fucking
I
pick.
disagree
One is going to be
with your
worse. Do you think
premise.
Hong is worse? Or do you think MAGA's worse?
I disagree with your premise. I think that they are. worse
they're
in
equally
different
bad. They're
ways.
just both equally as bad as it could possibly
Kinda
get.
like the
I think that
phrasing.
they are worse
Oh
in
my
different
God.
ways. One is worse when it comes to democratic electability and long-term survival of the party and long-term ability to beat
Okay.
back the Republicans. One is worse short-term.
But Wick,
right? So it depends. Is short-term worse or is long-term
But
worse?
Wick,
and I don't know the answer to that, so it's hard to rank.
But Wick, we don't know what's going to happen in the long term. A lot of things can change between now and that end result that you're talking about, right? Like a lot of twists and turns. But we do know that 2 years from now, Tom Tiffany is going to be like, this election was rigged. My swing state ain't certifying this shit. And here's a whole bucket of problems.
I think that is just as predictable as us having a big problem winning 2028, 2030, 2032. I think that these are equally big problems.
Okay, well, Wick, then just say this. Say MAGA's worse, but I think that electing Hong might make it easier for MAGA to win in 2028. Like, at least then you can say,
'cause that's not the
okay,
only
maybe Hong
reason
wouldn't
she's
be as bad as MAGA. Right?
Again, that's not the only reason she's bad. That is the reason I'm pitching to you.
But you
mostly
would have
because
to,
you guys
if you
are
are a Wisconsin
very
voter,
anti-MAGA.
Wick, and you have influence, you tell your people, people that live in Wisconsin are going to vote.
Sit home.
What are you going to tell them? Just don't vote?
Yes, I will tell them, hey, look, vote your conscience, but for me, I'm sitting out.
No,
That's what fucking Hassan did in 2024, and I will never stop giving him
Okay,
shit
but he's
for that. This
doing
pisses
that
me off.
with
What the hell?
Kamala, who was a strong liberal candidate
but genocide.
who wasn't a
I
threat
can't tell
to
people in good
anything,
faith to do it. It was a
right?
genocide. I can't tell you.
He was
Vote your
wrong,
conscience. I won't
and
tell you what
am
to
correct.
do.
That's the difference here. There's different facts.
Oh,
Other than
okay.
that-
I'm just right, and he's
No,
wrong. No,
Wick.
you're both
Yes,
fucking retarded,
yes,
Wick. I'm
yes,
sorry. This is so
yes.
stupid.
Kamala is just better than Hong in the DSA in every
No,
single
but
way
I think
possible.
it might make the Democrats harder to win in 2028 because Kamala will be feckless, and then MAGA will win even
But she
harder in
wasn't
2028.
feckless.
So
It would not
look,
have
it's
been
just a
feckless.
calculus. I just have to vote for MAGA or sit out. I can't tell you to do that. Sorry.
Okay, you're just wrong here, though.
I'm fucking not actually holding this
You
position.
are
I think
wrong.
it's retarded.
You are trying to compare them saying the sky is red and me saying no, it's actually blue. You're like, well, I don't know. Both
Wait,
sides
can I
have
ask-
a point here.
can I
No,
ask-
you look out the fucking window and you see if the sky is red or sky is blue.
Wait, can I ask, who do you hope wins? Even though you can't win, let's say you sit it out. Who would you hope wins?
Man, I hope.
MAGA, he said it.
I think again. I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong lost. Yes.
So you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it. Say it with your fucking chest, Wick.
Yeah,
If you're gonna
I keep
at least-
saying it.
At
I'm
least
not going
be
to
like Moon.
look. I'm not going to parrot your lines. I'm going to say it how I
Yeah,
want.
because you're scared
It's
of how
better
it
that
sounds.
wait,
You can't
Wick.
peer pressure
if it's
me
better
into
that
saying
Hong
it in your
loses,
box,
if it's better that
right?
Hong
I'm
loses,
gonna say
Wick,
it
why don't
how
you
I
just
want.
endorse MAGA right now and say, well, I want Hong to lose,
I'm
and the
not
best way for that to happen is
endorsing
to
Hong.
win.
I'm saying don't.
Why
vote
not?
for
You
Hong.
want Hong to lose, right? That's the
I
better
think it would
option.
be better for Hong to lose.
Okay, well, there's one way for that to happen, and that's for MAGA to win, right?
Sit out. Don't.
No.
Never
And
vote
let
for Hong.
MAGA
Hong
win.
will lose if MAGA wins. This is a
Can I
one
ask-
or the other.
Clarifying though, Wick, are you hoping that taking this position now, 90 days before the November election, would get Hong to move and change her position, or is there nothing there?
Yeah, look.
There's no
hey,
redemption.
if Hong repents and Hong says, you know what, I disavow the DSA, Hassan Piker, you're a fucking psycho.
That's
and repent,
leverage.
then
We call that
boom,
leverage.
I switch my position immediately. Boom. We
call
are
that-
back on the Hong train, baby.
But is that
I
your
will-
goal?
You're
I
already,
will
but
go
you're going to
out,
hold
I
out
will
until
knock
the voting
doors
booth,
for
right?
that
And if she
woman.
doesn't do it, you won't endorse.
Gettable voter.
But
I don't
Wick,
think.
is that
I don't
your
think she's
goal?
going to do that.
Okay, that's not your goal then in doing this. You're convinced she will not change, and you're not trying to
Yes.
pressure her to change in any way.
My goal here, my advocacy is for people to have some lines and some standards, because MAGA isn't and I really want to stress this. MAGA isn't the only threat to our liberal democracy. The DSA and the left is also a threat. The far left I'm talking about. I'm not talking Soy Bill or Pisco or any of the people here. I'm talking the far left.
Which is worse right now? Wick?
They are a fundamental threat, and I think you guys are just downplaying this all the time.
Wick,
and
which is worse right now?
To get it through your head.
Which is worse right now, Wick? Is it the group of people that control all three branches of government, or the people, as Hutch has pointed out, who have won
who
4
control
seats?
all three branches of government are more dangerous? But if the DSA controlled all three branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not understand?
So why don't you say, hey, let's
easier to ride her
in the fucking primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to Western civilization. But once they win,
because we've
let's
seen this.
fucking stop MAGA. Let's not let MAGA win and say, I really hope MAGA wins because that means Hong loses.
We saw this is the exact
you're
same
legitimizing those
that the Republicans
fuck-ass
made
lefties
that
who come
allowed
into my
MAGA
chat
to
and say,
take over their party.
scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. These people would vote for a Republican. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking crazy. You're not on my side. And then you come out and say, I don't know. I kind of want MAGA to win this election. And I'm like, wow, you just proved all those retards right. That's how mad I am at you. You're making lefties think they're right.
You can be mad, but I'm just correct here. Because again, the argument you're making is that we have to accept literally almost anything in order to beat MAGA. It's a
lesser of two evils.
That's going to allow us.
The lesser
it's
of two
going to
evils
lead
voting.
to the
I've
death
always
of the
done this
Democratic
way.
Party.
Wait, is Keith asking to join Live and Learn? Keith Edwards is in my chat.
Keith Edwards.
Wait,
he's
let
massive.
me ask. Wick,
he's
just
massive.
quickly.
If he wants on, you guys should bring him on.
Keith's cool, dude. We met him.
Is
at
he
the
asking?
DNC.
Is that what chat said or no?
Keith,
might be trolling me here.
But
Keith,
Wick,
come on in.
Or let Soy Pill or Hutch know if you want on. And
I will fight all of you. Okay.
No, we gotta be. There's a dog pile going on here. I feel like reflexively, I want to take the opposite position.
But Wick, so just straight up, who's worse right now, DSA or MAGA?
I think MAGA is worse because they control the government, but the DSA is worse because they're so insidious. And there's a difference.
Okay, so the immediate threat then is MAGA.
But it can, again, yes. But if we want to, because it's not just the immediate threat. Like MAGA is not going to go away, right?
But here's the thing, Wick.
We all understand that, correct?
We won't have those fights in the future if we don't get through 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like there is nothing to worry about in the future about DSA taking over.
When we talk about 2028, defeating DSA now will make it easier to defeat MAGA in 2028.
Okay, but what can be done? Hong is headed towards victory.
Again,
we can say let's sit out and hope she loses to MAGA. I guess that's the solution.
So what if she wins? What's the strategy then?
If she wins, then we have a much harder time.
Do we need a really moderate candidate for Republicans so that the
states.
moderate Republican can beat her in 2030, whatever? Like, this is so crazy. Wait, why don't you stop being a pussy and just say you want MAGA to win instead of like, I'll sit it out. You're doing the same exact shit.
It's not
You're
being a pussy. I'm being honest.
All right.
I'm being straightforward.
You prefer she loses, which means MAGA wins. So you prefer MAGA wins.
All right, hold on.
You won't say it because
I want to interrogate. I want to interrogate the claim that you said that we're understating the threat of DSA. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Do you think that, for example, do you think that the threat of DSA is literally that in 10 years' time, 40% of the country are going to think that we shouldn't have any immigration enforcement? Are you afraid of their specific ideology and policy platform actually being broadly popular with the electorate?
Well, no, but they don't need to be popular with the electorate because they're not popular with the electorate now. To get into positions of influence and power within the party, to make the party have bad positions that cause us to never win an election again.
Did that happen? Did that happen with Biden, for example? I mean, he didn't adopt any of the crazy positions. He made concessions to the left, but he didn't make concessions to DSA. He wasn't super extreme, right?
Sure, and Biden was a great president, and he made some concessions to the progressives. But
I agree with you that the threat of DSA is that they can rat fuck the party and help Republicans win future elections. But I just when I look at their past performances and just the trend lines that have occurred throughout this entire era of Trump, it's just so obvious that they will never be broadly popular enough to. So their illiberalism to me is I think it's bad.
Arguments about MAGA. when in 2012, 2011, 2013, when the Tea Party was starting getting ready and MAGA was just kind of like a baby in the crib. I heard those same arguments from many of my Republican friends.
But DSA's policy platform is considerably less popular than MAGA's, like by orders of magnitude, right?
For now, yes.
Well, that's why I asked you. Do you think it's plausible that like in 10 years, 40% of the country are going to say like we shouldn't have borders or immigration enforcement?
I think it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know how likely. I can't.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So
wait,
I'm triggered by chat. Everyone's saying I don't have this fucking energy for lefties. Doesn't know who the fuck I am and how I've been yelling at them for the past 2 years about how they threw away their fucking power and votes. Shut the fuck up. You
to be
stupid
clear,
fucking
hey, I just want to make it clear too. Soy Pill's my buddy. Everyone here is my buddy. We like each
Wick a
other.
lot.
We're
I know you can take it.
Soy
We're
Pill's
fighting.
I wouldn't be yelling at Wick
okay.
this hard if I didn't love him.
He's
okay?
a
Exactly. If I don't call people. If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't be fighting you. I'd be like, okay, whatever, and just go.
Wait, Josiah had a question. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So Wick. So I'll take what Hutch said there at face value. I don't know what the relative polling popularity is between DSA's positions versus MAGA's or the Tea Parties, but Hutch, knows what he's talking about. So let's just take that at face value. So there's so many differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, DSA and MAGA and the Tea Party. One thing that frustrates me when I see this in my mentions, all of my fucking mentions about, well, look what happened to Republicans, look what happened to Republicans. And when we go through all the many reasons that the differences, the major differences between the two parties, it seems like it just goes right over people. It just washes off. The fact that something happened to the Republican Party does not mean that it will happen to the Democratic Party.
Not
because
necessarily.
Correct. So
do you think we're like immune to it?
I think that it is much less likely. I'm not going to sit here and say that in no timeline in the multiverse could some sort of MAGA style takeover of the Democratic Party occur, but you, in my opinion, should be justifying your fear, because the other thing is this. You have the fact that the Republican Party is much more demographically and ideologically homogenous compared to the Democratic Party. You have what Hutch said about the relative popularity of the positions that the fringe elements took before they eventually conquered the Republican Party. And you have the fact that constitutionally speaking, the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely to fight amongst themselves and to eject not only members, but leaders. We effectively kicked out the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, because we thought he was an electoral liability. Yep. The Republican Party is just not capable of that. And then the other thing is this. Okay. We just don't see a history of it in the Democratic Party. And despite all of these differences, nobody has yet to account for that. Nobody who takes your position, not Destiny, not Mooten, not you, nobody has said, okay, here's why I still fear that this thing could occur within the Democratic Party.
Go ahead. Lay it out. So this idea that we don't have a history of this is just not true. If you look at the party from 2012 and its evolution to today, we have much more left-leaning people of influence and power. Like, for example, last cycle, it would have been unheard of for anyone to be campaigning with Hassan Piker. That just would not have happened.
Oh my God. I mean, he wasn't involved in that kind of shit. He himself didn't involve himself in that. That's the metric?
No, that's one of the metrics. Are you saying I'm wrong? That if Hassan Piker
Pisco, I mean, the Overton window shifted substantially in the last 10 years.
No, that's not what he just said. No, I agree that the party has become more left-wing. Part of the reason you know that is because Joe Biden was the most progressive president of our lifetime. And Joe Biden was influenced heavily by people like Bernie Sanders and other, very left-wing members of the Democratic Party. I'm not denying that, but the question is, like, if the metric is Hassan Piker wouldn't have done that back in the day, or Hassan Piker didn't do that with them. Okay, but isn't it the whole complaint that he didn't used to do this kind of like intervention for Democrats?
He's a terrorist reporting anti-Semite. Whether he campaigns with this or not.
Keith said he joined, by the way. I just texted him. Keith said he'll join.
That feels a bit disingenuous, Pisco. Because
what's disingenuous?
Because you're saying like, well, wasn't the complaint that he wasn't out there like supporting Democrats? It's like, well, that's not really what we're talking about, right?
No.
He's only out there right now supporting.
I'm saying something different. What I'm saying is, if he was not like even involving himself in that time period, then there's nothing to compare X versus Y, right? I agree that like it's not the whole like him not being involved in favor of Kamala or Biden, that kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
I understand.
Yeah, okay, that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Did you send him the link, Josiah?
I'm sending it right now via Twitter DM.
Okay, great. And he can get
What side is Keith on?
I can fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. But here's the thing. And this, Pisco, this is the problem I have with you. Like, I'm trying to paint a picture of a wall, and every time I paint a brick, you're like, we got to stop at the brick, and we got to litigate this brick right now. Let me get through it, and then you can take me brick by brick.
Is the overall that the party has shifted to the left? If it's that, I'll grant it. Yes, it's true.
Okay, well, that just shifting to the left isn't sufficient for this, right? And I think we both agree on that. It wouldn't be sufficient to make my case.
Agreed.
It does kind of show that the party can change over time, right? Like, Josiah, you're pointing to a snapshot of right now. You don't think, and to be clear, I agree with you. Like, this instant, tomorrow we're not going to have DSA just take over in a night of the broken glass, like light of the long knives. That's not going to happen. But my fear is this is going to start a ball rolling that's going to be harder and harder and harder to stop as it gets bigger and bigger.
Right, but what's the way to stop that, Wick? Better policies, better politicians, winning primaries, not electing MAGA so that they don't have the position for a few years. Okay. Like, you need to be able to like nip this in the bud. If we talked about how Republicans should have stopped MAGA,
how was Biden's policy?
We should have elect more Democrats. Like, that's not what they'd be saying. They say we need to run better MAGA anti-MAGA politicians.
Overall?
What? Yeah.
Biden's policies.
Of course.
Was that sufficient to win?
No, you need better rhetoric.
So saying we can just win by better policies is kind of silly.
Okay,
right?
How are you stopping the DSA wave other than maybe hoping MAGA wins? What's your other prescription?
The other prescription, better messaging is number one.
Okay.
Acknowledging the threat that DSA, like one of the reasons DSA gets away with what it gets away with is because people are like, well, they're just like us. They're just, they're democratic socialists in the way that maybe Pisco is, or the way that maybe Soy.
I am not a democratic socialist.
I'm a social democrat.
They're like they're left leaning. They're progressive. They call themselves progressives, and they change what they call themselves in different venues, by the way, right? But they get away by masking on, and people just kind of letting them in, right? So by identifying the threat, by kind of unmasking them, by kind of forcing people to really reckon with what they actually stand for and what they're actually trying to do, I think a lot of people were like, whoa, they really want to abolish prisons? That's fucking crazy. And I think that goes a long way. But I think that one of the reasons they get away with it is, like I said, no one takes them serious. And it's insidious. And that's why it's very, very dangerous.
Right.
We all recognize the threat of MAGA.
As political commentators, we can all look at these shitty positions and say, these are shitty positions, right? I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with this. Abolish prisons is fucking ridiculous, right? But if you're asking, what does the Democratic Party do when you say we need to cut them out of the tent, we need to get rid of this cancer, we need to stop the stone from rolling down the hill? Okay.
Stop.
So we message better, right?
He means like publicly disavowing them, distancing yourself from their policies. Like, Biden did that, to be honest with you.
Right.
When Biden said, I am the party, when people were trying to tie him to like Bernie's policies. And so like, I guess, Wick, I'm just saying, like, I think the better outcome would be Hong wins. And then we have like sensible Democrats that are in positions of leadership that have platforms and influence to do exactly that, to just say, like, listen,
look, I hope
the voters made their decision in Wisconsin, but obviously the Democratic Party is never going to support, getting rid of borders.
Yeah, I just
am
really
I throwing
hope
in
I'm
Keith,
wrong.
guys? He's here.
Okay, bring him on.
All right. Seven people. This is the most libs learners we've ever had.
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hello?
Hi. How are you?
I think you're
good, buddy. You
doing well, man.
Wait, which mic?
Double check you're using the right mic. Go to settings at the bottom and then make sure it's the right mic there.
Yeah, it might be
certified little Brady bunch here.
Is that
I'm gonna put Wick in the center though. There we go. Yeah.
Hold on, do another mic check. Keith, do another mic check for us.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Better. Yep.
All right, there we go. Hi.
Welcome
How's
to
it
Live and
going?
Learn.
What's your take on
nice
all
to
this?
meet you.
This is a lot of men. It's
It's the manliest podcast there is.
Oh my God.
So Keith, you said you could only be here for 20 minutes. So weigh in on this. We're curious.
What is the topic at hand? I was gonna yell that in your chat, Hutch. So,
DSA
I'm grateful
is
to be
a bigger threat than MAGA right now. That's the topic.
Is DSA a bigger threat than MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's broader discourse about the concept of blue no matter who, and Wick is taking the
Where
position.
should our lines be?
Yeah,
Where should our lines be? Is it blue no matter
well, here's
who?
the thing. Here's what I don't like is I think like there's a lot of personalities on Twitter who are doing this, and I really try not to do it. I think attacking the factions within the left does not help anyone. And I think like one of the things that MAGA has done for better or for worse is they're kind of, I mean, we're seeing it splinter now, but they're pretty cohesive. And I think like when it comes to most things, I think everyone on this live stream probably agrees on most of the big things, right? Yeah. And so it's like that small 5%, it just doesn't feel like we're all on the same team. Maybe that sounds like really like naive or something, but I think like we're all trying to like work towards in the same direction.
Well, let me push back. I don't think the DSA has the same end goals as liberals and progressives. They want to go far further than that. They want to end capitalism,
I think
right?
They have an extreme endpoint, but I do think the DSA does want to get to the same. We are all going in the same direction. I think they have a more extreme end.
I disagree.
Than say like liberalism, but I don't think they are totally different. I don't think they're like.
I mean, they literally say we're not
different.
Democrats. We're using the Democrats, and like, don't get me wrong. Just to push back on this, Keith, I am totally for criticizing these people. The people that say you can't punch left, I think, are very, very stupid. They just don't want the heat. I think Wick is totally fine to call these people out. My issue with Wick is that he says, well, to beat them, we need to let MAGA win.
Vote for
I'm fine
Tom
with
Tiffany
criticizing these people, primarying these people. Look at what happened with Cory Bush, with Jamal Bowman. If you don't like these people, once they get the power, this is the time where we say, well, no, this is bad. You're passing bad policy. Let's get rid of these people.
I just think there's like not this like inherent evil with some people on the left just because they see things a little differently than you do.
Well, no,
that's all.
That's not why. It's not because they see things differently, right? It's because they want to do things that I think that would fundamentally destroy our party and destroy America, and they hang out and are boosted by people.
How many DSA members are there? Aren't there like only like 100,000 or something?
Doesn't
so
take
like
much.
But
here's
come
the
on,
thing,
you're really worried about 100,000 people are going to destroy the country?
There are polls showing that.
Like it just feels like this feels like misplaced.
I think it's more about their oversized impact on the discourse. So it's true that very few people in this country identify as like an authoritarian leftist or like an actual Marxist, or could even like define what those words mean.
But DSA is not made up with people who think they're Marxists or.
Oh no! Wait, hang on.
No, I'm saying there are people in DSA.
Like
there are people in
factions.
DSA who think they are Marxists. Yes.
No, that's the whole. But no, that's the whole org. That's the entire organization.
Like, do you believe in everything in the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. But I'm saying like the organization.
Well, then there's
DSA
a lot of people in the DSA who also do not agree with like that. Like what do they put like those things that they believe in? I don't know what.
Abolish prisons and everything.
Yeah. That shit's nuts. I was at a DSA meeting 3 weeks ago, and they were like, a majority of the people who were there were like, yeah, that shit's insane. The thing is like, there's a discrepancy. There's like there's internal debates too, of like where the DSA wants to head, and there's a huge difference between the national DSA versus local chapters.
Well,
and I think that's something.
I mean, listen, I take your point. You can have chapters that are maybe more moderate than others, but if I go to the DSA platform, the very first thing at the very top here asks, imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. That's the very first thing that they mentioned on their website. And so, you can say that you went to a meeting and there were people that were more chill, but the organization is like very definitionally.
I understand. And I think
anti-capitalist, anti-liberal.
Yes, I think the people at the top of the DSA, but I think there's also like this fight within the DSA to decide in what direction.
No one hates DSA more than the internal members. All they do is fight. But first of all, guys, if anyone called me a sweeper before, I think you can say I'm strictly to the right of Keith on the defense here. This is very clearly like, all right, like they want very different things than the current Democratic Party. They want to use the Democratic Party to achieve those things. I think you're downplaying the severity of how bad it could get. I'm just saying MAGA's worse right now.
Well, wait a minute. So this is something new because I didn't realize this. Of course, it's because I don't obsess over it. But the DSA platform was not voted on by its 100,000 members. Is that correct? It was approved.
No, they have a convention and they have
there's a convention
and they vote on the platform. So it's democratized within the institution.
No, there's a vote. I don't know how the whole process works, but it's not like every member is voting on the platform.
Well, and also
it's like you're a Democratic Party member. Did you vote on the Democratic Party platform?
No, but if it was so disanalogous to what you believed, would you call yourself a Democrat, or would you say, "Hey, I'm an independent and I don't really agree with most of this, but I'm going to vote as a Democrat"? Right? Like you wouldn't be a paying member of an organization that was that antithetical to what you truly believed, right?
I also think
it's
a bit of a cop out to say, sorry, Keith, I'll just be real quick. It's a bit of a cop out to say, I'm not attacking you on this, Keith, but some of these DSA people they're like, I'm not associated with the national, I'm with the local. Well, Hong did that from Wisconsin. I looked up her Madison branch, and sure enough, there's a working group to abolish prisons in there when she said she doesn't support that. So I feel like the local groups are pretty much in line with the national too.
I mean, that's just hasn't been my experience, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could paint with a broad brush and.
Well, I think I think there would be like unfairly mischaracterizing a group, and then there's taking their national platform. I think like the Democratic Party national platform similarly defines the party when those things are relevant every 4 years. And I just don't understand this idea that we wouldn't
disgrace to MAGA. Like if someone was like, well, I don't vote with Trump on everything, and there's some things I disagree with MAGA brand, but 80% of the time, 75% of the time, they identify as MAGA, we wouldn't grant them this grace. Why are we doing it for these guys?
Is it MAGA or MAGA?
I don't fucking know.
Make America.
I would like to know. I think it's MAGA. Don't give them the soft A. They don't deserve it.
The hard A.
Good one.
I think with peace and love in my heart, I feel like, Keith, you're sane washing a little bit. There's this concept in those circles of entryism where these groups will deliberately infiltrate, parties like the Democratic Party, and then they run on populist, broadly like popular economic policies like, rent control or, lower taxes for middle income and low income people and subsidize healthcare. But the whole point is to sort of like hollow out the institution and rebuild it in their image, or do what they call like a dirty break where they get enough support.
Are you a DSA member, Keith?
I'm a DSA member. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. So do you support those things we've talked about, like abolishing prison?
No.
None.
No.
So why
I don't
did you join
that.
DSA then?
Because
what made you join?
It's not. Well, first off, I think if you've ever been a part of a political group, they're more aligned with what I believe and the actions that they take than like the local Democratic club that I used to be a member of.
Yeah.
So
What do they stand for that you think makes you want to align with them more than a Democrat?
Well, I like that they're actually action oriented and they're trying to do things locally within like New York or Florida. And they actually seem to be doing things that are changing politics for the better. In my opinion, we have Zoran Mamdani, who, if not for the DSA, AOC, if not for the DSA, wouldn't be political figures. And it just was really funny to me that the establishment is so upset about the DSA when they're actually just helping create better politicians that actually are helping the Democratic brand.
Well, how do you square that? How do you square that with like J.B. Pritzker, for example, who's been really aggressive on super progressive policy? Or how do you square that with Abigail Spanberger, who signed nearly 1,000 bills into law in her first 90 days? I mean, you say like DSA are the ones that are action oriented, but I just never hear a peep about politicians like Shapiro, who has like God tier net approval.
No. I'm saying like Amazon is fighting a bill that's going through the city council in New York that would make it so that delivery drivers who do the last mile here in New York City have to actually be Amazon employees. Right now, they're contractors. And so they've been taking a lot of actions around that to help push that through the process of the city council. That's what I
sure, but that's not exclusive to DSA.
I don't feel like that's a DSA.
That's not a DSA exclusive.
That is the DSA.
Like
the DSA is like they find specific things like that help workers, like bills like that, and they try to make sure that they are putting pressure on the politicians to get it passed, and also making people aware that Amazon and other companies are trying to fight it.
Well, Keith, to bridge the gap here, I think
no, I don't think.
Hold on.
That's the thing. It's like it's an act.
You don't think Democrats have stood up for the working class again and again and again with bill after bill after bill?
No, I'm saying that Democrats aren't organized like that on the local level. That's what I mean.
So you're saying the local Democratic chapters don't have that energy?
No, I've been in local Democratic chapters. They literally exist to help the members of Congress and the local elected stay in power. That's the whole point. And trust me, there's no activism at the Democratic clubs, at least the ones in New York City.
So you're saying the local game, in your opinion.
I mean,
just to clarify here, so what you're saying is, so if I understand you correctly, because they're hitting you with like statewide and national figures, and to be clear, Keith, and I'm sure you would agree, there is an overstatement on the part of the left that Democrats never get anything done. You know that's bullshit. Like, you know, again, Spanberger's a good example. Joe Biden got a lot done. Like, there is a lot of movement at the national and state level from quote-unquote establishment Democratic figures. But you're saying at the local level, in your experience, the DSA there was more game in town for the local chapter of the DSA, and that's why, because you're in New York, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So you know, you signed up with the New York DSA because for local issues you preferred them as opposed to the Democratic Party.
Yes. And as I'm saying, I mean, I know you all want to be like DSA is a little. I'm not a Marxist. You know, I consider myself to be like a social democrat. You know, and there's a lot of people like me, but I say the main people who go to these meetings are just more progressive Democrats, and so it's I don't know, like, but I understand the party platform and that lady that went on Fox News, insane, but also like, why can't I be a member of something and trying to do what I can to put my beliefs onto the party, onto the group too? So it's like. I think like this
the argument is that the majority of DSA is Marxist-Leninist, and their end goals are not the same as yours if you truly aren't a Marxist-Leninist.
Wait,
no, they're not.
Is the argument that the Democratic Socialists are Marxist-Leninists?
Well, I don't know about ML specifically, but like definitely like
Marxist.
Marxist, yeah.
The DSA are Marxist explicitly.
Guys, should we get a woman's voice in here?
Not Marxist-Leninist.
Heath already said about how all the testosterone on here.
All right, let's do another panel. We could get we could fit 9 people in here.
I do have something I do have to get to, but
hi, Anne.
I do want to thank.
Are you a card-carrying DSA member? What do you have to say about
this?
In
real time.
No, can you guys hear me? Well, I've never done it this way before. Okay, that's good. Wick, I thought you missed me. What happened? You're all of a sudden you have to go now.
Well, because I had the Liberal Action Network thing I have to do. And
okay,
I told them I'd push it back a little bit because I wanted to fight the good fight here. But
this is more important.
No, I'll give you 10 minutes and then I have to go.
There's good liberal work to be done, Wick. Come on.
Yes, that's why I'm here. I'll give you 10 minutes and then I do have to fulfill my responsibilities. So
true.
All right,
I don't want to interrupt. I know you guys were just in the middle of something.
You've already interrupted. Now you have to keep going.
For what it's worth, I just want to say, Keith, just to put a button on it, like, I am not going to deny your experience with DSA, and I don't share, Wick's contempt for DSA or even Hutch's to the extent that they do. Now, I do think that there is an illiberal strain within the upper echelons of DSA.
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why people are saying it is like this. It's not an illiberal strain. That is from the top down.
Is AOC a liberal? Is AOC a liberal in your estimation?
She's not the top down. She's a DSA endorsed candidate.
Didn't they disavow her?
So wait a minute.
Why are you fighting me on this? Why are you fighting me on this? Just
because you want to paint the entire DSA as illiberal, and I reject that category. I just categorically reject that.
Yeah, listen, I don't know. Have you read their platform?
I've read their platform, but this is
where
I think Keith has a fair point, which is this idea that literally every single candidate or every single member of the DSA must co-sign the illiberal extreme of the national platform.
No, but the national platform,
reject it.
That is the party identity, though. But I feel
so wait a minute. So to be clear, you agree then that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are illiberal. You cannot be a liberal member of the DSA.
No,
right?
That's
no,
not.
he's
why,
saying the
why
majority of them are going to probably follow the national platform.
You're trying to find a contradiction. You're not.
No, I found it. I found it. I found it. You're fucked.
No, but she governs like a pragmatic, progressive liberal, and she's DSA aligned. She's still,
take AOC out. What about Mamdani? Mamdani has not been disavowed by AOC or by the DSA. Is Zoran Mamdani illiberal?
I would say so. Yes,
he's a communist, right?
So. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. I don't mean to bail. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, Josiah here. I'll argue for Edge because I agree with him here. Like the idea that this isn't a majority of this like coalition.
I did not say even majority. I said the idea that literally every single member.
No one's saying there aren't exceptions. They're saying this is the DSA, this is the org, this is their national platform, and this is what they're pushing. Like, why would you be a part of an org if you're that opposed to communism in the long run? If you're that opposed to seizing private property, if you're that opposed to this national platform,
can you be a liberal who is not opposed to communism?
I don't know if you can have liberal communism. No.
Okay, so then by definition, there can be no liberal member of the DSA, right? You're boxed in, Soy.
No,
wait a minute.
People in the DSA who do not support communism.
Literally. It sounds like Keith is one of these people who is just like, no, even though a majority of the people kind of want this illiberal communist
how can
seizing
Keith
of private
possibly
property.
be liberal? How can Keith
because in the short term, this is not big enough for him to like. It's like, look, they're pushing more progressive. They're fighting harder. They're organizing, and maybe that's their end goal, but it's so far in the future that it doesn't matter to me, right?
Like, you can be a liberal member of the DSA.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying that clearly the majority. No, I'm saying you probably can't be a liberal communist.
Can you be a liberal MAGA?
You said that DSA.
No, Josiah, can you be a liberal
DSA
MAGA
supports communism, right? The national platform.
Yeah.
Right, Soy Pill?
Yeah.
And you said, how can you be part of an organization that has such an illiberal?
Yeah. What's the point?
So you're asking what the efficacy is, not that it's
obviously
not possible.
people are part of it that are
okay, well, then we're good. Then
okay,
100%.
yeah, we didn't disagree.
Okay.
But the fear was not, can you be an exception in this? The fear is, hey, these people do not have the same goals, the same end goals as you. Some people in it do, some people don't. Most probably don't if they are Marxist-Leninists or Marxists.
I'm assuming.
Keith, then we agree that Keith is a liberal member of DSA, and it's possible to be liberal members of the DSA.
I don't know
if he's telling the truth. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I just don't know why you're fighting so much on this one particular thing, Josiah. Like, instead of just acknowledging that this is an organization.
Yeah, why is that, Josiah?
It is fundamentally Marxist. It is
so Hutch, I'm going to ask you. Hutch, I'm going to ask you.
Don't get so defensive. Wait, hang on. Just listen to me.
A liberal member
what do you think
of
DSA's goals are? What do you think DSA's goals are?
I think that their goals are to abolish prisons, as they say.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about specific policies per se, but I'm saying like the broad vision. What do you think they're trying to accomplish? Politically,
to locally or nationally?
I mean, both.
I think their goal is to fundamentally alter, like the end state is to fundamentally alter the current state of America and make it a more socialist enterprise.
Okay, then why are you fighting us on this, man?
What are you fighting us on?
Why are you fighting me when I say it is possible to be a liberal member of the DSA? Well, wait a minute.
It's possible, just like it's possible to be someone who is liberal and supports MAGA. It's possible.
Wick is liberal and supports MAGA. Come on.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I have to think about that. I don't know if it's possible to be a liberal
It's possible
MAGA
in the
supporter.
same way it's possible to be liberal and support the DSA.
I want to ask Keith.
I do have to go soon.
Keith, I assume you're a liberal. I'm not trying to. Is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like, how do you? What label?
Liberal. Yeah.
So, are you afraid that as a liberal joining DSA that you could open the door for some of the more extremist stuff by legitimizing them?
No, I mean, I don't. What do you mean?
So you've heard some of their national.
Aren't they already legitimized?
No. But I think the concern is that we're kind of sane washing some of the more extreme stuff while you're not hearing that from the people on the ground at the meetings you're going to. But people are concerned that it's a Trojan horse to bring in this group and this ideology that undermines capitalism and liberalism. Does that concern you at all, joining a local chapter?
No, I mean, I think I personally think capitalism. I think capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things.
regulate
I would like
things
to. I'd like to get into regulation again. So, yes, I think that like, what was Wick guy is very. Yeah,
well, Keith, are you basking on right now? Like, can you just tell us what your
Hold on, I'll just ask you. I gotta go through
all of it right now.
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
He says he didn't. No.
He says he didn't. No.
What are we doing here?
Anyway, I just need. That's all I need.
I don't know
guys,
if
I gotta
Keith
go.
traffic
I
in
love
that.
you all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hassan?
I have no
drama?
idea what that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Wick, ask him a different question because that's
Do you
a bit more
think
niche.
Hassan Piker is a? Do you think Hassan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I love you.
So Keith, I would disagree on that. I mean, I think that Hassan's from my experience, and I don't obsess about him quite like some of the others on this panel, but some of the shit that he has said is not just illiberal in terms of policy, but like the apologia for Chairman Mao and shit like this, and you know, other things. Like he's pretty fucking radical, I think it's fair to say. And also like his answer over the Gavin Newsom, JD Vance shit. I mean, I question to what extent he takes MAGA seriously. I mean, Adam Mockler confronted him on this, our mutual buddy Adam, and Adam dog walked him for the first half of that conversation by forcing him to confront the fact that Democrats just really are the superior party. So I would peer-to-peer, friend-to-friend encourage you to revisit Hassan, but
Oh yeah, well, I think I don't think Hassan Piker is hurting the Democratic Party, and I believe in a majority. I just want I want a coalition that can win majorities, and I think it involves having everyone from someone like Hassan Piker to someone like Richie Torres.
Yeah,
so
but
I
you
think
came in here
have
saying
all
like,
of them.
"Oh, I'm a liberal and I don't agree with all that stuff." But now you're saying you want to undermine capitalism. I mean, like, if you agree with the DSA national platform, just say so.
I think capitalism.
Don't be lying to us about this. Like,
I think capitalism is best when it's a little bit undermined. Like, you kind of need a little bit undermining in order to make sure that people aren't being taken advantage of. And I don't think we're doing enough of that right now. I think we are.
Do you just mean regulation?
Yes, regulation, but that is literally yes, but that's yes, but we don't even do that anymore. But I do think when it comes to like certain companies, I don't think those companies should exist as free market. So,
Okay,
like, I don't think
that's more of a strange because when you say we need to undermine capitalism, what people will hear, at least on this panel, is like undermine the ownership structure and the power structure.
Well, I think for some things we should like. I don't understand why there's oil companies. Why?
Are you asking me?
No, I just don't. I don't like. I think for some goods, for some like products, and maybe I'm like a little juvenile, but I just don't understand like oil. Kind of, I feel like it's the Earth's. It belongs to everyone, you know. And so I don't understand why there's
things that
certain
belong to
companies-
Earth should not be companies. Like if you're
yeah,
like
I think there's some. Yeah, I think there's some.
And shit.
Yeah, I think some products. It doesn't make sense to me that they are for profit when everyone
because of some like economic theory or because of like their relationship to the ground and to like Mother Nature.
Come on, they're because of.
I'm just asking the
question.
question.
No, because they're like because but like I do feel like if they could, we would somehow be charged for air. Like that's what.
He's saying it's a public good. Like it's all of ours.
Yeah, it's a
but
public
Keith, I would argue it takes money and time to get to that oil.
Yeah, that's why governments should. But again, that's where I probably am a little bit more on the left than some of you. So
wait, I'm curious though. It seems like Keith is doing the thing that like we're trying to disprove exists. He's being the like reasonable DSA member right now. So I've been probably much more sick of this than you have been, Keith, of like seeing for the last 5 or 6 weeks, just every single lib panel ever is all about the DSA, all about the scary like commies and tankies taking over. Like it's I'm so sorry. We're just reliving McCarthyism, and it's so annoying. Just frankly, I think that one of the problems is like people on the left, the politicians will moderate when they get elected. You saw this with AOC. You see this with people like Bernie, Mamdani. Yeah, exactly. Look, I think you can list off all of these names of people, they espouse to these sorts of crazy things. Like Mamdani, just saw him talking about how, well, we really can't arrest, Benjamin Netanyahu when he comes to New York, regardless of what I think that he should have done in that case or what Keith thinks that he should have done. I think generally speaking, those people tend to moderate regardless of whether or not their base wants them to be more extreme. And then I think what's indicative of like the DSA being less radical than kind of I'm hearing right now is people like Keith and people like myself, who's not in the DSA because I have like strong ideological differences with them, which I do have a lot of strong ideological differences, but it's more of like practical, like personal reasons that I'm not in the DSA. So I think this is like proving the point.
Are you a member of DSA or not? I didn't understand.
No, I just said I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Is my mic okay? I just want to make sure that's.
No, you sound great. You're good.
Okay, cool.
And I would co-sign this too. Unfortunately, I'm an addict, but yes, it drives me up the fucking wall that this is as much of the discourse, because one thing, I mean, we may disagree on certain particulars, but one thing that I know Keith and I are aligned on, I'm not familiar with you, Ann, but it sounds like you're the same way, which is that you got to keep the focus on Trump and MAGA and fascism. And so to that end, anti-fascism, I think, makes strange bedfellows. So, I'm not crazy about Hassan Piker, but again, I don't make most or hardly any of my advocacy against attacking Hassan Piker, because right now he's mobilizing his audience and his resources to defeat MAGA by, supporting people in Democratic primaries, and some of them go on to win their primaries, and then they'll be up against, Republicans. Now, other people have different priorities, and they think that Hassan's candidates are so illiberal or so radical or such a drag on the party that they want to hash that out in the primary. That's just not my calculus. And so I also, in my evaluation of DSA, I know Hutch wants me to put more stock in the national platform. Fair enough. But my mind instantly goes to Zoran Mamdani and AOC, who are more important than any random bureaucrat in the DSA, and I think are going to play a much more pivotal role in shaping the DSA. I think that's fair to say, than the random person on Fox News. I mean, I shouldn't say random. She is the chair, but I mean, like, she's no name. She's no name, and
she's not a household name. Like, people don't recognize. No one knows who she is.
Right, and I let me put it to you like this: I would expect that if DSA were to hold elections, like if this person, if Zoran said, you know what, I want to be mayor and chairman of the DSA, that lady would be gone in 5 fucking minutes. That's my expectation, right? So I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, this is the latest spat in this corner of the internet.
I don't understand, because I feel like, for the most part, when I see the more public, visible DSA people that are out there doing advocacy, they present themselves with hostile framing. Their whole pitch is, we want to completely destroy the Democratic Party and replace it. And they take an inherently adversarial position. And so
but Hutch, I don't understand. The Democratic Party isn't worth saving.
I'm almost finished. And so when you say, I don't understand why people are, throwing such a fit about the DSA when they're over here just trying to give people health care. But that's not how they're presenting themselves. They're
okay, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm taking liberties a little bit, but that's kind of the framing that you get. It's like, well, you disagree with giving people health care, but that's not the issue that I have with DSA. The issue that I have with DSA is that they're foundationally like an authoritarian, leftist group. And I'm a liberal who likes liberal things. And so, I also have concerns about do you have any concerns about, El Sayed and Hong relatively underperforming to the current climate right now? I mean, does it concern you at all?
I guess to that, there's the thing I like to think about with that is Alyssa Slotkin won by, what was it, 0.1%? Was it 10,000 votes? How many votes was it?
She overperformed Kamala in a year where
she underperformed Kamala in raw votes. It's just that most people that voted for Trump didn't vote for Mike Rogers.
Alyssa Slotkin is undefeated in competitive races. You understand, she has insane value for the Democratic Party, right?
Can we not aspire for more than 0.1%? That's what I mean. So it's sure, if that's the goal, yeah, okay.
But DSA are not running
someone different.
But DSA are not okay. But DSA are not running in competitive races, though. They're only targeting
not
deep
DSA, but he believes he's definitely more progressive,
and he's underperforming. I've never seen a single poll that wasn't an internal from him that had him beating Rogers.
So Keith,
that's because Hutch. But when you're in a competitive primary, it tends to sink both candidates. And so he hasn't had positive ads out there yet. And there hasn't been like,
couldn't you say that about, I mean, couldn't you say that about any like moderate Democrat who also ran in competitive primaries though? Like,
no, but I'm saying it's not fair to compare his polling right now versus when he becomes a nominee.
I'm not
because
sure.
when he becomes a nominee, it becomes. No, okay, I'm just saying that. We'll see, I understand, but that's like there's going to be tens of hundreds of millions of dollars of positive and negative spent on Abdul and against Mike Rogers, and so until that, like it's just not. That's what I mean. And like Mike Rogers has been basically running unopposed, so he's probably at a ceiling, Mike Rogers. Whereas Abdul probably has actually more room to grow because he hasn't had any positive
so Keith, your expectation, just so I understand it correctly, your expectation is after the primary is concluded, assuming that, as the polls indicate, that Saeed wins tomorrow, you would expect between tomorrow and by the time of the election, Abdul will increase his margin vis-a-vis Rogers in the general election.
That would be I think it's listen, Michigan's a swing state. I'm from Michigan. That's where I grew up. But I do think that to compare polling right now when you have a competitive primary.
Okay, but if you just take the Syed race out entirely and just like disregard it, we just empirically know that more progressive candidates, more left-wing candidates do worse in competitive races than more moderate candidates. Like that's not up for debate.
Maybe that's true. Sure. I actually don't know. When has the progressive won? And we're talking a statewide race. Like, has that happened?
No. I can link you to.
In a swing state.
Wait, hold on. I can link you to an article from our boy Laksha
Jain. He's gonna he'll reference Laksha Jain.
There was
a split ticket.
Yeah, there was a split ticket analysis. They did a meta study over the last like 4 cycles, and blue dog Democrats performed the best. Moderate Democrats were in the middle of the pack, and progressives did worse in competitive races.
Run in swing states statewide, do they?
But they don't. They generally and especially DSA, they don't even target competitive races. They only target deep blue seats.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Is there's actually not a lot of data to point from because it doesn't really happen.
Well, why do you think they don't do that? Hang on. Real quick though, like, why do you think they don't run in competitive races? Why do you think Hong is distancing herself from DSA? Why do you think El Sayed is not, declaring himself to be a member of DSA?
No, progressives quite often run. They quite often haven't been able to win the primary. It's a new thing where progressives have a completely different media ecosystem where they can get their messaging out and they can galvanize voters. And so that's why they're becoming more competitive, because they actually don't have to rely on mainstream media to get their voters aware of their existence. So I think there actually haven't been a lot of progressives.
Follow up on Hutch's question. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
You said something interesting. If I heard you correctly, you said the Democratic Party's not worth saving. Did you say that?
I heard that too. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. I think we need to fundamentally remake the Democratic Party's leaders.
Why?
And we need to fund.
But see, I think this drags down the Democratic Party because we have people from the right hitting us, calling us communists and godless heathens, and then we have people on the left attacking us as well and going after Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is the party that brought the enhanced ACA subsidies to give people affordable health insurance for 12 million
It is not
people.
a person.
What?
And I think right now the idea of the Democratic Party fundamentally needs to change.
Keith, did you vote for Kamala in 2024?
It polls worse than Donald Trump.
Did you vote for Kamala in 2024?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think. I don't. What's your name? What's your name? Soy Pill. Okay, Soy Pill. You don't know me, but like I've been a Democrat my whole life. I've worked on Democratic campaigns. I was on the Lincoln Project because they wouldn't hire anyone else but Democrats. I was a communications director. I worked for John Ossoff as a senior digital advisor. Okay. The thing is that I have seen what the party can do, but I've also seen that the party quite often would prefer to have Donald Trump as
I think that's
president.
absurd, Keith. I think that's absurd.
What?
Wait,
no, it's not absurd.
Wait, Hutch, we just watched Wick just say that.
I called him out for it too, by the way. But
Wick is not. Sorry, Bill. Wick is not representative.
Can I make my point? Can I make my point? That's absurd because you were just using flowery language when it came to Hassan Piker. Just like 10 minutes ago. And he straight up like did not endorse Kamala Harris, like worked the entire cycle to undermine her, to try to tie her to, you know, like accusing her of like literally wanting a genocide. And then you accuse moderate Democrats,
right,
or
but
the
like,
moderate wing of the
yes,
party, of preferring to lose to Donald Trump. Like, that's ridiculous. That's absurd, man.
That's why I think the Democratic Party
we threw out
is
Biden.
very comfortable having Donald Trump as a foil.
That's bullshit. I mean, we threw out our candidate. That's Joe Biden and that's the powers that be. That's Nancy Pelosi. That's the Obamas pushing him out. That's all the insiders as well as the base voters. We pushed them out specifically because of electability concerns. And so to act like when it was all hands on deck, I mean, that's not true that we wanted.
So
Trump
you were
to win
supportive
okay
when there was a primary happening before June, when Marianne Williamson was running, and you were supportive of those candidates?
So I did not support Marianne Williamson. I did not support Cenk Uygur. Okay. I didn't support those candidates.
And why didn't any major Democrat run against Joe Biden?
Yeah, because Joe Biden made the selfish choice to run again.
No, but if the party is so healthy, if the party is so healthy, why didn't anyone run against Joe Biden?
They did.
That's different.
They lost because they weren't even close to having support.
Oh, you mean I can't even remember the guy's name? A congressman from New Hampshire. What was his name?
Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson.
Dean Phillips. Oh yeah, rock stars running against Joe Biden.
So respectfully, that's a different thing. So saying that Joe Biden made the wrong choice.
No, it's not a different thing. It's a sign. It's a symptom of the illness of the Democratic Party. That someone like Joe Biden could run unopposed by people that knew that it was not allowed.
Every single fucking incumbent goes. No one is like primarying incumbent presidents who have like the party like coalesce behind them. This is not how it works. This is completely
unprecedented.
I think a healthy party wouldn't be saying that.
But we had primaries, and all four of those people lost because anyone who might have opposed them didn't want to.
Were there primary debates?
No, there were not.
This was not a competitive primary, and that was a problem. And you're right about that. But what you said was different. What you said is the Democrats wanted Trump to win. That's a different thing.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of the rot of the Democratic Party.
The incumbent advantage, just like the general incumbent advantage, is a symptom of the rot of the Democratic Party.
No, the fact
AOC also didn't run. I mean, she couldn't have run, but like the progressive lane also wasn't occupied by some like serious, progressive candidate in Congress.
Well, actually, we know
the failure of moderates. It's a failure of progressive too.
Yeah, I was going to say
the failure of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean the progressive caucus, they were actually President Biden's longest lasting holdouts.
AOC, Bernie said stay in.
AOC and Bernie. I mean.
Wait, can we pause there, Keith? Keith, you're not going to call them that Sanders and AOC wanted Trump to win, correct?
Sanders and AOC wanted Trump to win.
Yeah, because
they called for Joe Biden not to
stay in the race
after the bad debate. After the bad debate, they were the first ones out.
I believe. I mean, I don't know why they did that. I assume because they thought that they could, if he were to stay in and win, they could get a lot out of him politically. So
yes, but no, because they had some notion about what was in the best interest of the country. Just like I assume the people who wanted to, replace Joe Biden later on. But you're assuming that they want Trump in office, and I think that's like, what's the evidence for that proposition? They might be willing to take actions that are, inure to the benefit of MAGA Republicans, and I'm the first to call them out on that. But I think it's a little bit much to say that like Joe Biden wanted to lose, or Kamala Harris wanted to lose, or they were okay with losing.
I think it's being a little unfair maybe to Keith. Let me try to defend. I think Keith is saying Democrats enjoy having MAGA and Trump as a foil, and maybe they're too reliant on it. Is that what you're trying to say, Keith?
Yes.
No, but you said
what's the evidence of that?
That's fair. Because we do like pointing at MAGA and saying we need to stop this. This rallies people. I know all of our channels do better when MAGA's in power. I know not a single person here would deny that. But that's not good. That doesn't mean I want MAGA to win, for USA to get dismantled, for our rights to be fucking shot, right? Like, this is ridiculous that we're like, oh yeah, like, well, I really want to make money on my YouTube channel.
No,
Democrats really want to like garner support.
I don't think you want MAGA to win, but I'm just saying I don't think that it's keeping a lot of established Democrats or like high paid consultants up at night that they get to run against Trump for a third time. That's all I'm saying.
What would be the end goal of that? I'm sorry. I just don't quite understand this argument about what's going on here. Like what's the end goal? Like
to make money as consultants.
We're not talking about streamers, right? We're talking about politicians. We're talking about consultants. We're talking about the party. Why does the party want Donald Trump to win. Even I'm not that cynical about the Democrats.
I think saying want Donald Trump to win is just like me being
you're repeating rhetoric that is very, very common in those spaces online. They say this constantly, but it is like that is a pretty outrageous thing to say.
I think the truth behind that is that because I don't think it bothers them, I guess, is that he has won, because it allows them to run against him, fundraise against him.
Sure. He's a great
I mean, like, the claim is that all these politicians just do not care about the worst effects of Trump's rhetoric and policy, and they're just like, it's good for me. Like, they're all just self-serving, narcissistic. Like, there are politicians that exist like this, but the idea that the entirety or even the majority of the Democratic Party can look at all the damage being caused and just say, well, it's good for us, like, that's ridiculous.
So Keith, I would try a different approach. This would be my pushback, or my I guess question to you is, like, Hutch would tell you, and I think he'd have a fair point here, which is, it seems that the elements of the anti-electoral left, and again, not to pick on Hassan, but since his name was invoked, Hassan would be an example of this, where actually the thing you ascribe to the establishment Democratic Party, perhaps it exists in some form from feckless moderates, but it also exists on the leftist fringe. People who, for example, like, if you didn't endorse Kamala Harris to win in 2024, I would say by definition you preferred Trump to win and you were comfortable with Trump winning, right?
Or Josiah, take the Mike from PA, who literally outright just says, I am happy Kamala Harris lost. It's not even like mask on. He's just like, yep, it's better for me that Trump won. That's like the kind of people we're dealing with.
I believed it was all hands on deck for Kamala Harris. And I actually would have preferred that we had a primary. Like I think they were trying to do like some sort of like mini primary. I would have liked that. I thought it was an awful look that the pro-democracy party didn't even have a primary.
No, they did have a primary. It wasn't a competitive primary.
No, I mean, it wasn't really a primary. Come on.
That's normal.
I think really saying that is actually just being so disingenuous. It's just being disingenuous. Like, sure, there was a primary, but there really was not a primary, and there were a lot of reasons why. But I think for Joe Biden to drop out in June, and then for Kamala Harris to be basically anointed, should we have ignored? I was excited. It wasn't Joe Biden. I was happy. Like, we were at least going to have someone that wasn't just like a walking corpse on stage, but I think that we would have all benefited from someone. I think the reason why we lost is because we didn't have someone that could speak to more of the issues of the party than just someone who just had so many problems.
I'll agree with you that I wish there was a more competitive process, but unfortunately at the moment, just like with Troy Jackson up in Maine, the primary, whether you like it or not, did occur. And so when I hear this, I'm like, what did you want to happen? Did you want them to throw out the primary that actually did occur, and illegally, by the way, in violation of the rules? To me, I would have preferred that every single one of the members or the delegates actually would have participated in a more competitive process, but it didn't work out that way, and that's to the shame of Joe Biden. But again, it doesn't mean that there's this nefarious intention to just like keep Trump around to like make money for consultants. I think that's a step too far.
No, I'm not alleging that.
Did the National DSA endorse anyone? Did the National DSA endorse anyone for president in 2024?
I have no idea. Do you know? Are you asking because you know?
I don't think they did. I don't think they made any endorsement.
Yeah, well, again, Keith said that it was an all hands on deck thing, and I'm sure he would agree.
Not DSA. They were not hands on deck on that fight.
Listen, Keith, I'm sure Keith would agree that DSA
to get that lady elected. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm grateful, but I wish more people, especially groups like DSA, did more to help the second Trump term. That's been an absolute catastrophe. But
so, Keith, I'm curious what your position is on that, because that's been a source, I think, of tension in these like ongoing, online feuds or whatever. Again, the idea that the idea of vote blue no matter who, right? There's this tension now among leftists who are pleased with the results of primary elections, be it Abdul
or Chevalier or Mamdani or whoever it is, like when he was running for New York City mayor, and the expectation was, okay, moderates, now you need to get behind the candidate, which I think is perfectly reasonable, because I am one of those morally superior, vote blue no matter who kind of guys, because I'm consistent. I don't care if it's a fucking moderate candidate or a progressive candidate. I think that it is an all hands on deck situation when the alternative is a Republican. But to the frustration of a lot of people, that has not been the calculus of the quote unquote DSA left, or Hassan Piker, or many of the actual candidates themselves who did not endorse Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. As far as, somebody who advocated for Kamala Harris as you did, but is also a member of the DSA, how do you square that circle? Because there's a lot of bad blood in the coalition. A lot of people are now going to say, okay, well, now that your DSA candidate is the candidate, maybe we withhold our vote because you did it to Kamala, you did it to this person, you did it to that person. We're not going to have two different sets of rules.
Well, I would say this. I would say, like, two rights don't make a wrong. I would also say, or two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah. And I would also say Hassan Piker, I from what I understand, because I did a video on this, because I mean, it wasn't even the full idea of the video, but like, it was like an aside where I was like, I really wish that he would have just supported her in the general. And then I think he watched on a stream, and I think he said that he did support her. So I don't know what the truth is.
Don't pull that bullshit, dude. Look at what he's doing right now with all his money and time, and tell me he didn't fucking completely drop the ball in 2024.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's his responsibility or anyone's responsibility to be
100% his fucking responsibility. You have a base of millions of people, and it's an existential threat from the right, and you think it's not his responsibility?
We give Mehdi Hassan more flowers. We give Mehdi Hassan more credit. I know,
but I'm just saying I think most progressives and leftists understood that it was like all hands on deck. And I think it's just like not helpful.
Most, but not all. I agree with Minna. I want to say,
but not all.
I don't think. Let me give you what I believe. I believe that lefties did not cost Kamala the election. I don't think there's empirical data for that. But those who did sit out, those who did equivocate, those who did, I don't really know. That's bullshit. Look around us.
But then why, if you know how much that sucks, why would you want to do that again?
I'm not. That's why we're grilling. That's why we're grilling Wick for considering voting for a MAGA Republican. But what we have a problem.
Also, Josiah was pointing out, why the fuck should the people, like, I get the spite-driven people. I think they're wrong, and I think you should still vote blue no matter who. But if you're going to have these people who did not hold these principles, who have already signaled that they won't do it in 2028, say, oh, you have to rally for our candidate. Why the fuck should they listen to you? I mean, I'm going to say they should because I don't want MAGA to win, but I can understand a lot of people being spite-driven. It's like, why the fuck should I listen to you? You didn't listen to me.
I mean,
right?
To be clear, they're not talking about you, Wick, or Keith. They're not talking about you specifically. They're basically
because you were all hands on deck 2024.
Yeah, the point of the question was basically like, as somebody who used to work on campaigns and is now a political commentator and is also a member of the DSA, are you concerned about that tension, this feud between the two factions of the lib left coalition of the Democratic Party? I'm just glad that it's happening now. I think it's good. I think this stuff is healthy. I don't think it's good. I don't think like Hutch, you've been a little snarky with me on Twitter, and I think like that's fine. And so is Destiny. Destiny is like calling me a white guy, like a rich white guy who's trying to be oppressed. Not true, but like I don't think
I've been pretty tame with you. I've been pretty tame with you.
I know, but I don't think that stuff is particularly helpful. But I do think it's good that these dynamics are unfolding in campaigns and online, and that like we are able to have these internal battles to see like the future of the party. I don't think it hurts. Like, I think it's good. It's a net good that Haley Stevens is 100% behind Israel. She has $60 million of outside money helping her out, and you have someone like Abdul who is showing a different version of what the Democratic Party can be, and the Democrats in Michigan are going to decide who their candidate is. I don't think that's like a bad outcome, but I just think that like there are going to be hurt feelings and people are going to wish that their candidate won, but it's then the job of the campaign of Abdul to do what he can to try to win over those voters and make sure that they feel like they have a part in his tent and in the campaign. All right, so I just don't like primaries are not bad. Like I think we've actually suffered because we haven't had enough of them.
But he's already
we all agree with that.
He's already poisoned the well with that by criticizing Gretchen Whitmer for endorsing his opponent, a popular governor. But Keith, I have to say, having a primary when you have an incumbent president who hasn't done a second term is not normal at all. Like, historically, you do not challenge the president who's running for re-election. You get behind it. And if Biden had hit a single in that debate and done just fine, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So for you to be upset about we didn't really have a primary, I feel like you're playing into MAGA's concern trolling about our democracy is not really being held up by Democrats. So how dare you challenge Trump with his saying the election's rigged? You guys rigged the election. I mean, I think we have to be careful with that.
I think we're just going to agree to disagree on that because I think it's fundamentally one of the worst. I think it's like historically we'll look back and like that's one of the worst decisions that our party ever made was not challenging Joe Biden to run again when
it wasn't like a decision.
And there's no one here. There's no one here on this live stream or anyone watching that could have made the decision for him. But there are probably about 5 people who were very important, very well paid, that saw what was going on, saw how bad he was getting, and decided that it was worth their proximity to power and their ability to make money that he continue a campaign that they knew he could not win, versus letting go of that power, telling him the truth that it was not going to be able to happen.
There were a couple such advisors,
letting an actual primary unfold.
There was a couple such advisors, but here's the problem I have to IRI's point. There's this narrative that there was a broader conspiracy among the Democratic elites, among the Democratic Party, even to be like a party to that conversation and to do the actions that you're attributing to a couple of people more broadly, but that's just not true. And if you look at how the decision was made and how it's reported on, it was almost like there wasn't even an inflection point at all. There wasn't a decision point at all. And behind the scenes, many of the quote unquote elites were highly critical of this decision. And some of the people who were like, think about Pelosi coming out and being like, it's up to Biden to make his decision after Biden had already made his decision to stay in the race. They were just attacking him constantly to do the thing that you think was probably in the best interest of the country, which is for Biden to step down from the race. That's the Democratic elites.
I don't think it's really courageous in June of 2024 to say that Joe Biden should rethink his decision to run. I think it would have been brave in December of like 2022.
I mean, asking a guy in a campaign to step down as the incumbent is going to be brave no matter what.
The presidential
tell the president to stop running in the middle of a campaign. This is like completely unprecedented.
It just doesn't happen. The reason why incumbents have such an advantage is because they're incumbents, and so like we did have a primary. You can say that, like, I don't know what you're suggesting. Like the DNC should have gotten involved in what, like elevated who, like Marianne Williamson, like who, like nobody wanted to challenge Biden because he had enough support from primary voters to easily coast to.
Well, that's like not but I guess if I'm remembering correctly, polling always said, even after the November midterms in 2022, that the Democratic Party wanted someone else.
No,
and that they thought Joe Biden was too old.
True. That's not well. They had concerns about his age, but he had the support.
I think that there was, he had the support, Hutch, but I think there was polling that Democrats would have preferred someone else and someone younger, etc.
So
at that time,
I could be wrong about that.
Like,
you and I weren't like behind closed doors, but the people closest to him knew that he was starting to age rapidly, and that was just never disclosed to us. And I think that's. Well, I mean, that's true.
Well, I mean, we all saw it with our own eyes,
in June 2024.
But we saw it with our own eyes. I don't know what they would disclose. Yeah. Like Pelosi's going to hold a press conference and be like, guys, Joe Biden's lost.
I know, but yeah, they could have went on record and say, Joe Biden is losing his step, and I think he can serve out it. There are things you can do. It would probably have cost them.
To validate Keith's position here, I'm using shout out to Rob Knorr. I'm using Claude here to find polls here, but there were multiple polls in 2022 with pluralities or majorities of Democratic voters saying that they wanted a different leader in 2024.
I take your word for it. I take your word for it. But I mean, push comes to shove, though. Like the what counts is like the votes, and you know, if people had an opportunity to step forward and
come on, man.
run their
So
own
like,
campaign.
are you really saying the votes matter when it's Marianne Williamson, which, by the way, I don't hate.
Of course they matter. What do you mean?
Versus Joe Biden, like that's like it's not a real primary.
Well, I don't know what that means though. Like what, like the DNC, who would they have like elevated to challenge Biden?
Nobody wanted to run against him too. Like, look
That's
what
not
happened.
the DNC doesn't elevate anyone. It's just that's I guess that's like back to my point of like, there's a fundamental sickness in the Democratic Party where there is, and we're seeing it kind of play out in real time where like, you know, they think primaries are offensive, that we're just we're elevating
every
people.
single election with an incumbent has been run for the entirety of history, pretty much. It's a sickness. It's a sickness that has existed since the dawn of America.
I know.
Where's this talking point coming from?
That is it is. I mean, listen. We used to not even have primaries. I think this is good that we have these now, because it used to be that we didn't even have primaries, right? It used to be that like truly party bosses picked the nominee. So it's good that we have this, but I just think that it's just, to me, a sign of something that could be better, that we really should feel that people should be able to challenge the leader of the Democratic Party. No one
and
did.
they lost really bad.
No one did. No one really did,
actually, right?
So Keith,
Palmer won the America Samoa primary.
Dean. What was his name? Dean Withers?
Phillips. Yeah, no, Dean Withers. Withers is a bit too young for that.
Guys, we're coming up on 2 hours. Do we want to give our endorsement of Said or Stevens before the big election tomorrow? All right,
Said wants to expand the Supreme Court, so I am Said all the way.
I'll start.
Keith, are you? By the way, Keith, real quick, are you pro packing the court? Please tell me you're pro packing the court.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
All right, I'm pro Said. Money out of politics. I want. He's pro Ukraine.
Pack the court.
He represents a more strong vision. I
say
think
pack the court, Soy. Say it.
And pack the court.
Thank you.
Hutch, your turn.
Call me Switzerland. Strategic neutrality.
Wow. Okay, Wick.
But you will endorse the nominee, correct?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Sick.
Well, I'll
We
say
got
it
the Stevens
again.
guy.
If El Sayed wins, I will not vote for him in November. So just not going to do it. I hope other people vote for him, though. But in all seriousness, I'm in California, so it doesn't matter. I'm joking. But I support Stevens. Based on the poll, she has a better chance against Mike Rogers. I don't agree with Keith that he's got more room. I think he's got more people to lose. In fact, I think a lot of those Stevens people are going to go over to Rogers, who could have been one, because he's being put on. There's a show being put on that he's too extreme, and he's associating himself with people like Hassan, who I think it's unnecessary blow to his own campaign to associate with that guy. And I think the polls show he's losing to Rogers, and I don't know how he's going to clean that up, because Gretchen Whitmer's not going to come out heavy hitting for him after he talks shit on her.
Keith, what about you, buddy? I think you're next in line.
Let's stick it to him. Stick it to him.
You're going for Stevens?
Abdul.
Oh. with Abdul.
And what about you?
I'll say for sure. I think whoever wins, I would plug my nose in support, just regardless. I think that's like the general consensus, right? Like anything but MAGA.
Sure. Vote blue no matter who.
That's right.
Some people
Vote blue
on this
no
show
matter who.
hadn't been saying this, but I think everyone here agrees.
I do want to say, though,
Hutch looks scared.
I think
no, it's not you. It's not you. Sorry.
I think we have a bigger problem in the Democratic Party, where we've turned it into a sport to shit on our own leaders and our own party. And it's like we think we're helping by criticizing, whereas we've got rock stars like Tallarico and John Ossoff, and some people may be unhappy with Chuck Schumer, but he's the reason why we have some of these people like Roy Cooper,
Joe
Mary
Manchin.
Patola. He's the reason why we were to achieve so much stuff under Biden with a 50-50 split Senate. And I know a lot of people say it's crumbs and all that, but I was making a point earlier. The Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan, these got people the ability to afford their health care for 12 million people for 5 years through no help with the Republicans at all. So I I want to encourage everybody to be more of a cheerleader for the Democrats. Highlight the positive, because when people out there hear the Republicans shit on the Democrats and then they hear the Democrats shit on the Democrats, it's like, why would I support the Democrats? These people suck.
And wait, to IRI's point, we should just clarify for Keith's benefit, because I don't know how familiar you are with IRI's content. He is equal opportunity. When he says Democrats, he also includes Zoran Mamdani. He is, he'll celebrate Mamdani's successes as well. He's not just talking about establishment Dems. So if progressive Democrats win their primary and then go on to win the general election and they contribute to the Democratic Party's success, he'll cheerlead them too. And I do agree. I think that in addition to criticizing the party, you also have to highlight its victories.
Wait, Pisco, you didn't say who you were endorsing.
I did, but if you didn't hear me, I said El Sayed on issues related to structural reform, court expansion, and yeah, I think he's more likely to vote to do those things. So yeah, now that some polls are coming out showing, I think it's still equivocal, and it's in terms of the lead that Stevens has relative to El Sayed over Rogers. But that's the reason why I'm supporting El Sayed. And at this point, there's also polling indicating that I think El Sayed is the overwhelming prohibitive favorite to win the primary. And at this point, I think people just got to start dealing with the reality that we got to support this guy.
All right. Well, sorry we couldn't go for 8. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Last thing that I've been meaning to get out. I think there's supposed to be a natural, and a lot of you will probably disagree with me because I'm, of course, further left than probably everyone here. I think there's supposed to be a natural ebb and flow of the party and the ideologies and the people and the members and all of that. I think that there's right now this resistance to that slow progressive change over time. And I think this conversation will look very, very different once we have another Democrat back in office and also have
I agree. And I think it's going to
crossed.
happen sooner than that. I think the midterms, if they go well, Democrats back in power with the gavels in the House doing investigations are going to show leadership. People are still sour from the Biden-Kamala loss in 24, but they're about to see a whole new side of the Democrats. So I think it'll boost morale and change the conversation for sure.
I just asked Guy, would you consider joining the DSA to alter it from within?
Subversive.
Would you subvert the DSA?
Would you join Keith?
I bought a keffiyeh. I'm ready to go to my first DSA meeting. Hutch, are you down?
I did not.
Liberal entryism. Let's go.
Wait, I have a question for Keith. Keith, in terms of the Democratic primary for president that's going to be shaping up, who do you have eyes on? Who's exciting you? Do you like Ossoff? Do you like?
I really like
AOC? What do you
Ossoff.
like?
I like Ossoff, but I worked for him, so I feel like that's not fair.
Yeah, you're biased. You're biased.
I forgot about it.
I would like to have worked for a president, please.
So Ossoff is actually standing off screen with a loaded gun, telling Keith to give that answer right now. Okay, your non-Ossoff selections, who would be your roster?
Can we just pause? Yeah, I want to
honestly,
go there, I want to ask about the Ossoff stuff. Ossoff is a moderate. You would agree with that, Keith?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he didn't even have the balls to run against Biden in 2024 because he was part of the sickness.
True. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Josiah. My bad.
Okay. So other than Ossoff, because I think he's in all of our rosters, who else do you like and why? And Ann, I'm curious what your answers are too. But Keith, go ahead first if you don't mind.
I don't really. I mean, I don't like. I like Ro Khanna as an idea, but I'm not sure I want him to be a president. And I really like AOC, but I want her to run for Senate. I want her to run against Chuck Schumer if we can. Here's my hot take. That's going to sound smart, but I'm sure other people have said it, is that I really think that whoever it's going to be is probably someone we're not even talking about. There's going to be so many, so much is going to change after the midterms. It's going to be a reset. And I just think that I have to imagine that there's going to be someone, hopefully there's going to be 20 people who run, and we have a double-decker stage where there's just rows of Democrats trying to be the nominee. I hope for that. And I'm just hoping there's going to be someone that we're just not considering right now that will rise up. But I just no one really excites me yet, but that's okay because we're not even near it yet.
What are your priorities, just out of curiosity too, about what they should do?
Bro, I want someone to be lock them up. I want lock them up. I want someone that's going to go after Trump. All this fucking, can we swear? All of this fucking insider trading, the grifting. Like, we have to be a nation of rules and laws. We have to be. And so there has to be my ideal candidate is like, we're going after all the crooks.
You should be fully in the tank for Newsom then, right?
What?
You should be fully in the tank for Newsom.
I don't think has he said that? I don't think he said lock him up, but I think Newsom has for sure.
I think Newsom has for sure come out like pretty strongly about accountability, and
I'm all about that.
He has a visceral hatred of Republicans that goes back decades. That guy will be aggressive if he gets the nominee, which I don't hope that he does. But
all right. And what about you?
True. We talked about this actually, Pisco, a while ago. I don't know if you remember this. You were on TikTok, and I hopped on your TikTok panel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, that was you. That's right. Okay.
Okay. I mentioned.
No, I forgot about the debate, but I remember it. Yeah.
I'm just chopped liver, but no, I mentioned then, and I'll reiterate this. I'm very Ossoff-pilled. I think if I had to pick a viable candidate, I'm not opposed to Newsom. I think obviously in an ideal world, probably AOC. I'll reiterate, what Keith said there, but I'm still I want somebody who's like vehemently anti-ICE. Same kind of vibe that Keith is on, the lock 'em up kind, I need someone who's going to come in here and be like, look, these thugs are out in the street arresting your neighbors, causing fucking havoc. We need somebody who has like the fighting rhetoric, we got to cut this shit out.
What Andy Bashir sneaking in there with his fuck. Did you see his post about Rand Paul? He's like, Rand Paul, if he had balls, would be in Donald Trump's hands or something. He's just talking mad shit. I'm like, Andy, the Mr. Rogers of U.S. politics.
I know. I was not expecting that. Yeah.
Because that's my big knock on Andy. I used to live in Kentucky, and I like Andy. I think he's a very competent governor. He's very popular. He has a way about him, but I just don't think as a general proposition he has the ruthlessness necessary for the next Democratic candidate. And if we get another Joe Biden, I'd still maintain Biden was the best president of my lifetime, but we need a departure from Biden when it comes to the whole, we're just moving forward. Oh, no, I want at least the first and second term of the next Democratic administration to be all about punishing corruption and structural reform. So,
I mean, Biden's DOJ did indict Donald Trump in two different jurisdictions.
Here we go. The fucking Merrick Garland fan club right here.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah, Merrick Garland really.
Merrick Garland should be 2028. Merrick Garland 2028 is what you're saying. That's what you want, Pisco. It's the world that Pisco wants.
Let him retire, but I think he gets way too much shit. You should be giving shit to the Supreme Court for Trump versus United States. That horrible decision. By the way, folks, if we're plugging stuff near the end of the show, I have a 10-hour immunity debate starter pack.
Oh my God.
It's already uploaded. I'm gonna make it go live tomorrow.
That's crazy.
And you can watch all those debates that I had about the immunity decision. All the SEAL Team 6 memes, they're all coming up. So yeah,
it's been uploading for 3 weeks. It's been
yes. I'm in Japan right now, and so it was actually slow to fucking upload that shit. But we're good. We're a go, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Sorry, why are you calling this early? Why don't we just hang out? We got.
I gotta go. People always yell at me when we go too long. I was being responsible, but hey, guess who's not in charge of the pod anymore, Josiah?
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm here. Fucking Hutch. I want to read a text from you that I got from Hutch, literally as I was turning the lights on. Hutch, fuck you. The text was this. The text was, "Get in here, fucko. We warmed a seat for you."
I don't remember.
At 7:30.
I don't remember typing that out.
You're like his cocaine dealer. He's trying to quit, and you're like, I just left a little line of this on the table. Who knows who will slurp it up?
I gotta go. Spirited debate. I appreciate you two.
What are you plugging?
Just a stream starting tomorrow at some point and ending at some point.
Normal Hutch streams. And what you got going on?
Ooh, not a lot at the moment. Just follow me, Leftist Blondie, everywhere.
All right, Keith, what you got going on? What you doing? You have a sign. None of us have illuminated signs.
Oh yeah, I have a YouTube channel. I do a lot of breaking news slop. If you're interested in that, and I'm also on Twitter where I do a pretty good job beating up Republicans. So, yeah.
Or
X. You're calling Hutch a Republican?
X.
He also went through that fucking Max Miller fucking document dump.
I went
and video
through that
dump. Dude,
Dropbox
that was
and found some
crazy
good shit.
Yeah.
All
Yeah, you should
right,
check that
Guy,
out.
what's going on with you?
Not this week, but next week I have a Democrat on the front lines for one of these congressional districts that will determine control of the House coming on. I don't want to say who, but
It's Daria Lisa, isn't it?
Big name. No.
It's Daria Lisa.
A big name. Well, that is a big name. It's got a lot of syllables, Josiah.
Chevalier.
Okay, look out for that. Josiah, what do you do? What do you even do?
Well, I'm a recovering addict.
Do you want
for
to come
these
back to the
fucking
podcast,
panels.
Josiah?
No, I don't. I don't. That's the problem. I don't. I don't want to. I feel the need to sometimes because you all say stuff that provokes me. And by you, I mostly mean Hutch, but occasionally the rest of you as well. I do have fun with you guys, but it's like a bender. I feel like an alcoholic at the end of a bender. Like, man, that was fun. I barely remember half of it, and I feel like shit afterwards. That sort of thing. So I'm a recovering addict in that respect. You can find me on my YouTube channel where I too do anti-MAGA slop. I'm an idiot focusing on the most powerful man in the world. I'm an idiot instead of like the 6 DSA members in Congress. I'm a fucking loser, but yeah, it's weird.
Are we at least a little
I
bit
want to say
more...
this. Thanks for letting me on. I just want to say thank you for letting me come on and talk and being nice. You guys are very nice. I hope the chat was nice. Probably not.
Thank you. No, thank you, Josiah and Andrew, for coming on. You guys are all welcome to come back for sure. It's a lot of fun, and it's great to get different voices.
And
it's nice to talk. It's nice to talk to people. I'm so used to talking to myself.
Yeah.
I got a video coming out soon. My laptop exploded, but you can also see them at my parents' house. But don't worry, it is being worked on as we speak. So,
are we a little bit more hope-pilled about the DSA left? Slightly left.
No, not after that exchange. No,
I think.
Listen,
I
take the view. I want to say, I take the view that there's a bunch of like really good progressive social democrats, as Keith Edwards, referred to, that are like whoever's identifying as a democratic socialist in those polls. I would say the vast majority are them. But specifically on the DSA, no, today's conversation did not alleviate any fear to that. I just would, even notwithstanding, it doesn't change anything for me, right? Notwithstanding that, MAGA is worse. And I think Soypill probably feels the same. I think Hutch probably feels the same. And everyone else probably feels the same. But it didn't alleviate fear specific to the DSA, no.
Oh, come on. Me and Keith aren't scary.
No, I don't think
because he's not that afraid. That's the point. Like Pisco is not particularly afraid about a DSA takeover. That's why he says that.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Love you guys. I gotta go.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
Guys. Wow. Well, that was interesting. Okay. Was not expecting all that. Well,
she's not even a real blonde. Ach.
Ooh, I don't know who she is. I'm not familiar with her. It says leftist. That's why I said, are you a member of DSA? She said no. So maybe she means leftist in the more just like progressive sense. I have no idea. She's a closeted tanky. Okay. An anarchist. What? We love you and Hutch. Well, I know my thoughts on these DSA people aren't the most popular in DGG because I'm basically saying let's give them a chance and let's see what happens and let's see if we can tap into some of that energy because there's polls out there showing 1/3 of Democrats identify as a democratic socialist, which I don't think they have a clue about the national platform, but even,
we didn't have enough time to hold a primary.
Oh, gosh. I don't even think card-carrying members of DSA know what DSA stands for. That's why it was so interesting to hear Keith say that he is a DSA member and he doesn't support that big stuff. It's like, well, why are you there? What are you doing? And his answer was they're energized. They seem to want bigger things. So to me, it's not an ideology problem. It's a messenger problem. We need more energetic, excited cheerleaders for our for the majority of the party. That's it. You know, it's like he said that his local Democratic Party meetings suck. Yeah, I agree. I think they're probably bingo nights on steroids. There isn't a person there without gray hair, you know, like it's just not cool. But DSA is like a drinking club. You show up, it's a bunch of young people in their 20s and they're going to change the world. And yeah, fuck Israel. Whoa. And it's like, you know, you get to finger somebody in your car in the parking lot and have too many drinks and show up late to work the next morning. So there's nothing going on there, but just kids having fun, you know. That's the vibe I got. So we just need to make that for the party, right? This is what I've been saying. Like, we need to have events where you can just rock out and have fun and get people excited and have people want to just hang out. Like, it's literally just having fun.
Keith seems nice, but he did not sell me on the DSA. He triggered me a few times with the primary talking point, the Dems wanting Trump to win, etc.
Yeah.
He was definitely feeling out the panel in the beginning for how left it was. Dude decided to mask up once he saw he got pushback.
Oh, no. That's interesting that he's going to DSA meetings. But yeah, I had to push back on the we didn't have a primary, because to me, that's just playing into Trump's the elections are rigged and democracy doesn't mean anything to the Democrats. They're the real monsters. It just plays into the concern trolling from the right to help back up Trump's arguments. And I don't like that. Like, it's not normal to run, to have a primary when you have an incumbent president running for re-election. You respect that.
Someone needs to tell Keith Halloween is in a few months so he can stop wearing that mask.
Ooh.
Hard to not believe he wasn't op. Let's go, Mark Kelly.
Damn. I think Keith means well. I've met him briefly at the DNC. Him and I have a connection. He may not remember it, but he was one of the first Occupy Democrats YouTube creators. And then I came in and worked with some other people. I think he means well. I think he wants to see more from the Democratic Party. He believes in the left. He's not trying to undermine it. But I also want to make sure I confront people like that about you're hurting the party in some ways by criticizing nonstop, right? It's important that we know that we highlight positive things and we become cheerleaders for our party, and not play into the right's talking points about the Democratic Party sucking. And I could tell that I don't know if I could tell, but it just felt like he had not heard somebody say positive things about the Democrats in a long time. And I think people kind of get into this groove of shitting on the Democrats, and everybody's doing it and everybody's having fun. Everybody's like, yeah, Democrats suck. Yeah, Chuck Schumer sucks. Yeah, Democrats haven't done anything. Yeah, Democrats need to do more. Democrats tricked us in the not having a primary, and Biden, he defrauded us, you know, and it starts to, before you know it, you're not trying to hurt the party, but you are causing problems when you do that, you know, like, where's the excitement? Where's the cheerleading? We need that. What more would you need to convince you that he wants to undermine it? It would be, well, what does he want to replace it with? That's what I would want to hear. And he said he doesn't support the further left stuff that DSA stands for. Destroying your country shouldn't be exciting. They don't see it like that, though. See, you guys, some of you guys are misdirecting your anger. You act like everybody showing up to the DSA meeting knows exactly the party platform. Most of them never even went to the website. They don't know what it's about. They'd never asked it. Just some hot chick that they met said she's going, so they're going. Like, did Keith not prove that to you guys? Like, why do people keep acting like everybody involved in DSA is fully read on their policy positions and supports everything? Like, these people have no clue why they're there. They're there because they're having a good time, and there's other people having a good time, and there's excitement and energy. That's it. And they see people like Hassan saying, oh, we can do this so much, you know, we can get this. And then they see El Sayed saying, why can't we have Medicare for all? And fuck Israel. And it's like, yeah, fuck Israel. So it's all vibes, man. No, and this isn't a shot at the DSA people. This is politics in general. Nobody knows anything. Nobody has a clue how our government runs, what the policy positions are of anybody. They can't name their representative. It's all a battle for attention. It's all a battle for people's time. And whoever can do it better, it wins. That's it. It's all comes down to. I'm telling you, if we had 10 hotties out there recruiting and running for office, it'd be game over, man. It's all vibes. But some of you guys really need to take a step back and stop assuming that 99% of people at the DSA meeting have any clue what's happening at all. No one knows anything in those meetings, you know? Like, they're just being spoon-fed slop and buying it, you know? Like, we shouldn't have prisons. We should get rid of the police because they are unfairly hurting our brown and black brothers. And it's like nobody asks what comes next or anything. It's just like, yeah, fuck yeah. And it's like, we should have a 3-hour work week and everyone should pursue their art. And we want 10 million poets by the end of the decade. You know, just, yeah, that sounds great. I love it. We are Charlie.
Pete Buttigieg is going scorched earth after they came after his kids. Also, as a published economist, socialism is the worst, even worse than communism.
I mean, I'm a capitalist and I'm a fan of capitalism. Sounds like Keith is too. He was arguing for stronger guardrails and social safety nets, which I think is what most people showing up to DSA meetings and voting for DSA candidates are looking for. They don't support socialism. They don't even know what it is. There's no world in which a third of Democrats identify as a democratic socialist and have any clue what it is. Keith is not a capitalist. I think he is 100%. I think you're wrong. And people sent me in DMs some of his tweets and stuff saying Hassan is hot and smart and all that. And it's like, I think Keith is kind of an example of one of these people caught up in it. And I'm not trying to give him a hard time. It seems like a nice guy. And obviously he's done very well. And I've never seen anything from him that bothered me, but I think he's just kind of like a normal dude who's, you know, a little younger and looking for something more exciting. And he thinks, you know, shitting on Chuck Schumer is the cool thing to do. And it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't I criticize the bad leaders instead of focusing on the positive? Like, Chuck Schumer's why we have, you know, Mary Patola and Sherrod Brown and Roy Cooper, who are about to hand us the Senate, you know. Captain Dan, thanks for the re-up of your membership on YouTube. Can't tell me it was an absolute cinema when he denied Hassan stalking his dog. That was kind of funny. Roku, thank you for the $20 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Does it matter if they agree with the platform when their goal is to serve the mission of destroying the Democrats? But their mission isn't to destroy the Democrats. That's not it. Like, I don't think these people want to destroy the Democratic Party. They want to see something better. They want to see something more. But I believe they believe in the mission. We are Charlie.
I love how these people attack Dems like Gavin Newsom, even those they have been on the political attack more than any of DSA. The DSA is in clout-chasing mode while the Dems are actually doing something.
Yep.
Mark Kelly.
I agree.
Mask started slipping when he brought up oil companies. It was funny when Pisco asked him if he wanted to nationalize them because it came from the earth.
That was Pisco was dicking with him. Look, I know he said it's not worth saving. But what I'm saying is these people, like, first of all, this is a guy who's a DSA member who doesn't believe in the DSA policy, according to him. So I think he's saying things, but they don't really mean them when you drill down on them. So I'm sure if I talked to him for 20 minutes, he would agree that the party's done some great stuff and is a good thing, and he just wants to see it improve. So my point is, I think a lot of people say things without really thinking about what is behind it. And some of you guys take it too literally. When somebody says the party's not worth saving, I don't think they genuinely mean it. I don't think they've analyzed everything the party's done, the leadership, the structure, the alternatives, what's possible. Like, they've done no work at all. It's just like saying the thing they think should be said because they feel a certain way. Like, again, it's all vibes. It just feels like the right thing to say. I don't take them seriously. And I know some of you guys will say, but we have to. 99% of people show up to DSA have no clue what DSA stands for, and they don't give a shit. They're just there because it's exciting and they're being told something they want to hear. That's it. Thank you, Nitro, for the 20. Appreciate that. And the Trib, thanks for the re-up of your membership on YouTube. I mean, I really think if you take everybody at their word every time they open their mouth, you're gonna struggle in life, man. It's like people say shit all the time that they don't really mean and they haven't thought about. I would say most of the time, most of the things coming out of people's mouths is bullshit that they haven't thought about, and you could push them on easily.
I think the DNC's messaging failures extend to this sentiment that progressive automatically equals socialism. It's just not true.
I agree. Well, I don't think the DNC is putting that message out. I think DSA is putting that out. Like, hey, we're just progressives trying to do this and that. Oh, no, man.
I don't actually eat flowers, but I say I do. Ach.
Oh, that guy eats flowers, man. What a weirdo.
I understand what you're saying, Erie, but they are much more plugged in than Gen Pop. They should know what their words mean and how it affects others.
They don't. And they never will. This is what I was trying to tell Destiny. We cannot control them. We will never be able to control them. I cannot get into Keith's head and change him. I can't do it. I cannot change Hassan. I can't stop DSA from their march towards whatever they're headed towards. We can't. You can't change anybody. All we can do is change ourselves and improve ourselves. That's what we should be focused on. We cannot stop DSA. We cannot kick them out. We cannot allow Republicans to win as a lesson and then they'll fuck off. It doesn't work like that. I kind of got the vibe from Keith that they're making the Democrats step up their game, which is another point I was trying to make, which is I think a silver lining of all this is they are forcing the Democrats to step up and do more. Competition breeds innovation. And I think he was kind of getting at that a little bit. The Average Jake, thank you for re-upping your membership, man. I appreciate that. So, got to stop focusing on them and start focusing on you, because I think if you don't, you're just playing into what they want. I really, this is why I've been pushing back so much on this. I think people are wasting their time trying to raise the alarm about DSA. I really think, what is that going to lead to? Do you think you're going to convince enough people that they're bad and that people will stop going to the meetings? Do you think the guy showing up to be with the hotties there is going to stop going to DSA because you're out there posting on Twitter and highlighting how bad they are? You've been screaming about how bad they are for months and weeks. Got to be better. That's what we have to be, better than them. I don't know why I didn't read your alert there. It'll probably go off in a minute. Thank you, Candy Sig, for the $5. Pete Buttigieg will make liberalism cool again. I think so. And I was going to bring this up, but there were, 27 people on the panel. I think this is a moment. It's a lull in our politics. It's the summer before the midterms, and there's not a lot going on. We're in the middle of the primaries. And so all the focus is on the battle between these excited Democratic socialists and the moderates. And it's being hyped up as some game-changing moment in our nation's history. And this is the future of the party right here, right now, if we don't draw a line. But what I was saying on the panel a little bit was, wait till the midterms are over and Democrats have the gavels. The media is going to entirely shift to focusing on the investigations and the subpoenas and the what the leadership in the Dems are doing. And I wouldn't be surprised on January 3rd when the 120th Congress convenes, they all come in united with the Democrats. The Democrats are all united voting for Hakeem and the leaders. And it's just a whole different world because now Democrats have power. And people forgot what it's like for the Democrats to have power in the House. It's been 4 years, but it is a game changer. And we have very talented people who are charismatic, who are focused, who know what to do. And the Republicans are in tatters right now. So you just got to wait 90 days until the midterms. And then January 3rd comes around. And I think the DSA concern is going to become a non-issue because there'll be nothing. There'll be like 4 people and they'll have no attention. There's no bandwidth to be had. I think they will want to work with the leadership in the Dems because they want to actually get some stuff done. Like Josiah sent me, or he posted on X an article showing that DAC, that woman who won in New York, one of the more extreme DSA members, that she's joining the Congressional Black Caucus and said she's excited to start working with them. Well, the Congressional Black Caucus is not DSA headquarters, okay? That is a pretty moderate group right there.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I agree that they can't be pushed out really. But alt media libs in unison saying we don't want them will absolutely put a target on them. It could make them more sympathetic or it could demonize them.
I think it's you're like fighting rap music here, man. I really think it's like
the lesson I learned from all this: F ICE, free Palestine, hearts up, Ak.
Hell yeah, hearts up. I don't think that's what it was. I think it was like raise the hearts or something. Good one though. I think there's a lot of fighting rap music here and violent video games. I really think a lot of people are unking out over the DSA, man. I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's not the socialist takeover with a Trojan horse.
Gavin.
Thank you, the Trib. I really don't think it's game over Trojan horse. I think it's a bunch of disaffected people looking for something exciting, man.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I just ask that y'all not sweep and hold their hands when you all question them like Josiah did. People should see what they actually believe and not be guided to answers that are more palatable.
Well, I don't know who was sweeping or what that entails, but I have no idea. That's why I think is just ask him, do you support this? Do you support that? Why are you a member of this? I think we asked the right questions, and it looked like he never thought about it. Like, why are you there? Why are you at the DSA meeting? He's like, well, it's just, they're pushing for bigger stuff. And it's like, okay. I mean, that kind of tells you everything, that it's just like they're hearing more exciting stuff there. That's it.
I think the only thing that's missing from the DSA that makes it one-to-one with MAGA is a Trump-like cult leader, which reassures me a little for now.
Well, they've got their Zoran, no? He's their big hero. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sweating DSA, dude.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
When are people going to give my man Charles Booker some love and talk about him? We need him to take McConnell's seat. Imagine the blow to the Republican Party that would be. Why are you treating Keith like a random uneducated person? He is a political consultant, political YouTuber, and worked for candidates.
Listen, you think you're winning a Senate seat in Kentucky in 2026, and you're tripping balls, bro. Unless the guy's Andy Bashir's twin brother, and I don't even think Andy Bashir's twin could win in this race, man. Come on.
But yeah, libs know where you're coming from, guy. It's coming from a good place. And you ultimately might be correct, TBH. Gavin.
I think I will be right. Okay.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Maybe when they get their feet wet in American politics behind the scenes they will realize it's too difficult and kick rocks. One can hope. Ossoff.
Well, I think they're going to have to govern, and that's going to lead to compromise, and that's going to lead to hitting the wall of reality, right? It's definitely going to change people. It's like everyone's got battle plans until you get hit in the face, right?
And now we dance. Ak.
Thank you, IO, for the $20. I want to address this guy who said, why are you treating him like nobody or whatever? I know Keith is a big YouTuber, but believe it or not, a lot of these people that comment aren't following this stuff as closely as
Large
us.
chunks of MAGA don't understand what Trump actually stands for either. And yet MAGA is still a problem. You don't need 100% true believers.
You don't even need people anywhere near 100%, just 10%, and it sounds cool, right? I would just say a lot of these YouTubers are kind of like, don't know that much, man. No offense to them, right? Like, they're just kind of riding the vibes, and they're just rolling with where the people are and tapping into that. They're entertainers. Like, I mean, I know Keith worked on those campaigns. I worked in, I don't know. I don't feel like Keith is some like political class, worked for, in the Obama administration. And he said he was digital director for Ossoff something. I don't know what that means. He could have been one of 5 people working on his YouTube channel for 2 months. I don't know, but I'm just saying what you realize in life is that some of the biggest people in certain fields don't really know a lot about the subject, and there's a lot more entertainment involved than substance. And I'm not trying to be a dick. Keith's a great guy, and I don't know anything about him. He seems like a nice guy when I met him. But my experience with most of these political YouTubers is they really don't know that much. And they're kind of just riding vibes. And that's why they got so big, because they're telling people what they want to hear. Like, hey, man, right? Like, think about it. Most of the people at the top are tapping into where the people are at, and they're telling them what they want to hear. They're not challenging them. They're not challenging themselves, He's not as knowledgeable as he plays on TV. There you go. Like, it's like meeting your favorite actor from Jurassic Park and realizing they don't know shit about dinosaurs. You're like, God damn, bro, I thought you knew everything. It's like, dude, I'm a fucking actor, man. What do you mean? I just learned lines and played a character. It's like, man, don't you want to talk about velociraptors?
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Frenzified. Thanks for the $10. Thank you guys for all the super chats, man. Holy shit. I appreciate all the support, all the big crowds, both on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Destiny must not be streaming. We had like 1,600, 2,000 people watching over there. I thought it was a fun panel. It was tough to get a word in, but I think I still made some points that I wanted. My opinions aren't very popular with a lot of people. On one hand, I'm getting shit from DGG for not agreeing with Destiny 100% and saying, let's give these DSA people a chance. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Just wait till January. Everything's going to change. And then on the other hand, I'm trying to tell people to be excited about the Democrats and praise Chuck Schumer. And I think our party's doing great. And so it's like, I get it from both sides. But I'm just keeping it real with you guys and telling you how I feel. I'm not trying to win anybody over. If I wanted, I would just take Destiny's position to win over DGG. But I disagree with him on his concern. I understand why he feels that way, and I wouldn't tell anybody how to fight. I never tell people how to do their activism and what they think is right, because you're not going to win that battle. People believe they're doing the right thing no matter what it is. And so I'm just going to try to understand it and explain why I have my position and always hope for the best. That's it. But trust me, my positions are unpopular with more people than they are popular, and I think that's why my community size reflects that. You know, I'm a little bit of a small fry, but I love my community, and I love people tolerating me running my mouth, but it's not always what people want to hear. You know what I mean? But I feel like most people come from a good place. There are some shitheads out there that are just looking for money and attention, like Hassan, that I think are bad actors. But I think most people at a DSA meeting are there for the right reasons. They're not trying to undermine capitalism. They're not trying to destroy America. They have heard some good things that they weren't hearing anywhere else, and they're seeing people that look like them, and they're trying to just trying to vibe, man. Just trying to make life a little easier, you know? And so, like, how can I be mad at these people? They're trying to get fingered, yeah. So, does that mean we ignore the people at the very top who have a different agenda? No. But we don't sit here and freak out about the 120,000 DSA members who have no idea why they're there. You know what I mean? Like, and if you start attacking the DSA, they're going to be like, why are you attacking my cool social drinking club, bro? I've met a chick there the other week, then I fingered her on my motorcycle outside. You know, it's like, you're not going to win people over by shitting on their fun, you know? But they attack the Dems. So what? So what? What does that matter? You know? Who cares? I don't care what other people do. Fuck them. I do me. And we got to do better.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I agree with what you say to be realistic about the average voter, but I don't like defending people with popular politics YouTubers that disagree with my views. But much love, I respect your optimism.
Oh. Don't meet your heroes, bro, okay? Let's just put it like that. Don't
The
meet
real
your
important question, Ossoff have a hammer?
Is that a reference to his BDE? I don't know. He's like 6'4", so probably. Mike, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. Appreciate that. I got the silver bullet for you to win over Destiny and all of us. You just go up to him and say, Steven, I've got 3 balls in my mouth, and I need you to raise my balls up. I don't even know what that means. I don't think that's going to win over Steven or DGG. Good one, though. Good one, bro. He's right. I don't even know what it means, but I read it because I figured it would make people laugh. You're welcome. Don't meet your heroes, guys. Trust me. It's like dating apps, you know? I heard some advice from a YouTuber on dating, and he was like, your goal on the first date is not to destroy the fantasy that this woman has of you. She has come up with this fantasy of who you are, and your goal is to not ruin that. And it's so true in life, like just everything, man. Like your goal is not to fuck up whatever crazy fantasy has been created on your behalf. Karchart, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Kick. Hell yeah. So, look, try to not get to know your favorite YouTubers too much, okay? Just enjoy them from a distance. I've been married for 11 years, still trying to keep that illusion alive. It sounds like you're doing okay. You're doing something right. Don't manipulate me. No, I'm not saying manipulate, but I'm saying just be yourself, but like be aware that they've got a fantasy of you. And your goal to get a second date is to not ruin whatever fantasy they came up about you, right? Like, oh, this guy has a bunch of friends. This guy has his life together. This guy has passions. This guy loves animals. This guy is a moderate drinker who knows how to keep his cool. This guy has goals. This guy is an optimist. Like, these are the things people come up with about each other. And as the date goes on, you knock them down one by one and fail the test. But your goal, as long as you don't fail the test completely, then you're good. But same thing, I think, with like YouTubers, you know, like the more you learn, the worse it gets. You're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. Really? DSA member? Oh no. Hassan tweet from 6 months ago. Oh my God. Oh God. And then you're unsubscribed, you know, it's like stop looking and just enjoy, because that's what most people do. That's why those DSA people rolling up are like, I don't know anything about this, but it sounds cool. Wow, I've got a 1-star review here for my performance on Live and Learn, guys. We strive here at the I'm Really Important channel to always win over people.
Instructions unclear. We are now debating Israel-Palestine.
Hell yeah. We always want to win you over, so let us know how management and I can make it up. We got one. You're right, but not the way you think. That Live and Learn show did kind of drop the curtain on a lot of you guys, you included. Only Hutch and maybe Soy Pill came out of there with their heads held high. Wow. Whoa. I tell you, I'm going to go sit down with a journal when the stream's over and turn my phone off, and I'm just going to write down what I could have done better on Live and Learn to win over that random YouTube chatter. I will really give it some thought. I really appreciate that feedback. It means a lot to me. It gave me a lot to think about, a lot to work with there. Lot of valuable information to help guide me next time. Really good. You know, kudos to Hutch for having his head held high. I have to slink away in shame at my performance. Gosh. It's been a good run. Unfortunate for me. I'll continue to try to win that guy's business and service, because I want everybody to like me, and I want everyone to praise me, and my goal is to make everybody happy out there. CNN had Hong on. Nice. I'm going to look that up. I'm sure she did phenomenal. She's been hitting home runs right and left on these national TV appearances. Just doing a bang-up job. I don't see the video. If you can find a link to that, I'm happy to look. Hutch was extra bald tonight. Wow. I don't know what I did wrong.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Quote from that guy, I'm scared, Erie. Everyone in my life either worships Trump as king, or wants to dismantle capitalism and throw us in camps.
Wow.
We lost. I want to leave the U.S., the propagandists won.
Yeah, sounds like you're a bedwetter and you need to touch grass, homie. Sounds like you need to log off, turn the computer off, and go outside and deal with reality. This is hurting. Like, if you're at that point where like, I want to move, like you seriously have a problem, and you've created a hellhole for yourself that nobody can help you out of. You have to open that gate from within, and you've done that to yourself. Like, really? You're freaking out about the end of America because we're 90 days from the midterms, the Democrats are about to win, and Trump is suffering from dementia and as weak as he's ever been. Like, what in the world are you on about, dude? I'm guessing that you probably wet your bed on a weekly basis as a grown man. Like, shit, why is it all wet? Oh God, I really got to start going to the bathroom before I go to bed. Like, come on, bro. Saying that stuff out loud is so cringe. Like, you need to just watch my channel and never say anything again in the chat and just learn. Like, you are a victim of social media if you're considering moving after surviving 2 years of this administration.
I'm sticking my neck out. Hong's done more interviews and she's pretty personable. On Fox she was either super nervous or just mogging the opposition.
Hey. Oh, well, I'm glad that you're feeling better about her. I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I feel like she's a robot. Who pissed my pants? Yeah. I think you really dropped the ball, bro. You should have been screaming hysterically that DSA are witches and we need to get rid of them or it's the end of America. Should I have cast a spell on Keith? I'm just trying to help you, Keith. You're infected with the DSA virus that's going to bring America down. You think the people they vote for don't? No, there's always charlatans at the top. But my problem is, like, people are just completely dismissing why people are showing up to DSA meetings and why 1/3 of Democrats identify as a Democratic Socialist. Like, you are putting your finger into a fire hose. You're wasting your time. What are you doing? You need to tap into why they're showing up. And it's not because they're being tricked by some sorcerer. Hassan is so charismatic. They all love him. They all feel it, man. Hassan's going to be president one day. I know it. If I don't do something right now, Hassan Piker will be president of the United States. I mean, these are the thoughts going through some of these people's heads, you know. It's populism. Why can't we promise the world as the moderates to people? Why can't we go out there and say, you know what? We're going to get universal health care in the next 3 years. We're going to get comprehensive Medicare, dental, hearing, vision. We can do it. With your vote, we can do it. Why can't we go out there and do that? If that's what people want to be lied to. They want to be told that anything's possible. And so they're so desperate right now that they're willing to vote for these Democratic Socialists that they don't know anything about because they're telling them something they want to hear. That's it. There's nothing more to it. They have no idea about their platform. They don't give a shit. None of these Democratic Socialist voters, members have any idea what Democratic Socialism is. They don't give a shit about capitalism, socialism. They don't care about abolishing prisons or Israel or any of that shit. Some of them, of course, they have their interests, but they're just pissed and they're left behind and they're all struggling and they have a right to be upset. Congress and our government has failed them. But it's not because the Democrats are weak or feeble. It's because the system is broken. But we can fix it. They're drinking the DSA Kool-Aid. I don't even think they're drinking the DSA Kool-Aid. They're just having a good time. They feel that someone's finally standing up for them. You know? Pedro, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. 9 mins behind. What's the math? These non-blue, no matter who people are doing that feel that 5 DSA nobodies will be more harmful than MAGA. Yeah, I don't know. I sense Jill Stein is starting to thaw. I'm not sweating a couple of people. That's just me, though. If you run on it and you fail, who do you blame? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Nobody gets punished for any of these promises. They just want you to know, they want to know that you give a damn. That's it, man. You know what I mean? The Democrats are failing. Well, I wouldn't even argue they're failing.
I am enfeebled and wet my bed.
Oh.
Please respect my political views.
Well, that's different. I will respect your views if you are bedridden and you wet yourself. How is what you're describing different than MAGA getting the party to focus on them and warp the party from the very base? Well, first of all, MAGA is a cult led by Trump. I don't think DSA is a cult that has some sort of figurehead at the top. DSA is decentralized for the most part, where it's a bunch of little chapters around the country, and the biggest chapter is in New York by a mile, New York City by a mile, and that's because of Mamdani. I don't see some sort of like giant growth of that outside of some very liberal pockets in the country. And also, I think it's filling a void where we have a lull in politics. But look, if some very charismatic figure comes along and starts charming people with socialism, then we got a different conversation. Does it necessarily need a figurehead to be detrimental? Well, to get to the point that MAGA got with Trump. I mean, Trump is a thief and a con man who used the Republican Party as a vehicle to just enrich himself. That's a lot easier to do than to like destroy democracy and liberalism. I feel like just getting in somewhere to rip the place off on your own is a lot easier than like undermining liberalism and democracy and everything America stands for. I mean, really. You're literally dismissing our fears. What are your fears, little guy? What's going on? Let me dry your face off there, huh? What's going on, big guy? Huh? You want a lollipop? What are you so scared of? What's so scary? Huh? Is there a monster under your bed? What are you scared of? I mean, really, what are your fears? What do you think is about to happen? What are you actually scared of? Really, think about it. What are you scared of? Imagine being scared. What in the world are you scared of? You're not answering the question. Tell me what you're scared of. What are you scared of? That to me is crazy, man. Like, I'm scared these people will erode our party and its values and eventually lead a Trump-like figure on the left. How? Do you just completely dismiss my argument that when the Democrats take over the House and these people are 4 people among 220 plus that have to work with leadership and are already doing so, that it's just going to all die down?
Hold me eerie.
Yeah, I got you. I'll keep you warm. I love how you just ignore my, like, we are 90 days away from the midterms and you refuse to like just relax for 5 seconds. There's nothing you can do in the next 90 days. Nothing you can do in 90 days. And so why not give my theory a chance? Why not wait till January and see what happens and then see if you're still terrified? I really think some of you guys need to see what happens in January because there's nothing you can do about it between now and then. So why not just wait until January and see what happens? There's literally nothing you can do between now and then to change what's going to happen with any of these races and how people are going to DSA meetings or not. Why not see what happens? And maybe I'm right. I don't know what you're proposing. What are you proposing we do? I don't get it. What is the solution? Post more on X? I don't understand I don't understand what you're scared of, even with your explanation. There's no shot in a million years they take over our party with 4 seats. You're talking about like a 40, 50-year plan, which is just crazy. And then number 2, what are you proposing we do about it?
Don't worry, everyone. It's all going to be okay. Pete won the July poll.
Hell yeah. I really would love to hear some ideas. Let's all crash out. DSA will integrate with the DNC. I think that's the most likely outcome. Look at AOC. Look at Rashida Tlaib. I think the most likely outcome is DSA.
I love hot dogs. I love them in buns. I love hot dogs. I love them outside of buns. I love hot dogs. I love them with baked beans. I love hot dogs. I love them. It's the best meat there is, without question.
Ak for president. She knows markets should serve people, not price them out.
Nevis with the 2,000 kicks. Hell yeah. Thanks, bro. Let's add those to our queen, Ak. 2,000 points. Incredible. Where's she at right now? She's at 15,900. Oh my God.
Keith saying candidates in primaries have lower poll numbers, yet Stevens is still winning versus Rogers. By his logic, it can only go higher in the general.
Yeah, there was no answer, no real response when I brought that up. Hey, man, if you believe the polls that show El Sayed trouncing Stevens tomorrow night, then you have to believe the polls, the same polls that say El Sayed loses to Rogers right now. And he said, well, that's because there's a bunch of negative ads that are hurting El Sayed. I don't know, man. I think there's a lot more that's about to happen here.
The fear of DSA is extremely warranted with how the Tea Party rose from MAGA. I'm not worried about them taking over because our Dems are full of spine.
Right? Like, where is the recognition that we have the rock stars on our side? Think about it. Who are the biggest people in the midterms right now? John Ossoff, James Tallarico, and then the people that matter are the ones in the swing districts, which you guys will meet one of them hopefully next week if that pans out. And the Mary Patolas, the Sherrod Browns, the Josh Tureks, the Roy Coopers, those are the heroes. Those are the rock stars, not the DSA people. What the fuck? Those people, what are they doing? You know, like even El Sayed isn't a rock star. He's like loved by those people, but he's nothing compared to Ossoff and Tallarico. Those guys are light years ahead of him. That's such a cop-out. Republicans haven't even started. I think they're going to drum up all the Islamophobia, all of the Hassan Piker tweets, they're going to unload on this guy.
Me voters, go vote tomorrow. That's all that matters.
Yep. Nothing we can do.
But I absolutely am pro-retaliation. I am pro-self-defense. And if a lefty says some wild shit, I will say it's wild. We can fight the bullshit FRFR.
Well, just ask them why they believe what they believe and ask them if they support this or that. But I think you will find more results if you stand for something instead of attacking something. That's how it works in life in general. Get behind something and make it better. instead of trying to tear down what someone else is doing, you're going to see way more results if you invest in your own thing than worrying about someone else. I don't really, it's so hard to talk people out of stuff, man. Look what we've been dealing with MAGA for the last 10 years. Do you think you're going to be able to talk DSA people out of their position? This is why I don't even bother talking to leftists. I don't even try. And you think you're going to talk them out of their, did you know DSA supports abolishing prisons? No. Do you support that? No. Are you going to stop going to DSA? No. Okay. But why? I don't get it. Do you know Hassan Piker shocked his dog? I don't
To all
care.
the worriers, all the DSA will move to the center after they win. Watch. If they don't, it's their own fault, but they deny blame. Get used to it. Don't forget UK's voters too. Mark Kelly.
Kansas. DSA will move to the center. I think so. I think we'll see that even before the midterms because people like El Sayed, if he wins, he's going to moderate. He's got to. He's got a math problem. He's got to prove to people that he's not the extremist that they've been told he is. And so you're going to have to moderate. Got to grow the coalition. Can't shrink it. Got to appeal to people that may not like you right now. How do you feel about Rob Sand? He's looking pretty good in Iowa, right?
We are Charlie.
Don't forget Hamilton. Kansas has the sauce. Pete Buttigieg.
Oh my. Oku, the believer. Hey man, I appreciate the optimism. I think we can win everywhere if we have the right person. I really think the solution is recruiting better candidates across the board. And I have yet to hear anyone make the case against that. I think that solves all our problems. If we have great messengers in every race, it's game over. We don't need to fight DSA. We don't need to worry about MAGA. We need to worry about getting better people with a D next to their name in these elections. That's it. We need rock stars. We need a Tallarico. We need a Ossoff in every district, every race, and we will wipe the floor with these people. That's why I'm like, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing? That's what wins elections. We need good candidates, and we're just leaving it to chance at this point. Like, I hope the last lieutenant governor runs, and I guess maybe some guy will show up who never thought about running. Like, we need to be proactive. We need to be out there recruiting people. We need to be talking to people who never consider running for office, saying, you're a leader in your community. You ran a very successful business that has employed 6,000 people in the state of Ohio. How have you ever thought about running for office and addressing their concerns? And they go, well, I don't really want to expose myself to that, and I never really thought I'd be able to do anything. It's like, dude, you'd be able to do a lot if you got into the Senate. And let me tell you about it. Like, we need great candidates, and they're out there. There is a John Ossoff in every state. There is a James Tallarico in every single congressional district. I'd rather pour my energy into that. Instead of wasting my time trying to talk some DSA freak who hasn't showered in a week to like Chuck Schumer. Like, what the fuck? I'm not going to waste my time. Also, we just got to improve people's lives, and they won't be as vulnerable to the promises of lunatics. So if people were doing a little better with the economy, then they wouldn't be open to crazy ideas and more extremist ideology, right? So the goal should be to get some incremental progress and help people, give them a little breathing room, and then they're going to be less open to this nonsense. But when people are desperate, they're willing to listen to anyone.
Any fears that Tallarico gets lumped in with the DSA insurgency and it hurts his chances? Doesn't take much for voters down here to be swayed.
I mean, they're going to attach him to the worst Democrat, but everybody's got to deal with that. And he's already addressed all his cringy posts from the past, and he came up with great answers, and they never asked him again about that stuff. So I'm not worried about James Tallarico dealing with any attacks. He seems brilliant at it. Do people really care if we make their lives better? Everyone hated Biden. He was a great president because he sucked at selling it. Biden was a shitty salesman, dude. I'm telling you, Biden is like the genius who developed an amazing car and makes people's lives better and has no clue how to sell it to anybody. Doesn't even know where to begin, you know, like old, doesn't have the energy, falls down, doesn't have the charisma, doesn't have the talking points. And so you learn in business. I went to business school. And you learn that you need innovators and you need cheerleaders. And those are two separate qualities. Most people don't have them. Most people are good at making stuff, but not good at selling it. And a lot of people are good at selling stuff, but not making anything. So you got to have good salesmen. And say what you want about Trump. He's kind of funny and he's edgy and he tells people extreme things like we can do this or that, or he gives them, he tells them what they want to hear in an entertaining, charismatic way. At least he used to. We don't have that. We had an old man who was struggling not to fall down and make sure he could get all his words out. That's not going to sell someone anything, He's a great con man. Yeah. Like that's why I'm not worried about 28 because everybody who's running for office is a rock star and he's going to run circles around the morons who are running on the right. And everybody running now is mostly great too. I mean, we're kind of weeding out the olds and the people who aren't rising to the challenge. That's why the DSA people are taking out some of the more older, useless people in some cases. Again, not someone like Dan Goldman is an exception. I think he's a rock star and he got done dirty by Brad Lander and all that bullshit. But what can you do? But, some of these other people are they weren't doing anything incredible, I love younger people in politics. Yeah, that's the other thing is people refuse to look at the positive in this. So DSA is getting a lot of these people off the sidelines that otherwise wouldn't give a shit and have given up on our politics and our government. And now they're getting excited, they're getting involved, and they're going to see their candidates get in there and moderate and work with the people they've been told are ghouls and monsters. They're going to see their people vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be speaker. They're going to see their people capitulating. They're going to see their people compromising, just like Mamdani did with Kathy Hochul and even Donald Trump. And I think that's good. I think then they'll be like, okay, so I see how we have to be to get stuff done. And now they're engaged. Now they're involved. So I'm not too worried about it. Or, yeah, okay. You seem like a lot of fun at parties, dude. Are you depressed? I think you need to look up talk therapy near me. Everything is you're depressed about. So I wish you luck, ASM SP. I think you need medical professional involvement at this point for your mental health. You sound down in the dumps, buddy. You're very negative. We don't do that around here. We keep it positive, all right? We look for silver linings and we focus on the positive. We don't nurse people back to health here. This is the big kids table. Your feet have to touch the floor when you sit down, and we don't eat animal crackers for dinner. So you need to talk yourself out of the negative. I'm not your dad. I'm not your mom, okay? I know your mom probably breastfed you till age 8 and kept you on the monkey leash in the mall when you were 11, but this is the big kids table and it may not be for you. I cannot walk you off the ledge. I'm not your uncle, okay? I'm not your therapist. So you've posted 10 times negative things crying and we've tolerated enough. So time to go wash your face and sit down and eat dinner like the rest of us and be positive. If you can't do that, then this ain't the place for you, man. I don't know what to tell you. This just isn't the place for you. And I don't even know why you'd want to be here anyways. Like these people are delusional. I'm the one who's got it all figured out. Okay, go cry somewhere else. I don't care. I've already addressed you 5 times and you're still crying. It's incredible. I didn't know you have so many tears inside you, man. Like, you should hydrate. You could get a headache, buddy. Like, what do you want from me? Leave me alone. I don't care. Your negativity is boring and lame and embarrassing. There's no reason for you to attack me. All right, you're an idiot. You can't help yourself. I see, this proves to me that you need mental health professionals in your life. I just punched you in the face 5 times and you're like, yeah, shouldn't attack me. I don't deserve this. Go away. Too far. One of the perks of being an adult is having animal crackers for dinner. Hell yeah, dude. I love going to like CVS and buying anything I want, all the candy in the world, overdosing on Vines and Nerds clusters. Like, why not? You only live once. Listen, guys, this is not the place to doom and cry, okay? You're going to get mocked, laughed at, and thrown out of here.
Obama.
You're welcome to ask questions and put your ideas out there. But if everything you're typing in chat is arguing with me, then you're cringe and we don't care. Have a nice life. And we're all laughing at you. Like, this is like my living room to hang out and talk my shit. I'm not here to nurse you back to hell. I don't care. I've made my argument. I've made my case. I think it's a solid case. I think I've got a pretty good track record. When I'm wrong, I usually have a lot of company. And I see people tell me, you know, IRI said the same thing about 2024. Yeah, me and fucking everyone else. What do you mean? Me and like the gold standard pollsters. And then I see people saying, I listen to his optimism in 2023, 2024, and look where it got me. Like, you're welcome. You're welcome. If I made you feel optimistic and then the good thing didn't happen, what the hell does that matter? Would you have rather sat around for a year biting your nails, upset, crying, shitting the bed, and being upset? You're welcome. I made you feel good and optimistic and it didn't work out. So what? That's a gift. Like, some people are so weird. Like, they'd rather sit there and be miserable for a year. I could have been miserable for a year. Yeah, I guess you could have. But you're welcome. I made you not miserable for a year. I could have sit here freaking out for years about the 2024 election. Instead, this guy made me feel like it was going to be okay and everything was fine. And it wasn't. And you're welcome.
Do you think Han can beat the Republicans?
Yes, I think she can win for sure. It's so funny how I get criticized for that. Like, this guy, I'll never, ever buy into his optimism ever again. I'll never listen to his optimism.
How do we prop up the Dems without fighting back? They are convincing people that the Dems are feckless and fascist enablers. I love Pete. Very excited.
Hell yeah. I'm glad you're excited, Jake. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. I mean, God forbid I make people feel good about the future. You know what I mean? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'll sit here and cry like everyone and make you depressed for the next year. It's all over, guys. This is the end of the Democratic Party. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't see any way out. We're cooked. We're all screwed. It's all over. What now? Does everyone feel better? DSA's taken over, guys. Capitalism's done. You're going to have to share your PlayStation with other people, and it's like borrowing an audiobook on the Libby app or something. You're going to have to wait 28 weeks to get your PlayStation for 4 days. It's socialism. Israel is going to be forced to become Palestine, and Democrats are going to be locked up. It's all over. I don't know. I see it, man. There's no way out, guys. It's all over. so much negativity about politics already. It's nice to have an optimist. Yeah, I refuse to let people drag me down. I refuse. People want to come here and play that Sarah McLachlan song all day. In the arms of the angel. Just cry, cry, cry. And you know what it is? To me, it's really sad. And that's why I'm so aggressive on those people, because you're just as pathetic as the MAGA people and the Hassan 38-month subscribers who just spam stupid emotes all day long like they're changing the world. You're just as useless, right? Like you found a way to convince yourself that it's all over, and you want other people to join you in your misery. You refuse to listen to any positivity, even consider it, and you just want everyone to be dragged down into your mental health hellhole. Well, no, thank you. I don't want to. It's like people, instead of actually putting in work and improving and trying to be better and being optimistic and building something, it's easier to just cry and have an excuse and a boogeyman and something to blame. Someone, obviously not the guy in the mirror. Can't blame that little prince or princess. No way.
It's over. Israel has been defeated and trillions have joined DSA, pensive face emoji. Less whiners and quitters. USA is still #1 baby.
USA!
With your gift of as little as 5 subs, you can help a needy child watch C-SPAN.
True. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate it. I know the vast majority of you are optimistic warriors who are here for the fight. You never wavered. You have your moments where it's a bit overwhelming and you have to check out, but you're in the fight and you believe, you know we can do better. You know that it's not going to go down the worst way possible. And I appreciate that. And I know that's most of you guys, and we can't let a couple of bedwetters, panicins bring us down. And if they want to call us dreamers, if they want to call us delusional, if they want to call us naive, go ahead. I don't care. I'd rather be naive and optimistic and go to a bar assuming I'm going to bang the hottest chick there than be some loser who's sitting outside. Why should I even go in? It's nobody's going to talk to me. No girls are going to like me. I'm an idiot. Every guy's going to get all the girls but me. And oh God, I'm just going to go home before I even walk in the bar. Why? Who wants to live like that, man? Go in there and start talking to some people. Io, thank you for the 5 gift subs. The Trib, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah.
Chat, become an unabashed liberal in real life.
Yeah, be a Giga Chad, man. You got to take chance in life to get ahead, man. It's easy to be a bedwetter and cry and say, Dare to Dream. Thoughts on Kelda Roys? Is that like the 5th Wisconsin governor candidate who has no chance in hell? Is that who you're talking about? What thoughts would I have about that person? What do I care about the 5th useless person on the stage? I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick around here. I do want to watch this clip of Hong on CNN, and they may upload it soon. Caitlin Collins sometimes uploads full videos, so if you guys see the longer version of this whole interview, I'd love to watch it. I wonder if there's like any last-minute interviews with El Sayed or Stevens on the eve of the election. I guess... I don't know. I got to use the restroom, though, so I'll be right back.
This got a little bit heated, this back and forth exchange with the Health and Human Services Secretary and the host of CNN's politics show on Sunday. Here's a bit of that exchange.
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But I'm not, you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but.
Yeah,
you were saying you were. Yes,
you were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr. Secretary,
your job
is
a fierce skepticism toward authority, and you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations about public health? I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors about.
Scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
That's the exchange from yesterday. That prompted a response from another viewer on Facebook. This is Melinda Sanders saying, after watching Dana bash with Secretary Kennedy, I stand by the statement, no matter how much you hate mainstream media, it isn't enough. Again, she makes her point on this top story. You can make that point as well. Let's go to Frank. Frank in New York, independent line.
Yes, that lady they called earlier talking about Fauci. You know, she's ignorant. I'd rather believe him before I would listen to her. Okay? She's a dangerous woman. And what she said is the Democrats kept everybody down, locked down. Yeah, they kept them locked down because why would you go spread everything? If you stay contained, you won't be spreading it from person to person.
Hell yeah. Let's revisit 2020 COVID debates. Awesome. Totally. Why not? I love it. COVID cooks so many brains. It's just like, why are we even debating this shit in 2026, man? Like, the Republicans are so desperate to change the narrative and talk about anything but what's happening right now. They want to go back to the election in 2020, COVID lockdowns. I mean, give me a break. I don't think the American people are looking for this. Talk about add a touch. Okay, let me do one search here. Days ago. Not seeing the interview from tonight yet. Let me look at one more thing. Caitlin Collins' X account. Time she uploads interviews. And she does have a 2-minute video. All right, I'll keep that in mind. So you support the Senate, the Supreme Court? Okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. Actually, maybe ASIN has all the clips. Yeah, she has a couple clips. Or he has a couple clips. Dan Bongino, get the hell out of here, loser. All right, first clip.
This trend from a political perspective. Yes, a lot of Democratic socialists have been winning in recent weeks and months in New York and Colorado. Your race is different. You're not running in deep blue turf. It is a true political battleground in Wisconsin. When voters might go to vote next weekend and look at this and say, well, the current governor hasn't endorsed you. He's endorsing the Democrat who's running against you. What's your argument for why voters should back you if the sitting governor in your party is not backing you?
He also didn't support his lieutenant governor in this term or his former lieutenant governor. I think that Governor Evers has every right to decide to put the thumb on the scale, but I'd like to remind folks that this election belongs to the voters, and the candidates have to earn their vote, put in the work. Wisconsinites work hard. They work harder than most folks all across this country, and they deserve a candidate who is working just as hard to make sure that they can earn their vote. And talking about things they care about, a moratorium on AI data centers, taxing the ultra wealthy, fully funding our schools, and free childcare. It's been an honor of my life to be able to run for governor, and I think that our campaign is showing that Wisconsinites are coming together over the issues and our shared values of care and hard work.
So that's the answer. Like, he didn't support his lieutenant governors. Okay. Non-fun, thank you for the raid on YouTube. Appreciate that, man. Okay. Next clip.
What's your response to that?
No, the governor cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police. And I'm not interested in abolishing prisons. What I am interested in is being serious about safety.
Oh, man, she still hasn't changed her answer to this question. So, the question is, you posted and supported defunding the police a couple years ago. Do you still support that? And why did you say that at the time? And her answer is, well, the governor can't defund the police. That's not a great answer. What do you mean? Like, do you support defunding the police or not? And say, well, it doesn't actually mean no police, and it's taking some of the load off of our police officers so they don't have to solve every problem in society. Rethinking how we police some communities. Obviously, safety is the highest priority, and we would never sacrifice any safety when it comes to reorganization of policing. But I tend to believe that over the years, we come up with new practices and new ideas, and we should give them a shot and see how it goes. Learn from other countries and states or whatever, something like that. But it's like, instead, it's just, well, I wouldn't be able to defund the police if I'm governor. So that's the end of that. Like, okay. That's like, to me, that's one of the worst answers you could give. Yeah, because it implies you would if you could. Exactly. Not a great answer. She's said it. She's done that every time they ask her about it too. Like, how hard is it? James Tallarico has put on a clinic on how to answer these kind of questions. He'll say stuff like, yeah, that was kind of cringy, and I would say that differently now, but here's what I meant by that, and here's how it makes sense still to this day. I mean, how hard is it? Like, she seems to be convinced that her best strategy is just to sidestep any of her past comments that are viewed as extremist, and also to say that I don't support certain elements of the DSA platform. Not the greatest argument.
Means ensuring that law enforcement has the training that they need, and that we're holding law enforcement that break the law accountable. What also means that we have to be tough on causes if we're going to be tough on crime, and investing in the things that we know prevent crime, like funding schools, great out-of-school programs, making sure that we have mental health resources and addiction resources, good housing, and healthier healthcare. So, and it's, those photos that he put up, I think he had to, because The real story is when you look at our campaign events and the people who are organizing repair cafes and coming together at bowling alleys and first-time voters talking to people who may have not have voted in the last 6 years, there is an immense amount of joy and creativity and people feeling excited to be engaged in politics. That's what this campaign is about. And we're talking about the issues that they care about. And I think it's important that we help voters feel like they belong before we make them believe in something. And that's what's been really great about running a grassroots movement.
I mean, she could have just given that answer and started by saying, obviously, I don't support no police. By defund the police, this is what was meant at the time. And I see opportunity to implement some things as governor that I think could be a step in the right direction. I mean, this stuff doesn't seem very complicated, man.
When I talk about potholes and making sure people pay their fair share of taxes so that we're able to fix the roads, invest in rural communities, and have fire and EMS services that are available regardless of where you live in Wisconsin. These are the things that I'm talking about, issues that voters care about. Tom Tiffany is having to go back to a lot of my old tweets because his actions and his resume, what he's done is defunded healthcare, ripped food share away from our children, supported a national abortion ban. And last time I checked, he still hasn't said who won the 2020 election. Being an election denier is an automatic disqualifier. So when you are the weakest candidate for the Republicans to put forth, it's likely that you're going to have to attack previous tweets of a candidate right now that's building a movement.
This is a great answer. Fine. Love it. These guys are so desperate. They're digging through my years old tweets. Are you kidding me? They won't dare try to defend their record and what they stand for. This is a great answer, but I think she's missing out by not coupling it with actually addressing the questions when they ask her, like defund the police or whatever. You seem kind of dodgy, but this is a good answer. This Tiffany guy sucks, man. And I definitely think he's a threat.
So you do support the Senate, the Supreme Court, and prisons, the existence of prisons.
Yes, I support all those things right now that are helping to ensure that there is public safety. But I do believe right now in our Supreme Court that we should be working to expand the court.
What did I hear? Let me make sure I heard that correctly. Right now, I support those things.
Yes, I support all those things right now that are helping to ensure.
All those things right now that are helping to ensure safety. Okay. Like, why even engage in that, you know? So the next question from Caitlin needs to be, then why do you associate with this organization that wants to do much more extreme things? Why do you feel the need to take on that label? And I have a feeling that she would say something like Keith said on Live and Learn with, I'm not there for that. And there are people there that may stand for that. And the organization may even believe in that. But what I'm there is because of the energy and the hope and the people showing up who think we can do better. Something like that. But it's like these people cannot answer these simple questions. It does seem like she's hiding her power level with that answer too. It doesn't concern me. I'm not like, oh my God, she's going to get in there and destroy everything. But it just feels like unnecessary grief to not address the question and even anticipate the criticism and head it off with your answer as well.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before.
It should concern you. Why should I be concerned? Do I believe that we're going to eliminate prisons and borders anytime soon? Even the DSA people who went on Fox said that's a long-term goal. And you know what? I'd love to live in a world where we have very little crime and no borders and everybody has what they need. I mean, why wouldn't we want to live in that? We should strive for a utopia like that. That's amazing. What's wrong with that?
November should you win. One thing, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Oh, okay. So everyone out there worried about these people taking over America. Are you kidding me? Like, you cannot attack Thanksgiving, man. Fuck off. You're dead in the water. Now, you can win a governor's race in Wisconsin in the height of DSA's hysteria and energy, but you think this is gonna take over America? You can't hate on Thanksgiving, man. Come on. Those people are such bedwetters. They're like, actually, this was the colonization of the native species. It's like, fuck off, bro. I'm here just to enjoy a holiday with my family. Yeah, but the beating is atrocious and monstrous. It's like, okay. All right, bro. Can you leave? What do you mean I leave? I'm just saying you're all murderers and disgusting genocide supporters. The original genocide. And it's like, all right, bro, we're trying to have Thanksgiving, bro. Fuck you. Nope, you're not. I'm sorry, but if your target is Thanksgiving and you're cooked, man, it's game over. You know what I mean? It's not gonna work. This is the stupidest answer in the world. You want to take Columbus statues down? Fine, but no one is sad on Thanksgiving for any reason other than having to be around their family. Yeah, like, you want to talk about Columbus Day and some federal holiday regarding celebrating a figure or something. All right, we can have that conversation. I still think you're on the losing end of that one, right? Like, this is peak woke to hate on Thanksgiving. I actually don't think it's like that detrimental to her campaign because it's just so ridiculous. It's so frail. It's so just everything people feel the left is, right? Like, they hate Thanksgiving. What? What do you mean they hate Thanksgiving? The woman said it. She said that we're monsters.
And so I think that's
a lot of people in my community are hard. What did she even say? Oh my God.
Community is always a good around the table, but Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Oh my God. Really? Is it?
These are stolen lands.
IO with the $2. Yeah. It really is. Thanksgiving really painful for a lot of people in her community. Like, what? Are there some people out there that are Native American that are very offended and upset by this? I'm sure. I'm willing to bet most Native Americans don't give a shit about Thanksgiving, right? It's like, what? Who are we talking to here? Just watch the NFL, eat some turkey. Like, we can't be afraid of offending 6 people because we're celebrating Thanksgiving. I'm Native and still do Thanksgiving. Like, I think you can fight for recognition of the Native tribes that were here and how they were screwed by the Pilgrims. Like, you could fight to have that included on Thanksgiving, Hey, I'm not trying to like, if these people were smart, they would go out there and say, hey, I'm not trying to stop Thanksgiving. People love to get together, have the holiday. I think it's a beautiful time. I just want to raise a little bit of awareness and respect for the Native people that were here. I'm not saying we should change anything. I'm just saying, can we add something maybe? Let's add a little piece to the plate to recognize the people that were here before us, because it's not like it was an empty space and some of those people got screwed very hard. That might go over with some people, you know, like, hey, let's add something to it. Not let's try to cancel it. That's the corn. I don't know. Just got to do the land acknowledgement for you rip into that turkey. Well, you joke, but I remember going to protests in 2017, 2018, and they would like stop the whole thing and be like, all right, we're going to do a prayer by our native brothers and sisters. And like, nobody was there for that at all. It was like against Trump's taxes or something. And there was, 10,000 people. And then they let the Native Americans like lead a prayer for the stolen land. And I just remember everybody's just kind of uncomfortable looking around like, wait, what?
And so I think there I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for...
Yeah, a Thanksgiving hater, man. A lot of people were hurt by this holiday, and I'm just trying to bring attention to that. Dog shit answer, I guess. Look at Hassan in the thumbnail. Democrats sharp left turn? Oh boy. Oh man, I don't even know. Big election tomorrow night, guys. The last day we have to deal with this shit. I'm just thrilled for it to be over, one way or the other. Where is let's look at PBS NewsHour's story on it. Stevenites Unite. I think she's cooked, man. There's just no energy behind her campaign. I mean, she's done what she can, but like, she probably needed to tell AIPAC to kick rocks and don't you dare spend money in this race. I hate you. All right, let's see here. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Who knows? Could be wrong. Abuse allegations. Republicans got a mess on their hands.
Maine, as you all remember, had to pull out of that Senate race after past allegations of abuse. You see 3 congressmen there. 2 of them resigned after sexual misconduct allegations. And then in the middle, one, Corey Mills, who still faces those kinds of allegations. There are now calls for an ethics investigation into Congressman Miller. He says he is not resigning, but those ethics investigations, we know, take time.
Finally, Lisa, we know that you have just returned from a key state in this midterm election year, Michigan. What should we know?
This was fascinating. We found Democrats in Michigan wrestling over an absolutely critical and intense Senate race. Their primaries tomorrow between 2 candidates who both say they're underestimated, but it's really about how Democrats try to win and who they want to be.
In Michigan, is this a phase or is this the future?
All right, y'all, money out of? Pocket. Money in your? Pocket. Medicare for? Well, that's what we're fighting for, y'all. It just shouldn't be this hard.
Abdul Al-Sayed is many things, a Michigan native, a Rhodes Scholar with a medical degree, and a former public health director. Vigor is his brand. A progressive who's never held office before, he is banking on enthusiasm.
He's authentic. He doesn't owe anything. He's not representing anyone but the people.
He's not just like, hey, I'm pushing the same buttons as everyone else. He's actually like, hey, this is messed up. We got to fix this.
Battling him is Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
We all know we're a swing state.
Look at that crowd. His crowd wasn't that big either, but this ain't it, bro. This I don't know about this energy right here. Haley. All 17 of them, man. Oh no.
Battling him is Congresswoman Haley
Stevens.
We all know we're a swing state.
Look at that crowd right there. That's how I'm like, I don't know. I think it's over. I mean, the polls have been pretty lopsided for a minute. The vibes are different. Yeah. You gotta tap into that energy, man. You gotta have the excitement around you to get people out to vote in a summer midterm primary. I mean, it's asking a lot of people.
And we're going to win big in November.
Her brand is hard worker, can do, as in 2018 when she flipped a Republican district to win her U.S. House seat, or in 2009 when she helped run President Obama's auto bailout. Stevens leans in on her record and her Michigan accent.
I have this community's back. I have this state's back.
Like, if I'm Haley Stevenson's campaign and I've got the media following me around on the eve of the election, I'm lining up some big events, you know, some heavy hitters, just some action. Not somebody's fucking driveway with 11 people there. Come on, man. Depressing.
And I'm going to lead in the way we need and deserve. I'm going to stick it to them.
Her supporters say she's the one who can win in the fall.
There's no contest. She has a proven record.
Fighter for the working man or woman. She really stands up for that.
One party choosing from two different directions.
I've got friends on both sides.
And they feel strongly.
And they feel very strongly about their choice.
In the Detroit suburbs, Cindy Groney is highly engaged. She volunteers and campaigns with the local Democratic Party, and she's supporting Stevens.
I feel strongly that she's the right choice. One is her policies. And the other is I feel she has the best chance of winning the race once the primary is over.
How important is that?
I think it's critical. This state is a purple state, and I think it's going to be close.
Polling backs that up. A recent Michigan education poll found Stevens neck and neck with Republican Mike Rogers. He's a former congressman who narrowly lost a Senate race 2 years ago and has President Trump's endorsement. In the same poll, Abdul El-Sayed trailed Rogers by 10 points.
It is high past time for us to show up and start taxing billionaires their wealth.
But
this is my point, is that if you believe these polls that show her losing to El-Sayed, then you have to believe the same polls that show him losing to Mike Rogers. I mean, you can't just take one. I mean, they're literally the same polls.
El-Sayed says this misses his momentum.
The way you win is to bring more voters to the coalition and to win some of these folks who want a politician who's not bought off. I'll also tell you this, that to beat somebody like Mike Rogers, you actually have to offer a contrast. If you need $60 million, as my Democratic opponent has taken, to barely be competitive in a primary, tell me how you're electable again.
This is one of...
Oh, got him. Got him. I'm so annoyed by the AIPAC spending. Like, it's just crazy, man. I don't know what AIPAC is doing though. That's the weird thing. It's like, dude, you realize you're not helping, but maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they're running just horrific ads about Abdul Sayed all day long, and they're like just juicing the airwaves with rumors about him and bad angles of him and talking about how unelectable he is. I don't know, man. Maybe that money must be doing something. Money's doing something, but it's like, dude, it almost seems hurtful to her. If they had not done that, then would she have a better chance? I don't know. I would almost argue in a crazy way, AIPAC is trying to sink her campaign by running all those ads and spending all that money, knowing that people will hear about that and be like, I don't like that. I don't support that. I don't like AIPAC. I don't like Israel. And it's like, oh, Israel ran $50 million of ads for her, so you must really not like her, right? They're like, yeah, what the fuck? So I don't even know what the hell's going on there. They're attacking him and hurting her at the same time. I mean, I think it's tough to argue that the AIPAC spending has hasn't hurt her, like it's like his number one talking point is the 50 million spent by AIPAC. So you got to wonder what would be going on here with the race if she had rejected any AIPAC spending and said, don't do that. And maybe taken a more softer position on our relationship with Israel. It's not that she's like, oh, I love Israel, Gone, and I think Israel's base, like John Fetterman or something. She's just saying, look, that's our ally. I support a two-state solution, and we got to be there for Israel, like stuff like that. She's also criticized Netanyahu pretty harshly. She probably should have leaned into that a lot more. But very strange race. Very strange race with the AIPAC funding. I really think AIPAC is going to be a thing of the past in the next couple of election cycles. AIPAC hasn't been really smart about their money for a while. Yeah, I guess not. If it wasn't AIPAC, they would just complain about corporate donors. Yeah, I guess, but it doesn't hit as hard, right? Like specifics matter more. If I tell you I'm eating candy for breakfast, you go, haha, that's funny. If I go, I'm eating a king size Snickers for breakfast, then you're like, okay, it's funnier, right? Like specifics are always funny. So AIPAC, it carries so much more weight than corporate donors. Walter Masterson canceled 2 Stevens events by ceaselessly yelling 40. Yeah, I saw something about that guy. What happened with that guy? He used to just be kind of a comedian that trolled Republicans. I think his brain broke over the Israel issue because he's at Stevens events disrupting. Yeah, like I think he's brain broken, man. It's crazy to see something like that happen in real time. I mean, guy was just a comedian going to Trump events and trolling them, and now he is all about giving grief to Democrats for AIPAC in Israel. It's like, yo, what's going on? I will never watch that guy's shit again after that. Like I saw that and I was like, this guy is disrupting a Democratic event. Like I understand not liking the candidate, but going there and trolling like you do to the Republicans, that's not cool at all, bro. Like, what are you doing? Walter Masterson. What a weirdo, man. Freak.
The most expensive Senate primaries in history, fueled not just by
do I have a right to go? Would anybody approve me going to a Abdul El Sayed rally and saying weird shit to make everyone feel uncomfortable and forcing the event to be shut down? Like, I don't think anybody would support that. I would expect to be criticized for that, but for whatever reason, it's okay to shut down a Democrat you disagree with's event. I find that outrageous, man. Fuck that guy.
Over the Democratic Party's direction, but by one high-stakes debate over Israel and Gaza.
She's fighting back against Trump's Medicare cuts.
This ad may not mention the Middle East, but the super PAC involved is focused on it. Tied to AIPAC, or the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the group has spent more than $30 million for Stevens and against El Sayed.
That's the real Abdul El Sayed.
The outside spending is sparking wide backlash. At the same time, Democrats are divided over Gaza. El Sayed sharply criticizes America's role in providing weapons to Israel.
Anti-Semitism is a scourge and we must stand up against it. But this is about love for the people who go without those basic things in America. So how dare we ask how we're going to pay for improvements to our schools or health care while we don't bat an eyelash to sending $3.3 billion of our taxpayer money to a foreign government doing genocide and apartheid?
Dude, none of that money is going to make its way to any schools or roads. That's what bums me out, is he knows that too. He knows that that couple $1 billion going to Israel is not going to make a difference. And it bums me out because these guys are riding on this Israel issue. There's nothing to do with Israel. Like, there's not going to be any funding for Israel. There's not going to be any weapons. And even if you stop it, it's such a small drop in the bucket of what needs to be done to help this country. Like it doesn't change anything, you know? He did say genocide. Yeah. I feel like so many people are all in on the Israel issue, and they, for whatever reason, they think it's going to change their life in some way. I think it's going to quickly become an issue of the past because both sides are frowning on Israel now and they're not interested in funding them. So like, what is he going to do as a U.S. Senator to help that issue in any way, right? There might be a vote on some defensive weapons, maybe some coordination with Israel or something. It's like, okay, that seems like peanuts, dude. So now what are you going to do about actually getting money to the state, right? Like imagine he clashes with Chuck Schumer or the Democratic leadership and he wants to be a fighter. How's he going to get anything done that actually matters, you know? I bet if you ask people, they probably think we give Israel like 30% of our budget. Yeah. Also, the way he says it, he's lying to the people, right? He's like, we can give $3 billion to Israel, but we can't fix our roads and our schools. It's bullshit. It's like, dude, those are totally separate things. And if you stop the funding of Israel, that $3 billion, it's not going to go to the schools. It's not like, oh shit, we got $3 billion more now. Let's put it into our schools. And so the moral issue, that's fine. You can have that. You can go out there and say, listen, I think this is our support for Israel doing bad things is hurting our children's view of morality, and it's causing division here in America, and we need to cut our ties with that country, and we need to at least stop giving them money to continue that war so we need to help them help themselves by cutting off the funds. You can say stuff like that, but to connect it to improving people's lives through their roads and schools is total bullshit, and you're just jerking people along, man.
Alina Malik's a rising senior at the University of Michigan studying business. While home for the summer, El Sayed inspired her to canvas for the first time.
See, I like stories like this. I don't even care why she did that. This girl, I'm assuming, would not have been doing this if it weren't for him. And I hope she stays involved and watches as things progress. If he wins, if he loses, whatever. And maybe she'll now start paying attention and be more involved in, especially with the Democratic Party.
I was definitely scared going into it, but it was really nice.
A core issue for her, the AIPAC and corporate money in this race.
I didn't realize how campaigns were funded and how they can be funded by these corporate political action committees and how that can affect the policies that are made.
You know, I'd love a constitutional amendment to get rid of money in politics.
Stevens has responded, as we saw at the Regional Chamber of Commerce in Lansing.
We're in a moment of reckoning, you know, and it's cheap shots to say, oh, well, you know, we can't have nice things because of this and that. You know, a super PAC, which, yes, that's garbage that we have this dark money.
You said very clearly, and you've been clear, you want to reform, you do campaign finance reform. Why not tell super PACs not to use your name? Why not?
Oh, that's a good question. This is what we were asking about earlier. Why, if people are so fed up with these corporate PACs, why not tell them to piss off?
Openly reject the dark money and outside money that's helping you.
Well, the Republicans certainly wouldn't be listening to that.
So,
you know,
Yeah, but you're in a primary.
I mean, I'd love to tell the Republican super PACs not to donate or not to do a super PAC.
Stumping for Stevens is Zach Nessel. He's secretary of the state
Hell yeah. Look at this guy.
Democratic Jewish Caucus and the son of the state's attorney general. He says the AIPAC focus is misguided.
They support her because she supports Israel, and she always has been. It's not.
I was not expecting that voice. Wow. Son of the Attorney General, Dana Nessel. She's pretty big. Oh, my. Yeah. This guy's balls haven't dropped yet. Is he 12 years old? He looks like he's a giant, man. He hasn't hit puberty? What's going on, buddy?
focus is misguided.
They support her because she supports Israel and she always has been. It's not that she owes them anything. It's that she has been, their values are aligned.
This divide...
Bro, you're not helping. That's not helping, homie. Their values are aligned. They are in lockstep together. I don't think that's the answer, bro. Come on, man. The answer for me is, look, Israel, like us, is dealing with an authoritarian takeover of a corrupt far-right politician who is just interested in preserving his own hide and is taking them along for a ride. Many people in the country are furious at the direction that it's gone, and a lot of people understand that unless the Palestinians have peace, they won't have peace. This guy, they're together, totally in lockstep. No one hears that. They hear Jew genocide. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's not an easy subject to navigate. And if you go out there and you try to make the case in any way for Israel right now, you're just hitting a brick wall, right? You're up against 3+ years, 3 years of like people watching TikTok videos of people getting blown up and stuff. It's like, yeah, but October 7th. And they're like, that doesn't excuse the 80,000 people. And it's like, imagine an October 7th every day for the last 3 years piped into your social media feed. Good luck fighting against that.
Isn't new, but Democrats criticizing Israel and those pushing left are notching up recent gains, like Democratic Socialist Zahra Mamdani's win in New York City. Here in Michigan, a recent poll shows El Sayed with a 16-point lead over Stevens, winning.
But by the way, Israel should have known better. Like, dude, if you're going to run this campaign, like, you're going to get owned in the court of public opinion. Like, the day of the tragedy that you're going to refer to for years is going to be a distant memory for a lot of people, whereas you're providing fresh, new things for people to be outraged about every day, you know? Got to be smarter about this stuff.
Big with independents likely to vote in the race.
They open like all with us.
Matt Grossman is a political science professor at Michigan State and co-owns Hooked, a bookstore in Lansing.
Democrats are competitive now in Texas, in Iowa, in Alaska, in Ohio. This shouldn't be the competitive state, certainly to determine the outcome of the U.S. Senate. But I think Republicans think, regardless of who wins on the Democratic side, they have a chance here.
Grossman also says the general election could get ugly, particularly if Republicans run against El Sayed, who'd be the first Muslim senator in history.
Oh, this guy. He's about to, they are going to unleash the nastiest of nasty. And Islamophobia is already a huge thing in Texas, where they're like burning the Quran and stuff. This is going to go to a whole new level, man.
He's fighting for what people want. And so I think that will make people, see past the racism and, the superficial things like his name.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You think that? That is sweet of you, you high school senior. That is precious. Oh, they'll see past all the racism and the negative and see the positive. Oh, yeah.
See past the racism and, the superficial things like his name and his identity.
If Steve...
Oh, yeah, sure. Just like Kamala in 2024 with they, them, they'll see right past it. Dude, that's all they're going to run on. They have nothing else. What are they going to run on? They can't praise Trump. They can't associate with like his presidency. Everything's bad. So what they're going to do is just lean into Islamophobia and say, this guy's a fucking terrorist. This guy is palling around with Hassan Piker. This guy is going to destroy your lives with socialism. I mean, they're just going to lean into that. They have nothing else to run on. Now, will it work? I don't know. He seems like a hot-headed guy. Like he doesn't seem very good at like dealing with people he disagrees with. And I point to his reaction to the governor endorsing Stevens, and he really fumbled that. And also, just look, I've never seen a candidate put out a statement telling his supporters to stop attacking his opponent over personal things. I've never seen that. And just hours before he did that, he was talking about how Haley Stevens can't string two sentences together. So where does it come from? Why are people so toxic? It comes from the top. It comes from the person that they're following. I don't think he's going to be able to turn that around.
Stevens wins, Alina Malik will probably vote for her over the Republican.
I think it goes back to kind of choosing the lesser of two evils.
I don't have any real negatives towards Abdul, but I would like to see him hold another elected job before he made a huge move to the Senate.
But even so, Stevens supporter Cindy Groney says she will definitely vote for El Sayed if he is on the fall ballot.
My concern is both sides, Abdul supporters, Haley supporters, will not vote for the other if they win. And that would not result in Democrats retaining this Senate seat.
I didn't hear that again. Hold on.
Will not vote is both sides, Abdul supporters, Haley supporters, will not vote for the other if they win. And that would not result in Democrats retaining this Senate seat.
That it shouldn't even be a question. The candidates should say every time they're in front of the cameras that they will support their opponent no matter who wins. If they lose, they will support their opponent. And I'm disappointed by candidates all around for not saying that more often, because that's how you bring the temperature down. You say straight up from the very beginning, I will support the nominee. I hope it's me. And but I will get behind whomever the nominee is. I mean, that should be a no-brainer. But we don't see that. We see people, taking shots at each other all day long.
I feel like if these guys didn't have Israel or AIPAC to rally against, their campaigns would fall flat on its face.
I think that's a lot of it. Yeah. I don't think it's all of it. I think people are fed up and they're angry. But yeah, I think that issue has changed some people's lives. And who votes in the primaries? It's activists. And that issue has fired enough people up that it's given them a lane to run in, attacking that for sure. That's why I think when Democrats take over the House, which I think they will, that the temperature will drop, because they're going to be doing shit and there'll be stuff to talk about, like hearings and subpoenas and stories that they discover and highlight, and there'll just be other things going on. Whereas right now there's nothing going on because Republicans control the House and the Senate. So they're not having hearings. They're not actually doing any work. They're just dicking around doing what Trump wants once in a while. And people can't even imagine what a actual functioning House chamber looks like. It can be wild. It can be nasty towards its target if it wants. And I think it also, the Israel issue is going to slow down because there's nothing to vote on. There's nothing to do. Congress is already done with funding Israel, and Israel themselves have said, don't send us anything. We don't want it, because they know that it's just asking for trouble.
This is a classic Michigan hard political fight, a test of Democrats' divide and their ability to quickly reunite. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins in Lansing, Michigan.
My biggest concern with El Sayed is that he's not going to be a good senator. Now, I hope to be disappointed and have to say I was wrong. I misjudged this guy, but just I don't see someone who's going to make a great senator from what I've read, what I've seen. I even read his book, Medicare for All, and was disappointed with what he said in there about how to get it done. So I don't know much about him. I obviously can't know much about him. And we've had people who were nobody outsiders come in and do great, like John Ossoff. So I don't even know if he can win the general based on the polling so far. And that's before the Republicans spend $100 million to tell everybody he's a terrorist and that he's destroying Christianity and he's for they, them, and it will take away their way of living by implementing socialism. I mean, it'd be interesting. He's going to be a leftist Fetterman. He seems like a hothead too. Yeah, that bugs me. I like my politicians nice. I like them being chill. Okay, I got to get out of here. It's like 8:30. So thank you guys all for hanging out. I'm going to grab something to eat and then go for a walk. But boy, we had a bunch of super chats today. You guys popped off. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. We had big crowds on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, especially Kick. We got up to like 2,000 people watching there. That's pretty crazy. I appreciate you trusting my channel with your viewership during the fun, contentious live and learn that we had today. So many people chose to come watch from my point of view, and I think that's cool. So thank you guys. And big election tomorrow. We'll be watching the results come in. There's also a Missouri race where Cori Bush is trying to get her seat back from Wesley Bell. That one's looking pretty good for Wesley. So a couple of things to watch tomorrow night. Finally, it's going to be over. Thank God. And we can start working towards the general. And then the following week, we have Wisconsin and the Republicans' special election for Lindsey Graham's spot on the November ballot. So couple of things to keep an eye on in the next week or so. All right, guys. Thank you guys for the subs, the gift subs, the memberships, the gift memberships, the super chats, the kicks, the kick subs, the Twitch subs and bits. I think we had a little bit of everything tonight. That's pretty cool. Make sure you're following the channel if you're not already. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll watch the results come in. Should be fun. Have a great night, everybody. See you guys soon.